Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here, Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to the largest day of shopping all year long. We're here at Cyber Monday, and guys, we are so excited that you're here with us, and we've got a great show for you. Gotta say a shout out to Jane Klaus out there. Jane had to cancel at the last minute to be my co-host. She is under the weather, not feeling well, so she couldn't make it today. So we're going to move on anyway, and so we hope Jane gets well out there. And hey, guys, we have got so many great products today. But the products we're highlighting today are not even all the products we have. If you see something on our website and you're just curious about if we have a show special on it, you got to give us a call. And guys, today, most of the products you're going to see, they don't have prices on them. We're not going to be able to share the price with you because of, and I think y'all, a lot of y'all know this if you've watched our shows before. Most of the manufacturers have a thing, what they call MAP pricing. It's minimum advertised price. So we cannot show some of the low prices that we have, but we will tell you, hey, it's a call-in special. So when you call in, hey, they're going to give you the price over the phone. If you're on chat today on our website on live chat, they can also tell you what the price is and share that with you. So make sure if you see a product that you like on our show today, hey, that you get on the phone or go on the website and hit the chatters up and see what we're selling it for, because we got some great prices. We have worked extremely hard for this show this year, and we've been out there working the manufacturers trying to get those low prices for you, and we're passing that savings right on to you. So today, if you see something, hey, you got to give us a call, because what we're doing this time on this show is we're going to honor those prices. As long as you call and inquire about it, you're still going to get those locked in prices, because when the end of the show ends today, the prices go away and the prices will be the regular price. But if you've called in and you've inquired about it and they get you on the list, you'll still be able to lock that in if you want to get it in time for Christmas. We have extra warehouse staff working today at Sewing Machines Plus, trying to get all the orders out. We have extra phone people on the phones. We have extra chatters. We have a ton of people. And as usual, I've got Kyle and his team here in the studio running things behind the scenes. We have the Facebook and YouTube chatters here, Deb and her team and Candace. So they're here to help. And again, guys, we are going to be busy today. And every 15 minutes, we're going to have a new presenter up and we're going to show you all what's going on and with all the latest products out there. And hey, no exception this morning. We have got a great show starting out. The very first thing this morning, we are going to talk about the 12 needle from SWF. We have Amber Bingham's going to be on the show. So we're super excited about that. But we're going to have a fast-paced day, and we're going to have a different presenter up there. And we got some great products we're going to show you. So I hope everybody is ready out there. So, hey, if y'all are ready, chime in and let us know that you're excited. You're super pumped to see all these great specials we have today. And again, I can't stress to you enough, hey, if you're calling in, be patient today on the phones, but just keep trying. Our number is 800-401-8151. We have special financing available. We have worked really hard with the manufacturers. We've worked really hard with Synchrony and to have a great package of financing specials for you. So it'll make those monthly payments extremely cheap. And if you've been thinking about getting that dream machine for Christmas, now's the time to do it. We're going to make it easy for you to do today. And so you don't want to miss a second of the show today. And we are, Kyle, aren't we going to take a break? We got like one or two breaks built in for just like a 5-minute break to give everybody time to go stretch their legs, use the restroom, and get a little bite to eat. But we're going to be fast-paced all day long. And so I hope y'all can hang on. But everybody, the team here is all super excited and pumped. We hope you are. And I think we're ready to go, aren't we, Kyle? So again, guys, remember, we got special financing all day long. We have the 800 number. You have to call 800-401-8151. We have operators standing by. Then we have our live chat on the website. So if you're on the website, you can hit the chat down there and they can help answer any questions you have. And then if you're on YouTube and Facebook, we have a separate set of chatters that are on there. They're live in here in the studio with me today, and they're going to be trying to answer any questions you have on chat. But Hey, don't give up. If you don't get your question answered, just ask it again, and make sure you do that. Also, gotta tell you one thing before we start the show. We had a promotion that we were going, it was called the 10 for 10 promotion, and we were trying to hit 10,000 likes on our YouTube page, and when we did that, we decided we were gonna have a drawing. That drawing is gonna be on the Friday of Cyber Monday, the last day of Cyber Monday show that we're gonna have. It's 13th through the 17th of December, and it's gonna be another all-day show for 5 days. We're going to announce that winner on that Friday, but here's the thing. You still have a chance. If you're new here and you haven't liked our YouTube page, go like it, because we hit our 10,000 subscribers. So we are going to give that $10,000 sewing package away on the Countdown to Christmas show. But if you go and like it during this show, you'll still get yourself entered to win. If you ask questions, make comments, you share the video on YouTube, give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Give us a thumbs up if you share it on Facebook. You'll still get your chance to enter. But the only way you can win is you have to be a subscriber to our YouTube page. So go do that, okay? All right, guys, let's get this thing going today. First up, we have Amber Bingham. Amber she has an Etsy store, and she has a ton of different machines, makes her own clothing and sells on there. And she actually owns a SWF 12 needle. She just bought her second one. And so we thought, who better than one of our customers to come on and tell us all about this beautiful 12 needle machine. And I tell you, Amber loves this thing, and we do too. We think it's one of the top embroidery machines on the market, and we're going to show you all about that today. So welcome to the show, Amber Bingham.
Hi.
Hey, Amber, how are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
We are fantastic, and I know that we're short on time, so we're gonna get right into it. But I know that you're pretty excited about this 12 needle because you just bought your second one, and I know you're going to show a few of your favorite features to everybody this morning.
Yes, I am. Who's excited? I'm so excited to tell you guys all about this machine. I think it's everyone's dream machine on my channel, so I'm excited to show everyone who's here to support it.
Oh, great. Well, we're going to let you take it away.
Perfect. Thank you, Blaine. Okay, so here's the dream machine. Actually, this is my dream machine, and I just ordered my second one. So excited. It actually gets here tomorrow. So I wanted to show you guys a little bit about what this machine does and what it has helped me in my business. So if any of you guys are interested in this amazing 12 needle machine, it's top of the line, like it does everything that you need it to do. It's just such an amazing machine for your business, to grow your business. It's good for hobbies if you're just a hobby lover. But yeah, let's just jump right into it because I know we do not have very much time. Can you guys hear me okay? Because my mic ended up going out right before this show. So again, technical difficulties. I just want to make sure you can hear me okay. Okay, well, I'm just going to keep talking if you guys can hear me. Hopefully that's okay. So first off, I just wanted to show you guys a little bit about, I'm going to move my camera so you can see the screen and not my face. So here's what the screen looks like on this machine. And the first thing I wanted to show you guys is how simple it is to input a design. So these are just some designs I have saved on my computer that I use on a day-to-day basis. I have my USB drive is hooked into the back of this machine. It's so simple. You just design it in the software that you have for your business that you use. I use Embroidery. So I plug it into my USB in the back of this face right here. And then you literally just hit the USB on here. And then wherever you save it, you see all your designs. These are all in my USB drive. So basically, if I want to choose this design that I want to work on, you click on it, you're going to save it. It's already saved in here, so I can't show you really how to save it right now. I'll just hit this button just to show you guys for an instance. Now you're going to go back to your design tab. This machine is so user-friendly. All you have to do is follow these little icons on the bottom of your screen right here, and then it takes you exactly where you need to go. So right here is the design that I supposedly just saved. And then you're going to hit this little check mark right here. It looks like a little picture and with a check mark, which means you're ready to go. You want to load it. So that's what I'm going to do. And then down here, again, with all these little icons, all you have to do is hit your load button. You don't need to, unless you want to save it, you can save it, but you don't have to. I usually just hit load and it's just quick and ready to go. So it's upside down right now because I had it on a hat hoop because I was practicing my hat hoops. So I'm just going to show you a really, really simple way to fix this. All you got to do, again, your icons down on the bottom. You go to your frame. It's all very, very self-explanatory. You're going to go to your hoop, which is, again, down here on the very bottom. Hit your hoop. I was on cap because I'm going to show you guys that in a second. Sorry I'm talking so fast. We just don't have very much time. So you're going to hit your flat, which means just all the hoops basically that this machine comes with. Me personally, I use the Mighty hoops because that's what I use on a day-to-day basis. So I'm going to choose, I already know my settings. We'll get into this if you guys are interested in knowing more about this machine. We are doing Countdown to Christmas in a few weeks, so stay tuned for that. And I'll show you guys all the logistics about this. But for me, I would use my 30 by 30 frame, hit OK. It's going to calibrate it. I don't have that hoop on my machine right now, so that's why it made that noise. And then I'm going to hit close. And now it's recalibrating, and it's going to turn right side up. And that is my design. So simple, so easy. It's just a really, really user-friendly machine. I cannot reiterate that enough. It's just a very user-friendly beginner machine. It's a little bit of a step up from my FAF machine. I have a 10 needle. This is the 12 needle. But again, it looks like a beast, but I promise you, you will love it. It's so simple. It stitches out beautifully. Okay, we're going to move on to the hat hoop because if I have hat lovers in here who are looking for a wonderful machine for hats, this is the machine to get because it is so simple, so easy. I could not figure it out on my other machine that I had. This one, I did it one time, I gave it a try, and it literally worked in 2 seconds. So I'm going to move the screen down a little bit so you guys can see my hat hoop. It's already on here. Hopefully you guys can see that. Move it a little bit. So here is the hat frame. I already have my hat hoop right here. So I already put this, so if you have your hat already hooped, basically, I'm going to show you how simple and easy it is if this were to not be on here. It literally is just like a frame. You take it off and you slide it right back in. You don't have to take off the frame or anything like that like you do on other machines. It's supposed to just slide right in here. Come on. There you go. You just slide it in, it clicks, your hat hoop is ready to go. And again, if you know how to use a hat hoop, there are YouTube videos if you don't, but you just twist your hat. I have to move it up a little bit because I was showing you guys something else. So I'm going to move it up. I'm sorry, back. Wrong way. There we go. So slide it in, twist your hat, snap it in, make sure it snaps in all the way, front and bottom. You're going to pull your red tabs down, and then you're basically ready to go. All you have to do now, I'm going to show you on the screen really quick again, how to use the hat hoop. So again, we're going to use the icons on the bottom. We're going to go into frame. We're going to go into hoop. And up here, this is literally the simplest machine face I've ever seen. Like, it just is so self-explanatory. It has all the dimensions of each frame that you have on here. You're just literally going to go to your cap because you're making a hat. In this situation, I use the cap wide too. Again, if you want to know more about all this, we're going to be having more videos on these. You're going to hit OK. And now I'm on the hat hoop, and it's going to calibrate it to that. I'm going to close it. So now you're going to you see your frame as a hat hoop. Waiting for that. Now I'm going to go into my designs because I already pre-saved what I wanted to make on this hat. So again, you have to use your own software to design it and save it into your USB, plug it into your computer, put it in here, and then you're going to check mark that, load that. Same exact steps as I showed you before. Now it's upside down because your hat is actually upside down to you. It's not put in straight. or right side towards you. So you're going to have your design upside down. Any of you who've done hats before know that the design is going to show upside down like this. If you want to see where it is on your hat, all you have to do is go to frame. Everything to center or your placement of your design is going to be under frame. So you can see exactly where it is on your frame. It looks exactly centered. You can either outline it and see exactly where it's going to be on your hat, or you can trace it. I usually just trace it because it's just a simple rectangle or square around your design. And then it will literally just center it. You have a laser point. It shows you exactly where it's going to be. And then you trace it. And that's literally all there is to the hat machine or the hat hoop, whatever you want to call it. So simple, like it could not get any easier. And I'm super excited to add, I do children's items in my shop, and I'm so excited to add hats to my line in my business. I've been looking forward to doing this for a really long time, but with all the holidays and everything coming up, I just haven't had time to do that. But again, if you love hats and you're interested in doing them, this machine is at a ridiculous good price right now. So I would not hesitate to buy this. If you are ready to purchase, do it, because this machine is worth it. I promise you, every penny is worth it on this machine.
Hey, Amber, one question for you real quick.
Uh-huh.
What would be your favorite feature of the machine? I know you've talked a lot about how quiet it is and different things, but what would be your most favorite thing about it?
Honestly, my favorite thing about this machine is how beautiful it stitches out. I never have to worry about it skipping stitches or just the outcome of my shirts that I do are always like literally in pristine. There's just so perfect. I don't have to worry about seeing the bobbin underneath. And I know that goes along with like tension and stuff. But this machine from the get-go was super easy. All I had to do is fix some tension problems, and then it was ready to run. And the second one is probably just how easy it is to upload a design and just get it ready to go, because I'm always like moving super fast because I have a lot of shirts to do in a day, and I only have my 2 machines. Now I'm going to have 3 because I'm getting mine tomorrow. But yeah, just how simple it is to upload a design, center it, trace it. You know exactly where the design is going to be. You know where your collar is, your neckline on your shirt. So just those simple features about this machine makes your day-to-day job or hobby, whatever you want to use it for, so much easier, because the machine is just so fast and simple. And honestly, it's just, if you have something that you're thinking you don't know how to do, just look at those icons. Those icons are so clear and simple. And if you go through each one of them, you can find out what you need to find. So again, the machine is just really, really simple. That's all I can say about it. It's made my business so much easier.
Well, thanks, Amber. I know that you've got Bingham Bliss out there. That's your business, and y'all can find her on YouTube. She has her YouTube channel. She's on there about every week, and always doing some great sewing. And thanks so much for coming on the show this morning and talking about Amber. I know I was like, who's better yet to talk about it than one of our customers that bought one from us, and now you've bought the second one. So thank you so much for coming on. And I'm going to show everybody right now how they can get this great machine and tell them a little bit about the features on it. But this machine, guys, this is the 12 needle SWF machine. And as Amber was telling you, it is super, super easy. And the great thing about it, the features on this machine are unbelievable what you're going to get. So right there, we've got that sales overlay right there showing you a little bit about that machine. Hey guys, it's $9,999. But guess what? Call in today and we are going to actually beat that price. And it's $166 for 60 months financing, but we're going to beat that price on the $999. This is a call-in special. The only way you can get that price is to do it. Get on the phone and call right now. And the great thing about this, you're going to get the stand and the cap equipment with this, and that's a $1,500 value right there. We're going to throw that in with the machine today. And here's the great thing about this. This is a high-speed operation. It has 1,000 stitches per minute. And one thing about this machine versus some other machines out there is that spool up time between stitching out the different colors of thread. it spools up extremely fast. And when you're in production, like Amber does, making a ton of shirts a day to sell, that speed up time saves you a ton of time. Also, it has an automatic thread trimming. It has an LCD full color screen panel. You see, it's very compact, easy to use. It has that freehand stitch function, which is awesome. You can actually draw on the screen. You can write your name and stitch it completely out. It has photo stitch capabilities. You can import a photo in with some software and actually stitch that picture out on embroidery on a shirt. It has that large sewing field of 13 by 8 inches. And guys, get this. This is the crazy thing about this machine. You're getting a ton of hoops. We're going to give you the round hoops. We're going to give you a 4x7, a 5x9, and a 7-inch. And you're going to get 2 of each hoop that we give you. So you're going to get a total of 10 hoops with the machine. So our theory is when you're sewing and having one sewing, you can be hooping up that next project and ready to go. So production work, it is extremely fast. You're also going to get a 9x9, it's a 9.4 inch by 9.4 inch and a 14 inch by 9 inch. So you're getting a total of 10 hoops. Like I said, you're going to get a 2 of each one of those hoops. I just said the sizes. So it is a ton of hoops that you're getting. And then you're also getting that cap driver and frame, and you're getting that machine stand with it. Guys, it has the best warranty in the industry. It has a 25-year warranty on the machine. So it is unbelievable, the warranty with this machine. And also just what you're getting a very compact footprint. It's not a huge overbearing machine. This is a very small compact machine, and we absolutely love the SWF 12 needle. And again, I can't say enough about this machine. Guys, if you've been wanting a great embroidery machine, this 12 needle is, to me, one of the best ones on the market. This is made by a commercial company, and they made it to where it's a consumer pro, they call it. So you can, for that home user, you don't need a computer to run this. It has the interface right in that LCD screen, so you don't need an extra computer or anything. And guys, this is the bad boy on the block, as they say. So if you've been interested in one of these, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Nick's team is standing by at the call center to take your call. If you're on our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, you have some questions on it as well there. You can go to our live chat agents. Our live chat agents can tell you all about it as well. But guys, again, if you've been interested in a multi-needle embroidery machine, look no farther. This is the machine for you. And guys, we started the show out. We just got a brand new container in of these at 56. Kyle just gave me an update. We have 42 left. So these will probably sell out today. We have 42 left. We started the show out at 56. So guys, don't delay. If you've been wanting one of these for Christmas, get it right now. So Kyle, guys, what a great machine to start the morning out with. And I hope you are excited about that machine as we are. We absolutely love that machine here. And because it is just trouble-free, and it's such a great machine. And like Amber said, she's so impressed with the stitch quality on it. So, hey guys, we're moving right along. This is a fast-paced show today. And next up, we are going to feature the Brother NQ 1700, and we have Sarah Vetter here. She is going to talk all about that machine. And Sarah's a Brother ambassador. She has done a lot of things in the sewing industry, and we're super excited. She's been on our show once before, and we're excited to have her this morning. So welcome to the show, Sarah.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me. Good to be here.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Man, I am so pumped about this show we're having today, and we're super excited you're on here and going to share all your experiences and what you love about that 1700.
Yes, I'm super excited to show you guys Brother's new midline embroidery only machine, the NQ 1700E. You can see it right here behind me. It's a beautiful little machine, and I'm in an apartment, so I can vouch for the fact that it is compact and it's a workhorse. You can do a ton of stuff on here. So diving right into it, with the machine, you get 2 hoops. You get your 5x7 hoop and your large 6x10 hoop. And this is a really impressive size for this size machine. You can do really beautiful big embroideries with the 6x10 embroidery area. I have this jacket here that I did. I did the back of this with my 6x10 hoop. It's a big, beautiful embroidery. This is one of the new designs on the machine. And it stitches out 850 stitches per minute. So you can get a lot done here. And this is a great machine for beginners and expert embroiderers alike. So if you're thinking of getting into embroidery, this is a great starter machine. It's really intuitive and easy to use. And there's tons of fun stuff to play with. You're going to learn how to embroider and fall in love with it really quickly. And if you're an expert and you're looking to maybe add another embroidery machine to your machine family that you already have, this is a great addition. It's embroidery only. So let's say you have a sewing machine that you love, but you want to do more embroidery. I like to have multiple embroidery machines going at once. This is a great addition to your sewing room. So what else do I have to show you? So this has tons of editing features right on the machine. So here is one of the new designs, another new design that the machine comes with. There's 258 designs built in, including this llama design here, and 13 fonts. That's 60 new designs from the previous model and 2 new fonts added. So again, this is one of the new designs. These are the cute little llamas. And I was able to edit this with the llamas and add the text right on that screen behind me. It's packed with editing features, and there's lots of designs to play with. This is another little project that I made. Somebody Loves You. And again, I was able to create this entire design layout right on the machine back there. You can curve your text, you can create multiple colors, you can add different fonts, all that fun stuff right on the NQ1700E. Another great new upgrade to this machine is the wireless capability. And that means a few different things. So you're able to now get alerts when there's an update available for your machine, which is great because we all want to keep our machine up and running smoothly, but we don't always remember to check for updates. If your machine is connected to your wireless network, it will now notify you when there's an update to download. So that's a great new feature that we have. If 258 designs is not enough for you, and it's not enough for me, I can tell you that, you can now transfer embroidery designs from your computer to your machine wirelessly. So you can do that a couple of different ways. You can use PE Design 11 if you have that software to transfer designs that you've created yourself directly from your computer to your machine without a USB. You can also use Brother's new software, Design Database Transfer, that's free to download and use on your PC computer. And it accesses all of your embroidery files on your computer and allows you to transfer them wirelessly to your machine. And it's a really easy program to use. It's really fun to use. So if you like to buy embroidery designs on other websites, like Embroidery is a great website to buy stuff on, you can transfer all of that to your machine without the hassle of that USB. One of the things that I created using that that feature where you could transfer wirelessly, I went on to Embroidery.com. They have over 5,000 designs for you to use. And because Brother they have the license for Disney, you can download Disney designs, Marvel designs. So I purchased this Marvel design here. That's the Black Widow. I purchased that on Embroidery.com. I transferred it wirelessly to my machine and made myself a little Marvel patch. So the machine doesn't come with Disney designs preloaded, but because it's a Brother machine, you have the option to use Disney designs on the machine, and that's the only one in the industry that you could stitch out licensed Disney designs on, so that's a great plus. So let's get up and close with the machine and check it out. There she is. The first thing I want to point out here is how bright this work area is. There's 2 really bright LEDs. It illuminates your project really well under there. Another upgrade was the shape of this faceplate here. They shaved this down a little bit so you have increased visibility to your project that you're working on. That's another great upgrade there. And then, of course, we have our beautiful 5-inch color touchscreen LCD display. And we're going to get even closer to that display. And I'm going to take you on a little tour of what's going on here. So here you have all of your embroidery categories. You have your butterfly embroidery category. This has 14 different pages of designs right here for you. And you can select your design. You can get up close and get a good detailed view of that. You can also preview it inside of a hoop that you plan on using. So there's lots of ways to view your designs and get a good idea of what they'll look like stitched out. Some other categories, we have our buttonholes, our buttonhole decorations. This is our crown category with a lot of new designs in there. That's where I have my little llamas. We also have our beautiful big initials. There are 2 different fonts there to choose from, both floral. And then we have our font category. So that is where you can find all 13 of the fonts that are available to you on the machine. And I'm just using the arrows on the face of my machine to scroll through all my options there. Last but not least, we have our frame patterns. So you can choose from all these different shapes here. You can select one, and then you have 4 pages of options for different frame patterns. So I'm going to go ahead and create a little design so I can show you some more of the editing features that you can play with here. I'm going to select a circle frame. I'm going to set that. And now we're over to our editing page. And you can see here you have all of your editing options. You have move, size, rotate. You have your color palette. You can mirror. You can edit your stitch density. You can delete. You can add different elements to your design. You have your zoom function. You could zoom up to 300%, which is really handy when you're creating a new design right here on the screen. It gives you a nice little dot grid when you zoom up to 300%, which allows you to align all the different parts of your design really easily. I'm going to go back to 100. It also previews which hoops you can stitch this design out in. It will gray out any hoops that might be too small for the design you've created. And it gives you the dimensions. And again, you can use your preview button to get in really close and preview it inside the hoop that you would like to use. So tons of options here. So first I'm going to start with my size, and you have the option to increase or decrease proportionally, edit the height and the width. I'm going to quickly increase proportionally, make it a little bit bigger. And then I'm going to go ahead and add my initials using the font category. I'm going to choose font 4, and my initials are SV. Now, as you can see, this is our font editing page. You have all of your whole alphabet. You have your numbers and symbols, and you have your special characters. You can toggle between large, medium, and small text. And you can enter multiple lines of text all at once, all on this screen without leaving. Again, it'll tell you how big your phrase is typing out to be, and it previews what hoops it will fit into. So I'm going to go ahead and set the SV, and it centered that for me. Then I'm going to go into my font edit, and I'm going to activate the multicolor function. And this is going to allow me to recolor my lettering separately. So I can color my S in pink, and I can color my V in blue. While we're in font edit, just want to point out all the other options we have here. We can use array to create a curve or a diagonal. We can select different fonts right from this screen here without having to go back and add them. We can change the different kinds of fonts. We can edit the spacing, we can separate letters, and we can also edit the size of individual letters. So there's just infinite possibilities of what you can create here. I'm going to press OK. I'm going to go into my color palette. And again, I activated multicolor. So you can see it's previewing just the S for me. And I'll be able to change that to pink and keep my V as black. I'm going to press OK. I'm going to end edit and move on to the next screen. And this has a couple of other features that I just want to highlight here. So one of my favorite features on this machine is the color sort function. And that's going to be this button right here. And when you activate that, you can see that it highlighted purple. What it's going to do is it's going to sort out the different portions of my design stitch out and group them by color. So when I move on to the embroidery page, you can see that it grouped together my two black portions of my design so that I won't have to change my thread twice. So it eliminates unnecessary thread changing by grouping together light colors. So that's a really awesome high-end feature, and I use that all the time. Another great feature, when I load in my hoop here, and I'm just going to zoom back out really quickly, I can use this trace function. Of course, there's no fabric in my hoop right now, but I just want to demonstrate this for you guys. The trace function is going to position the hoop at different points in your design. So right now I have it selected to position the hoop where the top of the design is going to lay out. And it can move around to all those points so you can get a really good idea of where your design is going to end up inside of your frame and on your fabric. So that's an excellent way to edit your positioning. And before I finish up here, I'm going to show you how easy it is to thread this machine. The threading instructions are printed right on the machine, so you're never going to forget how to do it. And the NQ1700E is equipped with the advanced needle threading system. So I trim my thread here, I press down, and with the push of a lever, I'm threaded and ready to go. We also have auto presser foot down. So you can see my presser foot is raised, but my start button is still green. That means when I press that, the presser foot will lower for me. I don't have to manually lower it, and it'll start stitching out. So there you have it. That's the NQ1700E. Like I said, packed with features, great for advanced embroiderers and beginners alike.
Well, hey, Sarah, great job with that. And I know that, the 1600 was out. It was a huge machine for Brother. The 1700 is the newest version. And I tell you, this thing is already blowing off the shelf. We cannot believe how already. Hey, guys, we started the show out. We had about 20 of these. Kyle just informed me we're down to 2 left. But don't worry. I think we've got another shipment coming in early to mid-December of these. Don't delay. If you want one of these machines, call. Hopefully you'll get one of these 2 that we have left. And if you don't worry. As long as they'll take your order. We'll pre-order these for you. You'll get that show price, but this is a call-in special. You have to call in to get that special. It's normally $19.99. We have free shipping. We have financing available. But to get that show special, you have to call in. And again, if they run out of these by the time you call, just go ahead and they'll take a pre-order for you, and we'll keep you informed of when that machine is. I can't promise you it'll get there before Christmas because we're kind of at the mercy of Brother and the shipping companies, but we're going to keep you informed and make sure we can get an ETA on that. But I was told that they're looking at mid-December, early December to mid-December to get that next shipment of them in. And we had no idea we were going to sell this many of them to start the show out today, but they just have blown out. We have 2 left. Kyle just informed me. And so if you want one of those 2, call right now. If you can't, make sure you get on the list and get that pre-order in so you can get that special price. So thanks again to Sarah. Oh, what a great explanation of that machine. And guys, we are moving on. I told you this was a fast pace today, but hey, next up we have Denise. Oh, we got to do the sales overlay, don't we, guys? Can we pull that up, Kyle? So there it is. Everybody can see that right there. So again, guys, this is the Novus NQ1700E. It's an embroidery only machine. It is $19.99 is the normal sale price we have it on, but it is a call-in special today. You have to call in to get that special price. And we are down to only 2 units left. And man, these things are blowing out of here. But if you get that, if you don't worry, as long as you call in, if they've already sold out, they'll go ahead and take your pre-order and you'll get that special price. And again, I told you about when they're expecting them in. But guys, let me tell you a little bit about this machine. This, it has the built-in storage case on it. It has the adjustable screen brightness, has the automatic thread cutter on it. It has the built-in languages. So it has a lot of different languages built right in the machine. If you speak Spanish or something else, you can actually put that right in there. It includes the accessory feet, the embroidery foot. It has a great LED lighting package, and I think Sarah showed you that. How it illuminates really well. It has the needle threading system. It has the quick set bobbin. It has the start stop button on it. It has the thread sensor, bobbin sensor, and the upper thread sensor on it. USB on it, and it has the wide table included. Again, you can do it has the built-in alphabet fonts. I think there's 13 of them. It has 258 built-in designs, has 13 embroidery lettering fonts, and it has the color shuffling. It has so many things on there, and it had that on-screen editing that you saw. It has the speed adjustment. And I think the maximum stitches per minute is 850. And then Sarah told you about that. It has that large 6x10 embroidery field. So guys, for a compact machine with a 6x10, you can do backs of jackets, and like Sarah showed you that. So what a great machine. And so guys, don't delay. If you've been wanting one of these machines, get on the phone right now and give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have free shipping to all across the United States for you today as well. And again, we have financing available if you want to make some low monthly payments on that. We have a lot of different financing options for you as well. So no excuse. If that's what you've been wanting for Christmas, get on the phone right now and give us a call, or just go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and you can speak to one of the live chat agents there. They can also help you out with that show special price and get you and take your order. So guys, we are going to move on. I told you, fast pace today, huh? So anyway, we have Denise Schober coming up next. She is with Baby Lock. Hey, Denise has been sewing for 40 years. She's been in the industry working in the industry for 25 years. And she loves sharing her knowledge of sewing and with everybody. And I tell you what, we are so excited to have Denise on our show today. And she is going to talk all about the Baby Lock All-Tear machine, which is another fantastic machine. So Denise, welcome to our show this morning.
Thanks for having me, Blaine. How are you today?
Man, we are so good. I'm so pumped up today because I'm just super excited to see all these great machines and get to share all these great specials with everybody across the country. And it's just, a fast pace as it is today. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I'm going to tell all about one of my favorite machines, which is the All-Tear. And, one of the things that I think is the best about it is it's a sewing machine and an embroidery machine. It's 11¼ inches from the inside of the machine, or what we might call the harp of the machine. Right now, I have it set up for sewing, but I can do embroidery edits and things with the embroidery unit off. And I have the IQ Designer, which is absolutely wonderful. So when I go to the sewing machine side of it, the decorative stitches are unbelievable that you have here. You can do your quilting with the decorative stitches. You could do decorative stitches on a jacket. I embellish a lot of jean jackets and pick those up and kind of play with putting things on them. So in here, it's a full touch screen. So what's really nice about this is I can select a stitch. It's going to tell me what foot to put on. It's going to allow me to customize anything I want to do with the machine. So do I want my needle up? Do I want my needle to stop down? Do I want my selective thread cutter on? All of those things are customizable in the machine with all the beautiful decorative stitches. If you're a quilter and you applique, the applique stitches that we have in here are just beautiful. You can do those with embroidery thread or with a quilting thread, so different weights. The machine will accept weights. I quilt and I do garments, so I put threads in that are 100 weight up to 12 weights, probably the heaviest that I put in there. And it'll take a needle from a 75, 11, 70, 11 up to 120. So that'll accommodate those thick threads. Really easy threading up front with a numbering system through here. And I can take the lid off and put a secondary spool pin up top if I want. But probably one of my favorite features is I can wind a bobbin while I'm sewing. I don't have to stop. So it's got 2 motors built in inside of the machine. That's a great feature. If you ever have wanted a bobbin and you've got to wait till you're done sewing to wind a bobbin, I can do 2 things at once. In fact, I can probably do 2 or 3 things at once. So we have that sewing side. If I go back home, I also have the embroidery side. And on the embroidery side, there are so many beautiful embroidery designs in here, depending on what you're doing. Now, it is the holiday season, and I did wear my special hat today for the holiday season. So I could pick one of these holiday designs and stitch it out on a table runner, on a backpack for somebody, depending on what I want to do. So there are tons of designs built in inside of here, and you can do a lot with these designs. I could turn this Christmas tree into an applique and have fabric underneath it. So if I wanted the tree to be green and maybe glittery thread on top of it, I can turn it into an applique with just a push of a button, and it's now applique, and I can customize that. So let's say you and I both have a machine. We can set it for the things that we love, which is wonderful. If I want the applique real tight on that Christmas tree, I can do that. If you'd like it a little farther away, you can do that too. Now, talking about that, you know, we all learn at different levels. And the great thing is, built in inside of the Baby Lock Altair, we have our operation guide. I don't need to look for where did I put my manual? It's built right inside of the machine. I have a sewing guide. Maybe I don't know what that icon's for, and it will tell me all the things. If I push the wrong button, it'll tell me that. So as I go through the different things here, the videos are built in. There are over 30 videos built in inside of the machine. I don't have to go to my phone. I don't have to go to the computer. They're right here at my fingertips. So I wanted to wind that bobbin. All I need to do is touch bobbin winder, and there's the video. Now, if I wanted to read that 22-page dissertation, I could, but I'd rather watch the video. It's a great way to see things. So as I'm going through the machine here, I'm going to return back to our main page. I'm in embroidery. I can add fonts to things. So if I wanted to add something to that Christmas tree, I have fonts to choose from and different sizes. So depending on what we're doing, we can choose through these fonts, select a font, add to it. We can do multiple text lines, lots and lots of things. Now, I've told you my favorite feature was the bobbin winder and things like that, but my favorite thing that I can do with it, it is the IQ Designer. So I have this little gingerbread guy. Now, he's not built into the machine, but features of him are built into the machine underneath the IQ Designer. If I go there and I select my shapes, I'm going to go to the closed shapes. And here's a teddy bear, but there's a little guy that kind of looks like a gingerbread man. And with that, I'm going to make him into something that if he makes me mad, I'll bite his head off like a cookie. Maybe I'll make him into a cookie. So I'm going to touch fill. I'm going to check my fill properties, and I'd like my gingerbread guy to be brown. You know, you can do him whatever color you want. And I'm going to use a stipple stitch in the middle of him. So I touch the stipple, and now he's going to stipple in the middle. I've made a bow tie. I've made frosting on him, and I've turned him into an applique. Now, when I go to the next screen, I have the ability to change the size, the density of that stitch. So I'm going to take it down. And it's going to resize the design for me to see if it's what I like. So I'm going to preview it. And I love it. And it's got some frosting around it. Now it shows the frosting as black. Well, I'm going to return one more page. And I'm going to change the frosting around the edge to be white and a satin stitch. Now, when I go to the next window, I'm going to have that white frosting and the ability to have him look just like a gingerbread cookie. So there it is. A little harder to see the white on the screen, but it's there. I'm going to set it. And then I'm going to turn this into an applique. And now you can see the applique stitch going around it. And I can put whatever color in the machine that I want. Maybe you want red frosting around it or green frosting around it. And this little guy, I added his face to him. I've added the little zigzag frosting here. What the IQ Designer does is it allows you to digitize your own designs to make them whatever you want. So I have a quilt on my frame over there, and that one has fill stitches in the background of it. This little guy I echo quilted. So it's really up to you what you want to do. So with the Baby Lock Altair, we have sewing, wonderful feature. So I can sew, quilt, make garments, any type of sewing you want to do here. Embroidery, beautiful embroidery designs with very, very large hoops. And the IQ Designer. So if you're looking for a machine that has a lot of features and a lot of fun, the Baby Lock Altair might be the one for you. Now, Blaine, I know you're there. I'm just wondering if you think of anything that I missed. You know, we talked about the threader and all the possibilities with the Altair, which there are a lot here. It's a wonderful machine.
Well, hey, Denise, I got to say, I love your hat.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Well, Denise, I got to share all about the great features of this machine. You did such a good job of talking about it, but I know it's just like, there's hard to talk about all the things this thing does in 15 minutes. But guys, I got to tell you, this thing is an incredible machine. And I promise you, Denise will back me up on this. If you're looking at a top of the line machine, I don't care what brand it is out there. If you're looking at that top of the line machine, this will compare to anything on the market. This is they call it a mid-level machine. It's not the top of the line, but it has the same features and things that some of the very best machines on the market do. And one thing I want to talk about, the large embroidery field on this. It's a 9.5 by 14 inch embroidery field on this. And guys, that means you can do a huge embroidery design on the back of a jacket. But it comes with that 9.5 by 14. It comes with a 9.5 by 9.5 square. It comes with a 5 by 7 hoop and a 4 by 4 hoop comes with it. So those 4 hoops come with it. Can't say enough about this machine, guys. You can actually, with that IQ Designer on there, you can actually edit things right on the screen. You can bring in designs. You can bring photos. You can bring a JPEG file right on the screen, and actually it'll digitize it, and you can stitch it out. So, man, I mean, tell you what, a ton of features packed into this machine for the price. Guys, the price on this is $89.99 that we sell this for. But hey, guys, that is not the low price. We are going to beat that price. Give us a call right now. This is a call-in special. It's $89.99. And Kyle just informed me we only have 4 of these left. So we're down to 4 of these. These things are blowing out as well, guys. Again, if you've been wanting one of these, if you've been wanting a machine like this, top of the line out there that is tons of features. And guys, there's so many features on this machine. I welcome you to go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Right in the very search bar up there, just put the Altair, and it'll take you right to the product page to read about it, because there are so many features. We can't even talk about it. You could make an hour show just on this machine with all the different things it'll do. But it's equal to the top of the line machines on the market with all the features it has. And guys, we love this machine. It has so many built-in sewing features, so many built-in embroidery designs in it, and even quilting designs. So if that's something you've been looking for, a great combination machine, this is the machine for you. We have free shipping nationwide. Also, guys, we have some great financing available. And hey, I know that the phones are busy, guys. We're, the biggest shopping day of the year. Just, hey, if you can't get through the phones, leave them a message. They are checking the voicemail every 15 minutes and making calls back to people. So make sure you leave us a voicemail and just tell them on the phone, hey, I'm calling about the show special on what product you are, and they're going to give you a call back. And again, if you're on our website, you can just talk to the chatters as well. They can actually help take your order on the chat. And again, guys, we're super excited about the days. And Kyle, you said we had 4 left. So we started the show out with a ton of machines, guys, but they're going to be going quick. So if you've been wanting to get one of these machines, don't delay, act right now. And again, I don't know We'll probably definitely sell out of this machine today. And I'm not sure exactly when the rest of these are coming in. Guys, we have a lot of products that are coming back in early and mid-December. But again, I can't promise you if you don't get it today, if you'll get it in time for Christmas. But don't take a chance. If we have inventory left, go ahead and make that order right now to ensure that you get that for Christmas. But what a great machine, guys. I can't say enough about it. And again, we are going to move on, guys. We are going to the next product, and it is the Juki. And guys, this is the 2020 limited edition. And this thing is absolutely a fantastic machine. This is the Platinum Edition. I love the looks of this machine. And again, hey, this thing is one of our most popular Juki machines, and we have been selling the heck out of this thing as well. And I promise you to probably sell out today as well. So anyway, I think we got 25. Kyle told me we had 25 in stock right now. And we're going to see as the show goes how this thing, because this has been a really popular machine. We probably sell out of this machine. So if you've been looking for a Juki, this is it. But we're going to go to Luann. Luann Hartley. You know, Luann's a Georgia girl, and I love Luann. She is down in Miami right now, and we're going to go down to her, and she's going to talk all about that 2020.
Hello everyone. This is our TL 2020 Platinum Edition. This is a special edition machine that we came out with. We only made 2,000 sets of these for the United States market. We're out of these now in our warehouse, so when they're gone, they're gone. So Blaine has a really good special plan today for you for the inventory that he has on these machines. So other than having the beautiful platinum color, there's some other things that make it a special edition. When you register your machine, you're going to get a certificate of authenticity back in the mail signed by our president from Juki. It also has a lot of extra accessories that it comes with that our other machines don't have included with them. So let me switch over to the camera and I'll show you the accessories that come with this machine. You get the walking foot with this machine, and I have attached the quilt guide that also comes with the machine to the foot. There's two nice accessory boxes of feet. In the first box you'll find an adjustable zipper foot. There's some compensating feet. You've got your 1/4 inch piecing foot here, a hemmer foot. You get bobbins and needles. And in the second case is a collection of the free motion quilting feet. So we have two different sizes of the closed toe free motion feet. We have an open toe foot, and we have the ruler foot. Ruler work is very popular now, so you get the ruler foot for this with this machine. And we also have the adapter for echo quilting, and then this is the adapter that you actually put the foot on with, so you can do your echo quilting. So these are the extra accessories that come with the TL 2020 Platinum Edition. That's a lot of extra accessories that come with this machine, and I really like these nice boxes for keeping everything in. So Juki is the #1 manufacturer of industrial sewing machines, and this is our semi-industrial machine. So let me put the camera in a little closer to the machine and show you some features of the machine. So I showed you the walking foot that comes with it, and I actually have the quilt guide attached to the walking foot. This is great when you are trying to do all of those lines and keep everything straight, but you don't want to mark everything. This is great for cross hatching, or just to use as a seam guide if you're going to do a 1 inch seam or a 1/4 inch seam or something like that. I used this when I did this project, and I did some double needle quilting, and I actually used this to do all of the quilting lines with, so that I didn't have to mark every single line that I wanted to quilt. So this is a nice accessory that does come with this machine. So being a semi-industrial machine, this is a workhorse machine. It's going to sew through any fabric basically that you can put under this presser foot. It's sort of a bulletproof machine when it comes to sewing with all of the different types of fabrics. It'll stitch 1,500 stitches a minute. You do have a speed control over here if you want to slow it down so that you can find a speed that works for your type of sewing. It has needle up and needle down right here on the front of the machine. So if I want to raise the needle out of the fabric, I can simply touch this, or if I need to put the needle back down into the fabric, I can do that. We have the thread trimmers that will cut your top and your bottom thread for you. So when you're doing your next seam, place it under the presser foot and you're ready to go. You don't have to bring up that bobbin thread. We also have a built-in needle threader. Stitch length. You can set your stitch length from 0 all the way up to 6. If you want to do basting or do some top stitching where you want the stitches longer, you have that option here. Reverse is simply by holding this down. And if we want to drop those feed dogs so that we can do our free motion quilting, we just flip this lever and our feed dogs have been dropped. And then we can pull this back up and we're ready to sew again. So although it's a powerhouse machine for your different heavy fabrics, it's also a great machine for piecing. So not only can you handle those big thick vinyls, leathers, any of the fabrics, a lot of people like to make bags. This is a perfect machine for handling that type of material. You can also use it as a piecing machine. It does come with the 1/4 inch piecing foot, which I'll show you a close-up of that foot. So we do have a 1/4 inch piecing foot that comes with it that does have the guide on the side for you. One of the feet that I really like to use are called compensating feet. And if you can see the bottom of this presser foot, you'll notice one side is higher than the other, and that is to allow for different thicknesses to go under the foot. So if you are doing top stitching on a bag and you want to do top stitching right along the edge, this is a great foot. You can see how that thickness sets under the foot, but then this flat part of the foot makes contact with the feed dog, so you're going to get it perfectly feeding through when you're stitching. I also like this foot when I am putting binding on. All of that bulk of the binding will sit on this side of the foot and you'll get a perfect even stitch when you're attaching your binding. So the compensating foot is one of my favorite feet, and it actually comes with this machine. This large extension table comes with the machine as well. It will slide off. But it also has easy access to your bobbin area. So your bobbin on a semi-industrial machine is located on the side of the machine. This is a metal bobbin system. It uses a type L bobbin. So you have to have access to that. This part of the machine actually comes up, and this comes up on the table, giving you a lot of room to be able to get in here to pull your bobbin case out to replace your bobbin, and there's your bobbin case. You just simply slide it back in and it will lock down into place and you're ready to stitch again. So now we're all ready to stitch. So that's another accessory that comes with our Platinum Edition machine. We also have presser foot pressure. Going over those different thicknesses of fabrics such as minky or a wool if you're a garment sewer. Sometimes you don't need quite as much pressure on this foot pushing down on the fabric. So we have that adjustment up here, and we have a window that you can see if you're putting more pressure or less pressure on your fabric as you're stitching. It has a thread cutter on the side. So not only do we have our thread trimmers on the front of the machine, we also have this nice thread cutter on the side of the machine that will cut your threads for you as well. The thread stand is built into the machine. You do have two options here to hold your spools of thread. So you can use those cone threads that are real popular on the market now, the larger spools of thread. So that's a little bit about our TL 2020 Platinum Edition machine. And remember, when they're gone, they're gone. So I know that Blaine has a few of these left in stock. So I'm going to turn it back over to him so that he can tell you about the special pricing that they have for today.
Thanks, Lou Ann, and appreciate you taking the time to do that. I know you're busy down in Miami, and like Lou Ann said, these are limited edition, guys. So when they're gone, they are gone. And we started the show out at 25. Kyle just informed me how many we have left. 8 left. 8 left of these. Guys, this is the machine. If y'all tuned in before, about 3 weeks ago, I featured this machine on our regular Thursday show. Hey, this is the machine that it goes through 12 layers of denim. I demonstrated that with ease. I mean, it didn't even, you couldn't even tell it labored the machine at all. This is a fantastic machine. This thing it's 1,500 stitches per minute, so it's extremely fast. So if you want a straight stitch machine that is extremely fast, this is a machine for you. Hey, it has so many great things. That LED light thing, the light on the under the machine, it has that great table with it. And as Lou Ann was talking about, all those feet that come with it, the feet are unbelievable that come with this set. And you know, again, we cannot stress how awesome this machine is. This is one of our most popular Juki machines we've had in a long time. And again, I want to stress to you, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Or if you're on our website right now at SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can speak to one of our live chat agents as well. But guys, these machines, once they're gone, they are gone. So if you've been interested in one of these limited editions, this is the time to do it. You want to get one of those right now. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have a show special. This is normally a $1,500 machine. We're going to beat that price. We have free shipping, and we also have some special financing available. And hey, we'll ship it free right to your door. So make sure you give us a call. And again, once these are out, they are gone, because I know they only had 2,000 of them they made originally. And we probably sold, how many, Kyle? We probably sold almost 2,000 of them. We've sold most of them that Juki got. So anyway, we got a ton of these things in, and it's been such a popular machine this year. So don't delay. Guys, moving on. We got our next machine coming up, and this is the Baby Lock Flare. And we have my old buddy Mike Johns going to be on the show today. And Mike Johns, I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't know him, he is the multi-needle guru. The guy can do anything. He's a quilter, sewer, embroiderer. You know, Mike really wasn't, you know, he comes from a family of crafters. And he told me, I wasn't even really interested in sewing at all. And he went and studied costume design at the University of Florida, and that inspired him and got him into sewing. And man, he has never looked back. And this guy is so talented. Welcome to the show, Mike.
Thanks, Blaine. I have to correct one thing. I didn't go to UF. I went to FSU. So that's a rival.
Oh, sorry about that, man. Interstate rivals.
That's right. That's right. But yeah, so thanks for having me. So we got this wonderful mid-level embroidery only machine called the Baby Lock Flare. We introduced it this year. So it's a new machine. It is, I'm going to switch cameras and let you see it because it's a beautiful machine. You can see that it's sitting here next to me. It's a little departure for what Baby Lock normally looks like. We've got this beautiful color LCD screen that's sitting up here. It comes with an embroiderable field of 6 1/4 by 10 1/4, so 160 by 260 millimeters. And it's got a bunch of nice built-ins. Because this is a midline machine, it's going to have on-screen font editing. You've got 14 different built-in fonts. Of course, we do have a USB port over on the side of the LCD monitor here, so you can bring in any design you want, but there's also 293 designs already built into the machine. So you get 2 different hoops that come with this machine. You can see them up here on the front. You've got the 5x7 or the 130 by 180, and of course that 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 or 160 by 260. This has a needle threader that's super easy to use. Like most of our Baby Lock machines, once you get your spool up here on the machine, you just follow the numbers. And once you get it down to the very last thread guide, over here on the side, you'll see there's a lever. All I have to do to thread my needle is push, And just like that, I threaded my needles. So super, super easy to use, super friendly. It has the drop-in bobbin. And so you don't have to worry about having to try to find a front load bobbin on this one. It's just the standard M bobbin that's a drop in. And you do get our thread spool that's going to have our finishing touch on it. This is 90 weight, and this is the weight bobbin that we do recommend that you use with our embroidery only machine. So 90 weight finishing touch. You do get a cover, you get your accessories. And then one of the things that some people may know if they've been in Baby Lock for a while is that on our new top of the line machines, we don't necessarily include the grids for our hoops, but on this machine, you actually do get the placement grids for both that 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 and that 5 by 7. And then this one also has a 9-point position placement system on it. So it's very, very simple to get perfect placement every time you're working with it. Now, one of the things that's really nice about this is it comes with what's called the U-foot. And the U-foot is the standard embroidery foot for this particular machine. But as an accessory, if you'd like to add a laser point precision guide, you can actually upgrade to a U+ foot, and that U+ foot will give you that laser point. So when you use the laser point in conjunction with your 9-point placement, there's nothing that you can't get placed perfectly fine every single time. One of the other accessories that you can get for this, we introduced this year as well, and that's going to be our 5 by 7 magnetic frame. So even though this is a midline machine, we actually have a magnetic frame that's made for this. So this is 5 by 7. You get to use it. It's multiple magnets. So it's not just one magnetic top. It's actually 8 different magnets on the top. So it's a lot easier to remove the magnets and place the magnets. So this is a great addition. And anybody that's got one of the Baby Lock machines, this is a fun one to add to your stash. So this is just a beautiful machine. It runs like a champ. I've been sewing on it now for a little while, and I've been crazy impressed with it. Like Blaine said, I'm a multi-needle guy and top of the line guy, but this has been a fun little addition to my kind of group of machines, and I've had a lot of fun playing around with it. And the designs that are built in are just gorgeous. And what I really love is the fact that I can edit my fonts right here on my screen, because if you're familiar with the way that the product line goes up, as we go up our product line, we add more and more capabilities to it. And since this is really well placed right in the middle of that embroidery only lineup, it's just a charm to work with. So absolutely wonderful machine, not a big footprint either. So if you notice, this is sitting on the edge of my cutting table. So you can see it's not very large at all. So even though I've got that 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 foot embroiderable feel, the footprint is really small in and of itself. And if I wanted to store this, I can take the embroidery unit off just by turning the machine off. There's a simple release on the bottom, and then I can cover my machine and store it. So even if you don't have a lot of workspace in your area to be able to embroider, this will fit your needs pretty well. It does have needle up, needle down. It also has a presser foot up and down. So you can go in and do things like get point placement by using your needle down. So lots of different options for perfect placement as well. So I love this machine, Blaine. And have you played with it much? I think it's a great one for sure. I think Blaine's walked away.
Hey, Mike, I'm telling you, this is a great machine. And, you know, it has been so popular for us as well. Anytime Baby Lock comes out with a new machine, as you know, people just go nuts over them. And this thing is no exception. We have blown these out. We had about 25 of, we've been trying to get 25 of machines to start the day out. Kyle, where are we at right now on this? Got 8 left, guys. We have 8 of these left. So if you've been wanting one of these machines, now's the time to get it, Mike. I'm telling you, this thing is a great machine. Mike, what is your favorite feature of this machine?
I love the fact that we can add that U+ foot, because I'm a big stickler for making sure that when I'm going to stitch that I don't waste fabric. Because I don't know about a lot of our viewers, but I'm one of those people that I use every single last scrap of my fabric because I'm just a fabric hoarder to begin with. So I kind of have to justify my fabric hoard by making sure I use all of it. So being able to take and use that 9-point placement in combination with that U+ foot, I know that I'm going to not waste any of my fabric. I'm going to get perfect stitch outs every single time. And the nice thing about this is it's a fast machine. It has an embroidery speed of 1,000 stitches per minute as well. Now, anybody who's embroidered knows that very rarely do our machines go all the way up to the full speed of embroidery, unless we're doing something just like a fill that's just straight back and forth, but it still cooks along pretty quick. I've done some designs on this that honestly I've just walked away from, and when I come back, it's already done. I didn't expect it to be done. It's already done, and it looks beautiful. This machine also has thread cuts for the jump. So if you are going through, if you're at a kind of an entry-level machine, a lot of times we won't have in-between thread cuts. So you'll wind up with these jumps. You have to go back and trim. But on this, you don't have to do that. It automatically trims those jumps for you. So whenever you're changing, when you're using one solid color and you're moving from one area of the design to the next, the machine will actually cut those jump stitches for you. So that is a plus too, because in the end, that means that's less time to clean it up, right? It's just kind of ready to go as soon as you get through with the design. So I just love it. I think 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 is also a great embroiderable field size, because it gives you a lot of real estate. People don't realize how big 6 by 10 is, but once you start embroidering, you really can get some big things on it. Now, I will tell you one little feature that I haven't mentioned yet that I absolutely love about this machine is that this machine is Wi-Fi enabled. What does that mean? That means that if you actually want to use your computer in conjunction with your machine, you can do that. Once you actually connect this to your local Wi-Fi network, you can use the free design database transfer program that's downloadable from the babylock.com website, and you can actually catalog and inventory all of your designs on your laptop, then use design database transfer program to wirelessly transfer your designs directly to your machine here. So you no more looking for USBs, no more looking for any kind of cables to run between your machine and your computer. All you have to do is get that free program, the design database transfer program, and it will let you work wirelessly with your machine. Now, if your customer has Palette also works wirelessly with it. So either way, you can use design database transfer, which is free, or you can use Palette 11, which is a purchase digitizing program. Both of those work well. The other thing that the Wi-Fi allows you to do is that when there is an update available for this machine, it actually tells you on the machine. So no more worrying about whether or not you have the latest software update for your machine, because of course our updates are free for the life of the machine. So as soon as an update's available, it'll tell your machine and it'll walk you through the process of updating your machine, which is super easy as well. So lots of great features for that, for such a compact machine for sure.
Hey, Mike, real quickly, can you explain the trial, the 60-day trial of the Love and Knowledge that they have? I know they've changed the name from Love and Knowledge now.
It's called SewEd, SewEd Classes Online. So SewEd is a catalog of tutorials and instructional videos that are made by all of us at BabyLock. So you'll see a lot of familiar faces. You'll see me, you'll see Patty Marty, you'll see Denise, who I know was just on here. You'll see a lot of our educators. And we go in and they're anywhere from 15 minutes to some of them are almost an hour long. And with the purchase of the machine, you get 60 days free for access to that library of videos. And even if they decide not to do the subscription, if you decide to do the subscription, of course, you can get subscriptions for yearly amounts. You just talk to SewingMachine Plus and they can hook you up with that. Or if you just use the 60 days to get to know your machine, because every machine that we do a what's called a get to know video series, and it'll walk you through how to use that machine and how to take advantage of those features. Plus, we're also everywhere on social media. As you know, Blaine, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. If you can think of a platform, we're on it. I think we're even on Pinterest, and we're doing training and education all the time on these machines. So, and almost all, not all of our educators, but a good portion of our educators have Facebook groups where they do Facebook Lives on a weekly basis to teach you all about your machines as well. So with the purchase of the machine, you do get 60-day access for free. And then after that, if you'd like to subscribe to it, you can. But for those of you who don't want to subscribe, keep in mind, some of those are actually free without a subscription. So once you get your 60 days, if there's things like webinars or stuff like that that you'd like to watch, those are usually free. So all you have to do is put them in your shopping cart and check out, and it won't charge you anything. So there's a great amount of instruction out there that you can go out and look at and really take advantage of all the features of your machines for sure. So it's a great resource.
Well, thanks, Mike, for that explanation. I know that everybody loves that, feature they get for free, and then they can always do the subscription to it. But guys, hey, let's go and tell everybody exactly how they can get this. Hey, this is that BabyLock Flare. This is a brand new release from BabyLock that came out. It is $19.99. We started the show out at $25. Kyle, where are we at on that? We got 8 of them left, guys. So you don't want to delay. If you've been wanting one of these machines, the normal price on this is $19.99. Free shipping to your door, but we have a call-in special. Give us a call right now, and we are going to give you a show special price on this. Hey, 800-401-8151, or you can go to our website, just type in the flare, and it'll take you right to that product page. You can read all about the great features of this machine. And you can also talk to our live chat agents. They can help take your order. But we have financing available, free shipping, across the nation, and we got that special price. And again, Mike talked about all the great features of this machine, but this has that large embroidery field of a 6 1/4 by 10 1/4. So guys, you can do backs of jackets. This thing is a great machine, and this is that in single needle embroidery only machine. And man, I tell you what, Baby Lock has knocked a home run with this machine. We love this machine, and I know Mike does. And I want to, thank Mike again for coming on the show. Mike is, as usual, always fantastic. And hey, guys, Mike will be, I think he's on again. I can't remember if he's on again on this show or not, but I know, is he doing the Alliance? Kyle, can you remember? I can't remember, but I know if y'all want to see Mike again, he will definitely be on our Countdown to Christmas show. He'll be on there he's December the 17th or the 13th through the 17th. Mike will be on the show for sure. I think doing 2 machines, and he'll have a little bit more time because those sessions are 30 minutes each. But anyway, so he is. So Mike is on later today. So come back again. Make sure you check Mike out. He'll be on, I think, at noon Pacific time. He's going to be talking all about that one needle Alliance embroidery machine. And again, you don't want to miss that as well. So guys, hey, we're going to move right on along. Again, if you want one of these machines that don't delay today, jump on it because we are selling out probably all the machines that are on the special today. Again, I know this machine we sold a ton of them already, and the count's going down. And also you can go to our website and you pull it up on that product page, and it'll actually tell you how many we have left once it starts getting down low. And I think Kyle just said there's 4 left. 4 left. So guys, you don't want to delay, get on that. So guys, we're going to move right on along. And hey, coming up next, hey, we have a presenter. Her name is Carrie Philpott. Carrie is going to talk all about the Viking Brilliance 80 today. And, Carrie started designing and making her own clothes when she was 14 years old. And this passion extended into an international journey that has embraced every aspect of the textile and garment industry. She received, certification and training from some of the celebrities like Sue Houseman, Martha Pullen, Alex Anderson, and Connie Crawford. And we're so excited to have Carrie on our show today. So welcome, Carrie.
Hi, how you doing, Blaine? It's a real honor to be here with you today.
It is our honor for you to be on our show and talk all about this great machine. And, this Viking Brilliance 80, again, we talk about, these top-of-the-line machines, but this one, is a top-of-the-line machine that has built-in features that almost any machine out there has. Yes. that they consider the top of the line. So we're super excited to have this on the show today. We're super excited to have you here to talk all about it.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And you really hit it with the point there that's one of the strongest, and that is that the Husqvarna Viking Brilliance 80 designer machine that's designed and engineered actually in Sweden is so many top-of-the-line features in a much more compact machine. But by saying it's compact, it doesn't mean that it is anything other than large enough to be able to take on projects of king-size quilts, camel hair coats, big handbags, whatever your passion is. This beautiful Husqvarna Viking Designer Brilliance 80 can handle that project. So I wanted to talk about a few of its physical features starting off, in that it is a 10-inch workspace area and that it is a 5.5-inch tall. That's why you can get some of these larger projects in this machine, as well as smaller ones, because we like to be able to do everything, don't we, in our creative. It has beautiful LED lighting on both sides of the needle. I find that to be something that I find very useful, especially since my eyes aren't as young as they were when I first started sewing and creating. We have 29 different needle positions. That means that if you're a quilter and you're going to miss that point just by a thread or two, you don't have to move the whole quilt, especially if it's one of those larger ones. You can move the needle just a space or two and hit that point perfectly. It's one of those little features that many people don't necessarily think about when you have 29 different needle positions. Now, this machine also, of course, has your built-in needle threader. You have your built-in scissors, your stop start, your needle up, needle down. All of those features are here, but it has even more because this machine has our exclusive deluxe stitch system. Now, what is a deluxe stitch system? Well, when you are doing beautiful decorative stitches, and by the way, this machine has, let's see, 550 different built-in stitches that you can do, it means that not all of these stitches are going to use the same amount of thread. And with a traditional tension system, you get 18 inches of thread, whether you are doing a satin stitch or whether you are doing one of your open decorative stitches. Well, with the deluxe stitch system and the computer on this machine, what it does is it will measure out the perfect amount of thread that is needed. So if it only needs 10 inches, it feeds 10 inches. If it needs 24 inches, it feeds 24. That's an exclusive to the Husqvarna Viking sewing machines. For me, when I'm doing my decorative stitches, which I love to do, that's a game changer. It also has exclusive stitches that we have. I love the fact that we have a whole assortment of different buttonholes that you can do, and you can program them to do them one after the other so that they turn out perfectly every single time. You also have pop-up stitches. These are exclusive to the Husqvarna Viking sewing machines. One of my favorite, though, are the built-in applique stitches. And as you can see, I have done these not just with cotton, not just with glitter flex, but these shiny ones, those are an old Mylar balloon. With this machine, you have the ability to do anything you think of. The only limit is your creativity in your mind. Now, how many of us like sequins? Because we all like a little bling, don't we? These are fun stitches that are built into the machine. As you can see here on my shirt, I have done this just around the neckline. So I've taken an ordinary t-shirt from ordinary to extraordinary. Now, we don't always just sew on cotton, do we? No, we want to be able to have the ability to sew through just about anything. So let's look at a jeans hem, because we all wear jeans periodically, don't we? We have the lump. And I love the fact that on this machine, you can sew over the lump with exact same stitch length all the way around. And that's because we have an exclusive sensor system built into this machine. That means that when it is sewing along, when it finds that lump, it automatically adjusts the height of the foot so that it will go over that lump perfectly every time. And now let's talk about power, because this is 13 layers of Levi 501 denim, and it's sewed through this with just an actual universal needle. I didn't even use a sharp tipped needle to be able to go through 13 layers. When we are sewing vinyl, when we're doing cork, when we're doing denim, we want to make sure we have a machine that's going to have the power to pierce through this without any issues. But then again, we also like to do gossamer light. And this is an example. That was the wrong side, actually. Looked pretty good for the wrong side, didn't it? This is silk organza, and how beautiful all of these stitches look. Because if it can go from this light to that heavy, we can sew anything we want to with this machine. Now, that brings us to the Joyous Advisor. Another exclusive feature on this machine. With the Joyous Advisor, what you can do is you can tell it what kind of fabric you're going to be sewing on. And then you can select the technique that you're going to be doing. So let's just take an example and go to vinyl. Because we do sew vinyl every once in a while, don't we? And in the techniques, it goes from collars to sewing techniques to pockets. But let's just take a look at zippers, because I can never remember what kind of a zipper to put into vinyl because it's something that I just don't sew with all the time. Here we have the recommendation for what kind of zipper will work best in vinyl. And when I touch that button, it comes up and tells us what foot to use, what needle to use, the selection of stitches. It's adjusted our tension, and it has that already. But there's more. Down here at the bottom, we have complete instructions built in to the machine on how to install that zipper. Sometimes, though, we like to see pictures because we're visual people as sewers. We have built-in videos that we can watch on how to do that technique. There are over 100 different built-in videos in this machine to illustrate different sewing, crafting, quilting, and embroidery techniques. I find that really exciting because that way I'm not always having to look, where's the user's guide? How do I do this? Well, we do have a user's guide that is built into this machine. And let's just get out of this screen and come back to our home screen, where you can see we have the user's guide built right in so you can look these things up. I've talked a lot about the sewing. We also have a special quilting section with different methods where it talks about piecing, applique, other different quilting techniques, but this is an embroidery machine. And it is a fabulous embroidery machine because it does 1,000 stitches a minute when it's going full speed. It comes with 3 standard size hoops, but this machine will also do our grand hoop, which is 14 by 14. And so that really gives us the ability to do large projects easily and with great design capacity, because sometimes it's bigger is better, isn't it? But it will also do tiny little hoop socks where you can do those little baby socks or onesies with an 80 by 80 hoop that is available for this machine. When you go into embroidery, you once again have your basic techniques that are here. It has, with just a touch of the button here though, over 565 built-in designs in all different specialty techniques. But it's so easy to program this machine. So say you wanted to do some shaping work. All you do is you touch the little star, you select what shape you want to do, and I'm going to put that away. And then you can go into your decorative stitches, because all of our decorative stitches, all 550 of them, can be brought into embroidery and made into embroidery designs. So let's just take a leaf to put around this. And you can see it's coming in here. You select how many you want. We'll put in 50 just because we can, and that's too many. So we can go back very quickly and change it to 25. And now we have a beautiful outlined design. Now, when you do that with circles and different ones, you can just change the size of the circle, and so that it is perfectly doing this radiant around to make, like in this case, a ring bearer pillow. And oh, by the way, all of this lace, I made it in this embroidery machine as well. Fun to be able to think that all of this creativity is just at your fingertips. Now, here is a reversible little placemat that I made using that same technique. But of course, wait, there's more. I want to just click on this, and what I want to do is get back to the home screen so that I can have a clear palette, so I can show you how you can create your own appliques. because appliques are fun to make as well, aren't they? So we touch the applique button. Once again, we can select a shape. And then we can decide what kind of an outline do we want. Do we want a satin stitch? Do we want something that's a little bit more textured? And it is all set to be able to create an applique. And here's one that I did the other day where I used glitter flex with the star. And then what I did was I went in and I added our fonts, because we have a great number of built-in fonts in a multitude of sizes. So we can select that. The keyboard comes up, type in a name. We can then decide, oh, I want to have it curve over the top. And then we can just easily move that and set that right on top, just like that. And that's how I did the lettering that I have going around this applique. Along with all this though, we have the MySewNet connectivity, because this machine is completely Wi-Fi capable. And that means that when we have updates for the machine, they get beamed straight down into the machine. But the MySewNet is our cloud, is our way of having software available to enhance your creativity. There are 5 different packages that you can get for creating your own designs or enhancing your own designs, but it also connects to the 3 free downloadable apps that you can use. And that gives you the ability to do single color photographs that you can turn on the fly into embroidery designs. It has the ability to do all of these different techniques for free, always on these apps, and access to the MySewNet library, which has over 7,000 designs that you can download. So many of these are just features of this machine. There are so many more. I love the fact that this machine is something that is portable and easy to use and has all those top of the line features, but yet is a little bit more compact. So that's the Brilliance Designer 80 by Husqvarna Viking. I hope that you enjoy seeing a machine like this, because I absolutely love being able to create with it. So what do you think, Blaine? Is this a machine that you'd like to have?
Well, hey, Carrie, I tell you what, that machine is awesome. And you did such a
Yes.
good job explaining it. And, you know, this is a great buy. These are factory reservice machines. You can't get them anymore. These are the only ones you're going to be able to get is from Sewing Machines Plus. And we started out with 25. Kyle just informed me we had 18 left. So, guys, these things are going pretty good. Hey, and the price on it, unbelievable price. This is a $12,999 machine. We have it on regular price of $49.99. But Carrie, we're going to beat that price. If you give us a call right now, you're going to get a better price, call-in special, and we have that free bonus kit that comes with it as well. And so great, great package for you today. And that bonus kit, you're getting that rolling tote bag to carry it in, and then you're getting MySewNet software to come with that. And again, guys, this is, if you compare this Designer Brilliance 80 to the top-of-the-line Viking machines, this has every feature, all those new top-of-the-line machines that you're going to pay $12,000 to $14,000 for. This one, $49.99. We're going to beat that price right now. Give us a call at 800-401-8151, and you're going to get that free bonus kit as well with it, that rolling tote bag and MySewNet software. And I think Joanne just said that is amazing. It sure is, Joanne. If you are a Viking fan, I'm telling you, this is the best price we've ever have and probably ever will have on this type of machine. Guys, what a great, great Cyber Monday special on this. $49.99 for a factory reservice Brilliance 80. And we're actually going to beat that price, but you have to call in to get that special price, or go to our website, type in Brilliance 80 in that search bar, and you'll be able to see that all the different features it has on it. And then you can talk to one of our live chat agents as well, and they can take your order and tell you what that price is. But you're going to get that free bonus kit, free shipping, And we also have financing available. We have special financing available today on that machine as well. And I'm telling you, it is, if you've been wanting one of those top-of-the-line machines and been dreaming of one like that and didn't want to pay that $12,000 to $15,000, this is the machine you want, because I'm telling you, this is the best price of the year on this. And Kyle, we started out with 25. We're already down to 18, and they're going to move, guys. I promise you, this machine is going to move fast. The last time we had this on our show, we had 20 of them, and they sold out in 30 minutes. So you don't want to delay. And I think this is our last 25 in the country that we got. You probably won't be able to find this machine after today. And so again, if you've been interested in one of these, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Guys, we know the phone lines are extremely busy. Just be patient. Leave us a voicemail. They are checking the voicemail every 15 minutes. We'll give you a call back. We know the phones are extremely busy. You can also go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We have a live chat agents standing by as well that can answer questions for you and take your order. So make sure, excuse me, that you go to one of those two places. So guys, we're moving right on along, and coming up next, hey, is my buddy out in North Carolina, Brent Taylor. He is the owner of Durkee Hoops. And, back in 2009, Brent and his wife, Suzanne, they purchased Durkee Hoops. And I'm telling you, ever since he bought that company, it has taken off. They have expanded. He is such an innovator. He comes out with new products constantly. And just, I think it was a week or so ago, we had a world premiere of one of his products. We're going to talk about it again today. So welcome to the show, Brent Taylor.
Welcome to the show. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Blaine. Do me a favor, if you will, please. We're having some audio issues. Would you just wave at me if you're hearing me okay?
I hear you loud and clear.
Wave at
Hopefully
me
you
if
can hear me.
Okay, good deal. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you, but if you can hear me, then that means the audience can hear me. So good morning to everyone. Thanks for checking in with us. We're delighted to be with you, and super happy Cyber Monday. So let's get to it and have some fun. Today, we're going to focus on a specific machine type, and that's what you know me, MB4 and MB7. So a multi-needle machine, 4-needle, 7-needle Janome machines. And the reason we want to do that is because we have some super special packages put together for you. And if I know Blaine Austin, as I think I know Blaine Austin, I promise you, if you call in, there's going to be some super incredible deals that he's going to be offering you today on these packages. You know, the thought occurred to me, what if you bought a brand new car? What if you went to a dealership and you negotiated your deal, you spent thousands of dollars for a new car, you got that car and you're so excited to go get on the interstate and run down the interstate, but as soon as you get on the interstate and you mash on the accelerator, your vehicle will only do 45 miles an hour. And the speed limit is 65. And you say, what's going on? And you find out later on that the dealership has put a limiter on your car that limits it to only doing 45 miles an hour. Well, you would certainly want to get that fixed, wouldn't you? Well, the analogy may be a little slippery, but follow with me. You see, some of the greatest engineers and designers in the world have created your embroidery machine. And I mean, these people are smart, super smart people. But the one thing they cannot do is they cannot read your mind. So they give you a machine that is capable of doing infinite types of projects. But they send you home with that machine with just 3 hoops. You can only work with 3 different sizes of projects, basically, or use too much stabilizer. Well, you know exactly what I'm saying. Or you have to rip seams to be able to stitch a pant leg, just as an example. Well, that's because, again, they can't read your mind. But here's the good news. The good news is you got a great machine. You got a machine capable of doing an enormous amount of projects. So what we're going to talk about today is taking the limits off your machine, expanding the horizons, and adding some products to that machine that will allow you to do infinitely more jobs than you can do with the hoops that came with your machine. Now, the 3 products that each of these packages are going to have in common is a traditional plastic hoop that's going to look substantially different, perhaps, than the hoops that came with your machine. For example, all Durkee hoops are double height. If you were to lay this on a table next to your machine, what that means is this area is literally twice as tall. Why would we do that? The reason we would do that is very simple. If the object of the exercise is to hold great equal tension on your fabric, what better way to do that than to create more surface area to hold on to? Number 2, you're going to notice that with the larger frames, we have a substantially larger, 3/4 inch diameter. 3/4 inch diameter. Now, the 3/4 inch diameter is thumb screw. It's a large knurled screw, so it's easy on your hands. If you're getting up in years like I am and you got carpal tunnel syndrome or arthritis, this makes it much easier to tighten and loosen those screws. Now, why would we include these with our packages? Very simple. If you're wanting to use conventional backing and do some projects that require hooping some heavy, stiff products, this is the hoop for you. And you'll find in the packages we're going to show you in just a minute, you have a variety of sizes. So plastic hoops are going to be in every one of the packages. Secondly, our cap frame, which is by far one of the most popular products we've ever come out with. This product allows you to stitch on your multi-needle machine by putting a hoop on the machine, and it's the same thing as sewing left or right chest embroidery. Just slip the hoop on the machine, the cap goes inside the bill clamp, sticky backing or self-adhesive backing is holding it down, and you get to stitch. It's as simple as that. Now, check this out. Not only can you stitch the front of the cap, and by the way, that's 26,000 stitches that you're looking at in this cap. You can stitch the front and you can stitch the back. Now, if you want to get a little more sophisticated, you can stitch the front of the cap, you can stitch the back of the cap, and with our third product category that's going to be part of this set, with our easy frames, you can even stitch the sides of the cap. So the projects, what do you want to do? Something big, something small, something in between? You need a hoop or a system that allows you to hoop whatever project that you want to do. Now, just to give an example of the cap frame, if you want to do visors, sure you can do visors. If you wanted to do bucket hats, can you do bucket hats? Absolutely. So all of these projects are available with the hoops that come with the system that we're showing you today. 3 different packages, package A, package B, and package C. And Blaine, I'm going to be real quick and to the point. I'm not going to go through in detail every single frame or hoop, but I'm just going to give you an idea. Package A, which you're looking at right over here, includes our easy frames, and we call it our Kickstart combo with 4 different sizes of easy frames, okay? All of those easy frames in the blue adapter arm, the cap frame, and 3 different sizes of the traditional hoops. Now, I will tell you that the hoop I showed you a moment ago, we did not name this. This is in commercial world, this is called a 5x9 hoop, or 12.5 centimeter by 24 centimeter. Now, when you're talking about commercial hoops, which these are, we're not talking about sewing field. This is 5x9. So does that mean the sewing field is 5x9? No, that's the actual inside dimension. Our customers named this hoop. We didn't name it, they did. They call this the onesie hoop. So if baby onesies is something that you like to do, or smaller projects, great hoop for that type of project. The most popular hoop, the most popular size hoop that we sell for the Janome MB4 in the league all by itself is this one. This is our 24 centimeter by 24 centimeter, or in commercial terms, 9x9 hoop, which gives you an 8-inch sewing field top to bottom and left to right, okay? So those are 2 of our most popular hoops, and they come with our basic package A. Package B, if you want to explore more opportunities with your machine and expand your horizon just a little bit, I'm going to step aside here to show you package B. Package B includes the easy frames with the embroidery arm. It includes the cap frame and 5 different traditional hoops. Now with this one, you get several more sizes of easy frames, okay? So what we're doing with each package is we're enlarging that opportunity. So finally with package C again has the easy frames, and you can see a multitude of sizes. In fact, there's a grand total of 14 different frames here that come in the package. And with that, you're going to get all of these tubular or plastic hoops, the cap frame, and all of the easy frames. So I've tried to stay within the time frame, Blaine. I hope I've done this successfully. And if you have any questions, please write in and let us know. Now, obviously, budget at this time of year is a serious subject for a lot of people. So there's 2 things to think about here. First of all, I know Blaine has some incredible financing available that allows you to own any one of these packages for just a few dollars per month. Beyond that, are all of these packages available for your Janome MB4 and MB7 as individual items? Absolutely. And all you have to do is go to Sewing Machine Plus. You can buy any one of the items. But back to the car analogy, if you tried to go to the parts counter, if you had the ability to build a car yourself, if you went to the parts counter in a car department or parts department in an automobile dealership and you bought every part it takes to build that car, if you've ever been there, you know what I'm talking about. A car that would sell for $30,000 would cost you $150,000 or $200,000 just for the parts, if you were buying the parts one at a time. It's when you bring everything together and put it in a package that all of the resources come together at one time and it makes it more affordable. So do as you will. Hope you enjoy the products. We love making them for you. And as with everything we do, our products are warranted for life. So if you ever have a problem with any of our products, as Blaine can attest, it happens very rarely, but when it does, I don't even ask questions. We just send you a new one, okay? So Blaine, with that, back to you, my friend, and happy Cyber Monday.
Well, hey, thanks, Brent. And I don't know if you can hear me or not, but again, hey, these are great, great packages. And, you know, one of the things, guys, this is a brand new world premiere that Brent just came out with. There's 3 different packages, and it's for that Janome MB4, MB7 embroidery machines. But guess what? We have a show special on every Durkee frame that's on our website today. So go to our website, look up Durkee Hoops in the search bar. It's going to take you right to those pages. And again, we have a show special on every single one. So if you have any machine out there, whether it's a Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Janome, we have a hoop for you. And these special prices, I'm going to show you a little bit about this package that Brent just came out with. And he's right. If you had to buy all these individually, you're going to spend a lot more money than this. But this is the package A that is for that it's the cap and easy frame frame package for the MB4, MB7. As you can see right there, it's going to come with those regular hoops that you see to the left of the screen. It's a 12 centimeter and 18 centimeter, and then you're getting that square 24 by 24 centimeter that's coming with it. You're also getting that adapter arm and the blue adapter arm you see at the top. And then you're getting those easy frames. You're getting that 2-inch by 4-inch. You're getting that 5-inch by 4-inch, a 7-inch by 5-inch, and an 8-inch by 8-inch. So you're getting all those frames with that, guys. I can't stress it enough. And you're getting, if you see the blue down at the bottom, you're getting that cap frame. And that cap frame is going to let you embroidery all the caps you want to. And, you know, he talked about doing it on the side, doing it on the back. That's going to enable you to do a lot of cool things with this set. Package B is it's going to fit the same machines, but it just is more. So you look at all the different hoops you're getting here, and again, you're getting that cap frame you see at the bottom, the blue. You're getting the regular hoops on the left. You're getting that 12 centimeter, 12.5 by 24 centimeter, that 15 centimeter. Those are all the round. You're getting the 18 centimeter round, and then you're getting that 24 by 24 centimeter square. Then your easy frames, you're getting that adapter arm. You see the blue adapter arm at the top of the screen. You're getting the 1.5 by 4-inch. You're getting the 2.5 by 4-inch. You're getting a 3-inch by 4-inch, a 3-inch by 8-inch, a 5-inch, 3-inch by 8.5-inch. You're getting that 5.8, then a 7 by 5 and an 8 by 8 in the radius frame. So you're getting all those different hoops with that. And then package C, you're seeing it right there. It's a normal price is $11.99 for this. Guys, we have financing available, and we have a call-in special for all the Durkee frames today. But package C, you can see how many of. There's 15 frames that come with this. And those regular frames you see, the hoop frames that you're getting right there, it's a 9 centimeter by 12 centimeter. You're getting the 12.5 by 24 centimeter square. You're getting the 15 centimeter round. You're getting a 15 by 15 centimeter square. You're getting an 18 centimeter round and a 24 by 24 centimeter square hoop, all with the regular hoops. And then the easy frames, you're getting that adapter arm you see up there. You're getting the 1.25 by 4-inch. You're getting the 2-inch by 4-inch. You're getting the 2.5 by 4-inch, a 3-inch by 4-inch, a 3 by 8-inch, a 4 by 4, a 5 by 4.5, and a 5 by 8, a 6 by 6, a 7 by 5, and a 7 by 7, and an 8 by 8. Plus, you're getting that cap frame you see down there. So, guys, what a great special. These are the 3 packages that Brent just released for the MB4, MB7 Janome machine. And guys, if you're wanting if you're doing a home-based business, this is the package you want for your machine. But hey, if these are not your machine, if you don't have a Janome machine and you have a Brother Baby Lock, if you have that Bernina out there, or just a regular, they call it, flatbed Janome machine, we have a ton of hoops that fit each and every one of those with some great packages. We have some great multi-needle Brother and Baby Lock packages available. Every Durkee frame on our site right now has a show special on it. You have to call in to get that special at 800-401-8151, or just go to the website, type in Durkee Hoops. You can look at all the different packages we have, and we have live chat agents that can answer any questions and take your order as well. And we also have some special financing on these big packages. So if you need that, we have it there. So great packages today on Durkee, and a great price, the best price of the year on Durkee if you're looking for that. So guys, we're still fast paced. And hey, guys, we have plenty of stock of Durkee, so don't worry about it. We have plenty of stock, but you have to call today if you want to get that special price, okay? So next up, man, we're going to keep going. We are rolling fast this morning. And hey, we have Alba Fedeke. She is here today, and we're super excited. Alba is a educator for Janome, and she joined Janome in April of 2007. She is their in-house educator. She is currently the dealer training specialist, and we have had Alba on our show many times. We love Alba. She is so thorough, and today we're going to be highlighting the Janome 14,000. This is one of the top-of-the-line Janome machines, and we have an incredible package and price for you today. So, Alba, welcome to the show.
Hi, Blaine. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited about the presentation today.
Hey, Alba, we're super excited to have you. We always love having you on the show, and you're so thorough with that. And I know you've got about 12 minutes on the, today, and I know that just even scratches the surface of this machine, because you could go for an hour on this thing. But I don't want you to talk about some of the great highlights and some of your favorite features, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. And even with my favorite features, there's just so much to talk about. So it's a good thing I'm from the East Coast, and I'll try and speak fast and give you the information that you need. So today I'm talking about the MemoryCraft 14,000. So the 14,000 is a top-end machine. It sews, it embroiders. It is just a dreamy machine. So what I want to go over with you are some of my key top features on it. And I'm going to try and show you all of the items. Now I'm going to have you bear with me. We're having a couple of technical difficulties, so hopefully I'm able to show this to you well. But I wanted to show you are the hoops and all of the accessories that come with this machine. So what I have here in front of me are the largest hoops on the table, and two that I've pinned up on the board behind me. And I have some notes typed up for me and as well as for you to look at. But what I love about this machine is that you get 4 hoops with the machine, which is unheard of at this price point and this phenomenal value. The largest of the hoops is 9.1 by 11.8, and the smallest of the hoops is that 3.9 by 1.6. We have a 5.5 by 5.5 hoop, as well as a 9.1 by 9.1 square. So I wanted to first show you those 4 hoops that come with the machine. And I know when you're buying an embroidery machine, if you have to buy hoops separately, they get really pricey. The machine has 350 built-in designs, embroidery designs, and 400 built-in stitches. And another thing that Janome is really known for is the package, just all the feet and all the accessories that you get with the machine. So I wanted to show you these on the table. And I wanted to point out the 2 that I will not live without. And those are the AccuFeed system feet. This is the built-in walking foot. Not only do you get 1, but you get 2. And what I love about our built-in walking foot is that the bottom plates are interchangeable. And with this machine, you get the standard and the 1/4-inch piecing, but you also get the narrow foot for miniature piecing, for bulkier items. And this narrow foot comes with a zipper foot attachment. Can you imagine doing all of those bag projects and being able to use a walking foot to add in your zipper? And no matter what type of sewing you do, you have a foot to get started with all of those projects. Whether you're a garment sewer, a quilter, a crafter, and everything in between, you are getting all of the accessories that you need. And look at this, an extra plate. And I am going to show you how beautifully that plate goes on the machine. So I'm just going to give Sam a moment. And I am going to lock out that machine for safety. Look at that beautiful extra high lift. And with a press of a button, my plate comes off and I could put another plate on. How easy, how simple. And all of our plates are censored, so the machine knows what stitches I can and can't do with that particular plate. So I'm going to change out that plate again just to give me full access to the machine. And I love how easy I am able to do that. But now I'm going to give you a really good wide look at the machine and go over some of the details of the machine. As I said, there are 400 built-in decorative stitches, and I love the fact that this is 11 inches from the needle all the way out to the arm of the machine. And look at all of that beautiful lighting, including this pull-out light. And when that pulls out, I love that I can adjust that. It's the silly little things that get me so excited. Now, this machine has a 9mm stitch width. So when I select those decorative stitches and I go to some of that beautiful stitching, you're going to notice how beautiful and how wide those stitches are. And I can go from 400 stitches a minute all the way to 1,000 stitches a minute. But the one thing that I really love with that 9mm stitching, not only is the fact that I get that beautiful wide stitching, but I have the ability to move my needle so minutely. And the machine has 91 needle positions. And I'm going to try and show that to you. So if you're looking at the needle, and I'm going to go to a straight stitch to show you that. Right now, I am in the center, and I am moving my needle all the way over to the right. And I can move that all the way to the left. And now each click you hear or beep is one needle position. And we have 91 needle positions. I absolutely love that for getting as precise as I need to be with my sewing and with all of my projects. And here on the machine is that built-in walking foot, that AccuFeed system. I started sewing, that foot dropped on its own. I have a thread cutter that cuts my needle and my bobbin thread. And when it's done, the foot raises for me. Just an incredible amount of features that you get that allow you to be your very best and really elevate all of your projects. I'm going to come to the screen. And right now I'm in sewing. I mentioned that this is a sewing and embroidery machine, and I'm going to show you just how quick and easy I could go from sewing into embroidery. I am going to open up my embroidery arm, and my embroidery arm is in the rear of the machine. and I am going to open that up. I just have something in my way, so bear with me. And I love the fact that that is in the back of the machine. It gives me room on the right and left-hand side of my machine for my hoops and just all of my stuff. But with just one touch of a button, it is going to switch from sewing into embroidery that easily. And this is my main home screen, where it's going to bring me to the 350 built-in designs, as well as all of my fonts and my 2 and 3 letter monograms. So you could see in my lettering alone, I have 3 pages. Here are my 2 and 3 letter monograms, but I love the border and normal sew. I get asked a lot, can I bring embroidery? Can I bring decorative stitches into embroidery? Well, you don't have to. They're already there. And Janome just thinks of everything to make things easier for you in both your sewing and in your embroidery. What I love again with this machine is the size of it. This is the same size as our top of the line machine. It's giving you those 4 hoops, all of the feet, the extra stitch plate. The package that you get with this machine is incredible. And I'm sure that Sewing Machine Plus is going to be letting you in on their package and their pricing. So I want you to reach out to them and make sure you're calling. And one thing, as silly as it is the instruction book. And it has our quick reference charts. Normally, when you get a new machine, it's always like, I need to do this, but I forgot what the icon looks like. So you're getting quick reference charts for sewing and embroidery so that you could easily find everything. And a spiral bound instruction book with nice large pictures. You're not squinting and going crazy to look for anything. So I really like that full package that you're getting. And I know this machine is going to make your every project that you're going to come up with so much easier to complete and just give you that professional result that you're wanting and expecting from your embroidery and sewing machine. I use this for a lot of bag making, for free motion quilting, for my quilt piecing. I have never put anything underneath the machine that it is not handled beautifully. So I am looking at the time because I don't want to run over. Are there any questions from anyone out there?
Well, hey, Alba, you're exactly right. We're right out of time, but hey, thank you so much for coming on our show, and thank you for presenting that great machine. And as always, I know we could talk about this machine and all the features for an hour, but unfortunately, we don't have that much time today. But again, thank you so much, and we're going to show everybody, Alba, how they can get this machine today, because Kyle just informed me they're selling out. We have 3 left. Is that right? Correct? 3. So there's 3 left of these guys, and again, this machine is one of those top of the line Janome machines, and they are going fast. Hey, this machine is a normal price. You're talking about a $12,000 machine. We have it for $69.99. But guys, we are going to beat that price. If you give us a call right now, we have a call-in special, and you look at the screen right there, you see all the accessories that come with this machine. It is a great sewing and embroidery machine with those huge hoops that come with it. So that's what's so awesome about it. But again, guys, we have it for $69.99. We're going to beat that price. We also have financing available. So if you're looking to finance, hey, we have great different financing options available. Free shipping nationwide. And also you can go to our website, type in the Janome 14,000. It'll take you to that product page. You can see all the great things that come with it and all the included accessories. It comes with a ton of stuff with this, tons of feet. And also, you have our live chat agents that are on our website that can answer questions and take your orders as well. But Penny, you are completely right. Penny Carter just said, hey, wonderful machine. It is a great machine. And y'all, that red color is absolutely beautiful in person. So if you've never seen one of these in person, trust me, this thing is a great looking machine. So the Janome, it's that Memory Craft 14,000 sewing and embroidery machine. Give us a call right now if you want to get one of these. All right, guys, so moving on. Well, our next up is one of my good buddies. We have Nathan Ersnoznik from the Grace Company, and we're super excited to have Nathan on the show. Y'all know Nathan. He's been on our shows many times, and today we're going to talk all about that 15 Pro, that Qnique 15 Pro. And guys, got to tell you a little bit about Nathan. Nathan acts as the Director of Sales and Marketing over at Grace, and I tell everybody he kind of wears all the hats. He is involved in customer service. He is involved in shipping. He's involved in everything. And what people don't know about Nathan, he's been in this industry for a long time. He is also an innovator. He has actually been instrumental in inventing a lot of the products that they sell. And I tell you what, we always love having Nathan on the show. So welcome to the show, Nathan.
Hey, thanks, Blaine. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks for having me on. So just really quick, I go ahead.
I was going to say, we always love having you on the show. And I know today we don't have a lot of time to talk about all the products, but man, we got some great things that we're going to show everybody with some great show specials. So I don't want to hold you up anymore. I want you to get going.
Hey, I appreciate that. A quick shout out back to your team. I always like to be a part of these when I can. And again, Blaine, just thanks from here, Nathan, from myself, and then from us here at Grace Company. It's been wonderful to be a part of all of the Sewing Machine Plus events and the activities. And I'm seeing a lot of people coming back. Someone who says, hi, Nathan, again, I'm going to be here a couple times today. But one of the things I just really want to quickly walk you through is I'm standing in front of a machine. And Blaine reached out to me, and one of the questions he asked is, Nathan, we have Cyber Monday. If there was a machine that you would show to the world, what would that machine be? Now, Grace Company, we do make several different machines. In fact, you'll see some awesome specials here towards the end of my quick segment if you're looking for something a little bit bigger. However, it is the 15-inch machine series. And right now with Sewing Machines Plus on their Cyber Monday deals, they have some of the best, they're going to be having the best prices you're going to find all year. So what I wanted to do, Blaine, is just take and share with all of you out there, all the quilters out there, a little bit of a glimpse on this machine, some key features, some functions, and some things to think about. I always like to ask, how many UFOs, unfinished quilts, do you have out there? Oftentimes, it might not be anything because you haven't started. If so, I'm going to recommend that you go buy one of those starter kits from SewingMachinesPlus.com and get one to go. But a lot of you have 3, 4, you'll have 5, 10. I've had somebody with multiple of their storage bins, 20, 30 plus. If that's you, one of the things we like to talk about is trying to make that quilting process easier. And what you're looking at here is this is our 15-inch machine. Let's go ahead and take a kind of a close-up here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but we're going to go back and forth. On this particular machine, you can see it actually has from the needle to the back, which is 15 inches. What this does is this actually allows you to finish more quilts in less time. And what you're looking at is a complete system. So you end up with a machine, a frame, and then therefore you're able to quilt most of the different size quilts that you have. And right now at this special price that Sewing Machines Plus has for the Cyber Mondays, we actually have a couple different of the frame combos that you can get at the same price. So right now, this is the 15 Pro. And if you'll notice on this frame, on this machine, it actually has a larger screen up here on the top. And this screen gives us access to multiple features. You'll notice we have these amazing handles, which we're going to talk about in just a minute. This is what we actually use to glide and move the machine over the surface of the fabric. And so if you thought about it, or if you've ever tried to finish a quilt on your domestic machine, put your hand up. I know you're in your home or you're maybe at work and you're watching this. And I know you've done that. And it has not been as easy as you thought. In fact, you probably done some straight lines. And you said, I've just straight lined. Some of you might have tried to do some stitching in the ditch around there. But there's a big challenge of pulling and puddling the quilt and holding that quilt, keeping it off of you, and then working through that through the throat of your machine. One of the things that we find is that there are a couple obstacles that come into play when somebody decides, hey, should I bring a mid-arm machine into my home? One of the first they think is, do I actually have space? Now, one of the awesome combos we have is the Q-Zone hoop frame, and that is coupled with this 15 Pro, and it actually allows you to do any size quilt. So not just a lap quilt, not something, if you look at this, where we have the fabric inside of it, but you can do queens and kings and even larger. Now, I'm not going to explain a lot on how the hoop frames work, but one of the easy ways to think about it is we start up on the top, and you're going to start in the corner, and then we actually unclip the fabric and we scoot and shift it across the fabric, across the frame, and reattach it. So we actually go through it in zones, and I call that zone quilting. And so we go across it from left to right, then we come down, and then we can go back from right to left, and we work our way through a quilt. And so you have an option. So if you thought, I don't have space, just know you do have space. It's going to take you about 5 feet from left to right. Some people want to know, well, how much space am I going to need to give up on something like this? Again, 5 feet. Front to back, the machine's going to take right around 4 feet. You can buy some optional casters if you feel like you would need to scoot it away from a wall or push it into a wall. And then you're going to need space for you to work in front of this. So that's something to be thinking about as you're using this. So let's keep here with this screen as we're looking at a couple key things with this machine is, again, so the space is one of those things that gets solved. Now we have two frames, the hoop frame, which can do up to a king size, but you are moving and managing your fabric. The frame I also have here that I'm demonstrating is the queen frame. Those are both on sale at the same price here with the Cyber Monday special with Sewing Machines Plus. So let's get into a couple things. First and foremost, again, is the fact that there is this easy motion that moves you across the surface of the fabric and across the frame. This process is free motion, and this eliminates the struggle and the stress and all of the challenge. We have this camera here. So all the challenges that we have with that you come up with normally when you're trying to push or pull or move the fabric through the throat of the machine. So that's really an important thing to be thinking about as you're using the system in the machine is you want this nice free motion as you move the machine around in front of you. One of the nice things on the hoop frame, again, is that this, let's go ahead and go to the close-up here, is you actually end up with 15 inches. So what you're dealing with is a lot more quiltable space. Now, I know you've seen some amazing machines today that are the domestics, the home. We just saw a great one here just a minute ago before I came on. They're great. They will give you right around 12 inches of space. This particular machine here will give us 15 inches. That 15 means that we can quilt a lot more at one time before we have to move the fabric or shift it. So this machine has these ergonomic handles, easy on-off buttons. I'm going to simply turn it on. And as we saw from one of the comments, we have stitch regulation. And what that means is as I speed up or as I slow down, this machine will actually help keep consistent stitches for me. So this is a really, you can see how light that is. It does not take a lot of motion, a lot of pushing and pulling. And so this is one of those things that when we're using it, if we can go back here, this is one of those things that you can adjust the height that works best for you. And this gives you a chance to be in front of this machine and be in the right space at the right height and at the right posture for hours of quilting. So really quick, going back to a couple other things as we look at this, we're going to take another close-up look on the side here. Let me bring this into camera. One of the things you'll notice is that we have the thread spool holder here in the back. This goes up to the tower. We actually have a second thread spool holder on the other side. So if you're going to change colors, this one also has a built-in high-speed bobbin winder. This high-speed bobbin winder is a little bit unique. You're not going to find this actually on most of the mid or professional long arm machines. So we've included this as part of the system because what we found as we've gone through and as you're going from your domestic machines to a mid-arm machine like this is there's a lot of familiarity. We didn't want you to have to relearn how to do everything, do something that feels different or feels somewhat awkward. And so by having that bobbin winder on there, it makes it very easy to access. It is independent, so you can wind bobbins when you want, and you can quilt when you want. One of the other nice things we have specifically about the Pro, again, as I mentioned earlier, is we do have this touch screen. Why would that be important? One is we like to touch everything today anyway. Two is you actually can set personal preferences. So with the personal preferences, let's just stay on this camera here, please. The personal preferences that we have is it allows you to choose either stitch regulated, what we call precise. And so when the machine's on, the machine will not stitch unless you stitch. Then you also have cruise, and the cruise gives us a chance to set a minimum speed. And then the other thing we also have is manual and basting. So those are some different options that are really great to use. And so those are really nice to be able to get access to. The Pro machine also has a higher stitching speed. It actually also runs, it's a little bit more precise, and it has a few other settings like our needle stop and our needle finishing position and a jog function that are also part of the system as well. So we really love what this frame brings. I'm going to go ahead and kind of get back onto this for a second, let you see how easy the skin moves. And what I would like to do here quickly is I want to bring Blaine back on for just a minute. Oh, my quilting is so beautiful. I wish you could see all my wonderful quilting that I'm doing. All right. Just kidding. We'll go ahead and finish there for just a minute. I think we have a few more minutes here to work through a few details. But Blaine, I know, and just so you know, this is one of our most popular selling machines. This is the most popular selling combination, is a machine like this 15 Pro with one of the hoop frames. And right now, Blaine, I know that there's some special Cyber Monday event things going on that you guys have that make it even a harder thing to pass up on right now, right?
You're right, Nathan. And you know, we're also, not only do we have a special on the 15 Pro, but we have one on the 15R, we have it on the Qnique 19 and the Qnique 21. So we have a machine for anybody's needs. All they have to do is give us a call at 800-401-8151. They can help you with each machine you want, or the frame combination. But Nathan, I tell you what, the 15 Pro, as you know, has been one of our most popular machines since it came out. And we love that machine. I know we're going to have Nathan back on the show again, guys, but hey, if y'all want to get that purchase, hey, make sure you give us a call at 800-401-8151. I think Kyle's going to put that overlay on the screen right there. You can see that 15 Pro right there. And guys, again, can't stress to you enough about these machines. This is $46.95 is the normal price on this. We are going to we have a call-in special on that. You're going to get also that free luminous light bar. We're going to throw that in absolutely free with it. And we're also going to ship it free anywhere in the United States you live. We're going to ship it free to you. And again, guys, we have special financing available. And with this, we have the 15R. We have the 15 Pro that you're seeing right now. We also have the Qnique 19 and that Qnique 21. So basically, any machine that you're looking for from Grace, we have it on show special today. And again, it's that Cyber Monday, great prices. And guys, if y'all been looking for to get into quilting, this is the perfect way to get into it with that 15 Pro. We love this machine. This is the best-selling quilting machine that we sell. The numbers is unbelievable how many we sell these, and Nathan can attest to that because they know how many we order this. But again, you're getting that light bar. You're getting a frame combination. They can help you out on any kind of frame combination with that. And so give them a call at 800-401-8151. Up in our search bar on our website, you can just type in Qnique 15 Pro. It'll take you right to the product page. You can see all the great features of this machine, along with that 5-year warranty that comes on there. And our live chat agents can help you, answer any questions you may have as well on that. But again, hey, we want to, big shout out to Nathan for coming on our show today. We surely do appreciate him. And Nathan will be back on the show a little later. But hey, guys, it's time to move on. We are going to one of my favorite products, and actually one of my favorite presenters. We have Eileen Roach from Designs in Machine Embroidery coming up, which better known as Dime. She's coming up next, and we're going to talk all about that weightless quilter. And we've had this on the show, guys, many times, and we have sold hundreds of these things on the show because Eileen does such a good job of showing this product. And, Eileen, I can't say enough about her, guys. She is co-owner of Dime. She also is a very great innovator of products. And, she just kind of says it best. She says she finds a need that when she's sewing or quilting or whatever, she finds that need. She tries to invent something to make it easier on her. But we cannot wait to get her on the show. So welcome to the show, Eileen.
Hello, Blaine. Happy Cyber Monday. How are you?
Man, we are fantastic, Eileen. We cannot wait to see this weightless quilter. And as you know, I'm a huge fan of this machine, and I love watching you do the demonstrations on it. And I know this has been a big popular, product for us for a long time. And, I think the last time we had it on the show, you remember I think you had me 100 on reserve, and I think we exceeded that by an extra 100 we had to beg for.
And, we got in a lot of, trouble pretty much with inventory at that time because, oh my goodness, we were out of stock pretty quick. You did such a great job selling it. But today we have plenty in stock. We really ramped up just for you, Blaine, because we know Sewing Machines Plus and the Weightless Quilter is a great partnership.
Hey, and we cannot wait. We have a great Cyber Monday special on it, free shipping. So if they've been wanting one of these, now's the time to get it. But I'm going to let you tell everybody why they need one of these.
Yeah, well, Nathan just showed how to do free motion quilting when you're moving the machine. Well, the weightless quilter handles the job for both free motion quilters and machine embroiderers because it holds the quilt while the hoop or the quilter moves the quilt. So let's take a look. Let's go over to the machine cam, and I'll get my machine rolling. And the machine cam will show us exactly what's happening with the machine. So as you can see, I have a monster hoop, a snap hoop monster attached to my quilt, and that's on my machine. But holding the quilt is the weightless quilter. You see the two poles in the back, and there's another one here in the foreground. And what it's doing is lifting the quilt above the bed of the machine, because what the trouble that happens with quilting with your embroidery machine is when the quilt drags the hoop. And as long as you lift that weight above the machine bed and keep it above the bed as the machine does the work, then you don't have to worry about any quilt drag. And for free motion quilters, it's the same thing. You're wrestling with the quilt. Well, the weightless quilter allows you to just focus on the machine. Just focus on the stitches, and you just leave all that heavy weight, all that heavy work to the weightless quilter. And it's a floor frame, so it is actually sitting on my floor, and these flex poles extend behind the machine and in front, and they're flexing as this machine is stitching. You can see how it's kind of bending, right? It has some flexibility so that it doesn't fight the quilt. You don't want a taut, tight hold on the quilt. You just, like you were holding it on a clothesline. It just gently is held above the bed of the machine. And the whole frame literally moves as that pantograph moves. You would have the same experience with free motion quilting. And then as I work on the quilt, I reposition the clamps. I just open up this clamp and reposition it into another area, as I advance across the quilt, up and down, right and left. Oh, I love this thing. It lets me finish quilts on my embroidery machine like I've never been able to do before. I can show you the parts that come with. So why don't we take a look at that overhead cam so you can see all of the parts that come in. I have like a little mini version. I guess we can take it over here so you can see. So this is what a corner bracket looks like. It just sits on the floor, and it has openings to receive the bars, the floor bars. And then it also has some holes here, and that's where our poles are added to hold in place. Now, of course, you wouldn't have these short poles. It comes with 8 poles, and 6 are 60 inches tall, and 2 of them are 40 inches tall. 4 of them have a thick diameter, and 4 have a thinner diameter. The difference in those diameters is so that you have more flexibility. This thin one will definitely flex an awful lot. So that's for your average weight quilts. If you're going to do flannel quilts or so forth, then you would probably switch to a thicker diameter pole. It gives you a kind of a stronger hold on your quilt. But it's kind of like, I don't know that we really aptly named it correctly. It's kind of like your quilting friend, right? So just like you get to know your friends, you get to know the weightless quilter. It's very intuitive as you work on your quilt. You'll know when to readjust the fabric. You'll see that there is, as you advance your quilt, you'll see that there's either too much drag, too much slack, or not enough slack. And you'll just readjust in the fabric clamps. And of course, when you're using your embroidery machine, you're going to quilt half of the quilt. You'll quilt this zone, as Nathan said, this half, and then we'll take the quilt and we'll flip it around, and then we'll quilt the other half. The unquilted area will then be under the needle, and that's how you attack this big project. You break it down into segments and hoopings, And before you know it, you are done. I love this thing. I just love the weightless quilter. It's one of my favorite products. So the fabric clamps have, again, 2 holes, one for the thin hole, one for the thicker. It has an opening where you insert your fingers, and then with your thumb, you just open that clamp. It comes with these finger cots that cover, you know, those little discs here that they can be a little rough on all of your beautiful fabric that you have pieced together and poured your heart and soul into. So we provide those finger cots just so you get a softer grip and a rubberized grip right on your quilt. So we think that's awesome. It's really quite helpful. But notice how it just sways, right? While the machine does all the work, it's just holding it in place. And see the movement? It's just amazing. The movement of the quilt is what I love because, you know, our embroidery machines were designed to only handle the sewing field of your largest hoop. But we want to do full-size quilts, queen-size quilts, maybe even king-size quilts. And the weightless quilter allows you to do that. It just holds all of that excess fabric and just lets it move with the pantograph. So I don't have any drag on my hoop, on my machine. It's just doing all the work for me. I love how the movement is what I love. And it's a very small footprint. You don't need a lot of furniture. It sits right underneath any sewing table. And in fact, I have a little PowerPoint if you want to see how it sets up on the floor. If, we could have our friends over at SMP switch cameras for me over to the laptop. If you just bear with us a moment and see, there we go, the weightless quilter. So here you can see that it is a floor frame. Comes with 4 floor bars. And frankly, I usually only use 2, and you'll see why in a moment. But it also has 4 floor corner brackets. So there's lots of flexibility as to how you can set it up. Here you can see that the poles are actually coming out of the floor brackets just as intended. And it slides underneath your sewing table. Now, this is a rather small table, but it can accommodate several different situations. Now, here you see how the quilt, I'm quilting the lower right corner of the quilt. So most of the quilt is extended back behind the machine, and the poles are doing that. I haven't moved the frame. It's just that the poles are flexed back at that angle. So let's see. Here is an illustration of a basic sewing table and how you would set up the bars. In this instance, I only use the 2 floor bars and I have the 3 corner brackets on there. And that's going to hold my 3 poles. You know, you have to remember the head of the machine is at the right of the table. So I have to work around that. And then on a larger table, now I will slide one of those floor bars underneath the table because I really want to surround the pantograph. It's not the quilt, it's the hoop that you have to focus on. And again, you're going to quilt in zones, and by doing this, you are really able to handle all that bulk. The next one shows you if you have a solid piece of cabinetry like the koala cabinet, some of those pieces of furniture go right to the floor and you can't get a floor bar underneath. So if that's your situation, then you would just surround your furniture with the frame. But the cross section of the floor bar is only 3/4 of an inch, the height. So as long as you can slide that underneath, then you'll be fine. For a sit-down quilter, now you would probably use the 3 bars. And you would hold the quilt so that it is kind of coming through the throat of the machine, and it's held in the back corners and the front. Here's a good look of like the progress of a quilt in process. Here I'm quilting in the center of a quilt. And now I've advanced over to the right edge. You can see this, I do have all 4 poles attached to this quilt. I frankly don't do that anymore. This was kind of in the beginning of when we were learning how to use the weightless quilter, so I never have that one on the far right. Now, in a small area, or if I'm working in that top right corner, I don't need to have the whole quilt, draped all over that area, like where I would normally sit. So now I've clamped the two front corners into one clamp. See what I mean? You're going to get to know the weightless quilter. It's very intuitive, and you'll really know how to use it once you get going. What else can you do with it? Well, binding. Oh my goodness. I love it for binding, because binding is that last project, the last task you have to do on a big quilt, any size quilt. And often it's kind of that last thing that many of us dread. And your quilt is at its heaviest because it's quilted. It has all that thread in it. So I love it for binding. I just let the weightless quilter hold the quilt while I run that binding down each edge, get up, flip the quilt, a quarter turn, and then I'm ready to go. So isn't that so much fun? I just love it. It's also great for other items like draperies, panels, bridal, any kind of fabric that you want to keep pristine, like white bridal, wedding gowns. Oh my goodness. You don't want those beautiful fabrics to touch the floor. So the weightless quilter keeps all of that up above your surface. So Blaine, I'm wondering if you have any questions at this time. And if so, I'd be happy to respond to them. Hi, Blaine.
Well, hi, Eileen. I love this product. And, one of the things that we talked about on an earlier show with you before is, even storing it. You can take those poles out, you can put them in the corner of the room, and they, up against the wall behind a door. So the storage is not an issue at all. Right. And the other thing, we talked about is, it'll hold a lot of weight. If you have a king size quilt, and like you said, if you're binding, once you get all that thread on there, those things weigh quite a bit. This thing holds it no problem, because it has those different size poles that you can go up to the heavier poles, and it'll support that weight really easy.
Right. And you have to remember, you're not putting the four corners of a king size quilt in the clamps, right? So it's not like your frame has to be as big as your king size quilt. You're going to quilt in zones. So you're only focused on, maybe a quarter of a king size quilt at a time. And then the excess portion of the quilt that's not being worked on just drapes outside of the clamps. And it's that simple. And like I said, it's so intuitive. It's like having a friend in your sewing room who you can say, oh, well, now hold this corner. Can you lift it over here? It's awesome. I really love that weightless quilter. As you can see, it's still stitching over there.
Eileen, I love the analogy you have, you're, the best friend. You got your two best friends or three best friends there holding the corners for you while you're quilting. But Eileen, I got to show everybody how they can get this thing. And again, Eileen and them, they ramped up the inventory for us, because last time on the show we ran out of them, and they actually had to give us some more of the allocation. So this time, guys, we have plenty of them to ship. And you look at that. Hey, this is a great price already on this. It is $299.99 on this with free shipping right to your door. But guys, guess what? We have a call-in special on it today, and I can't tell you what the price is on a lot of these products, guys. When I say it's a call-in special, the reason I do that, if you're just getting on the show, is because the manufacturers have restrictions, and it's called the minimum advertised price, MAP pricing. In other words, you can only advertise pricing at so much. So I can't really tell you what the prices we're doing, because it is actually below what the minimum advertised price is. That's why you have to call in. We can tell you what the price is when you give us a call. Great pricing on everything on the show today. And if you don't see one of the products on the show, that doesn't mean it's not on special. We have thousands of products on our website that are on special today, but we're just highlighting about 30 of them on the show today. Didn't have enough time to put them all on here. But again, you have the opportunity to get these products that we're demonstrating right now. Give us a call at 800-401-8151, or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in that search bar, just put in the weightless quilter. It'll take you to the page. We have live chat agents standing by as well. They can give you the price on it and also take your order. But guys, these things are flying out of here. And again, Eileen had plenty of inventory today, so I know that hopefully we're not going to run out of them. I know sometimes we sell a lot more than they predicted we will, but hopefully you'll get one of these. And if you haven't gotten one of these yet, you need to get one, because I'm telling you, this thing will make your life so much easier. If you're quilting, you love to do free motion, or you're quilting on a domestic machine, especially. So one of those flatbed machines, it really, really will help you. So guys, we're going to move right on along. Coming up next, we have another great presenter, and we have Jerry Vors. He is from Aero Cabinets, and he is the president of Aero Cabinets. He has been there for 26 years, and Jerry it's always a pleasure to have him on. And today we're going to talk a little bit about the Aero Cabinets. And so Jerry, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Blaine. It's great to be back. Harley's here as well.
Hi, Blaine.
You know,
hey.
Harley's still in jeans.
Harley usually hides behind the camera, and we don't ever get to see him. So good. We got Harley out there today. We got Jerry. It couldn't get better than that for Cyber Monday, could it?
Absolutely. Well, see, you guys, by having this show today, I get to dress up nice. Harley's in jeans because, you know, this is our busiest day of the year. We do so much business with Sewing Machines Plus. This is the biggest day of the year for us. So it's all hands on deck today. Harley was out labeling product this morning in order to take care of all the orders that came in over the weekend. So I appreciate you guys being here today. So that gets me so I can be in a dress shirt and nice pants rather than in jeans and a t-shirt.
Well, you know, Black Friday was huge as well, because y'all got a ton of orders from us. And then we had the Black Friday the whole weekend. You know, it was Small Business Saturday, and now we have the Cyber Monday. And it's just been a huge weekend of sales. And today we're so happy you are on the show, and we get to tell everybody about these wonderful cabinets. So I'm going to get off here and let y'all talk all about that. Then I'll come back and tell everybody exactly how they can get one of these and what the pricing and everything is.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Blaine. We'll see you in a few minutes. So thanks so much for having us here today. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. And just like you did around your Thanksgiving table, I'm going to start out with a little bit of a story. And that is about sewing furniture itself. The biggest problem we run into, Aero Sewing Furniture and Kangaroo Furniture is the largest supplier of sewing furniture in the United States. But we have a big problem. The problem is where people are sewing. So I want everybody, while you're sitting at your computer screen, to raise your hand if you're still sewing on your kitchen table or your dining room table or on a flat bed that you have to keep taking out. Because what our goal, our mission, is to help people to sew in comfort so you can sew longer. That's our tagline, is just to allow you to go longer. And what most people do, nearly 90% of people out there sewing, and a lot of these are starters, they aren't like some of you that have a dedicated sewing room, but they're still using their kitchen table. And you can remember what that was like if you do have sewing furniture, and tell your friends, because what that means is you spend so much time getting everything out of the closet, getting set up, getting everything ready to go. Finally, you start sewing, and just about the time you start working at your sport, it's dinner time. You got to do the same thing. Take everything out, put it away, get everything ready, whether that's in the living room, whether it's on your dining room table or kitchen table. It's never a dedicated space for you. And the great thing about the products we're going to show you today is the ability to have it set up quick. So here's how long it takes. We're going to talk about the Judy sewing cabinets. This is an entry price sewing cabinet that we have. And you can see on Sewing Machines Plus our entire line. But just to give you an idea, for the Judy sewing cabinet, here's how long it takes in order to get set up for you. Simply open the door, open it up this way, and you're ready to go.
That's faster than a card table.
That's faster than a card table. The other beautiful thing about the Judy sewing cabinet is how it closes up and is compact. So we're going to let Harley talk a little bit about the Judy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jerry. I also see several comments about the chairs that are behind me. We'll get to the chairs. We'll get to the chairs. Everyone loves the eye candy chairs. So the Judy sewing cabinet, the whole idea is fast and comfort. So this table allows you to actually keep things in your storage position. You can sew in a flatbed position, so your wrists aren't up at a certain level when you're sewing. If it's all the way up, you know how you're sewing and you're having to go up and over. This allows you to be in a flatbed position and ask your representative at Sewing Machines Plus about an insert, an acrylic insert. It slips on here nice, neatly, and now you have a totally flat surface to sew on. So your material won't catch. It'll go beautifully. And then when you're done in your own area, you can just push it back down. Put the top back and close the door. It's really nice to do that.
Now, Harley, our biggest question always is,
how big
will
is
my
the
machine
opening?
fit?
Will my machine fit, Jerry? Everyone wants to know. So this is an Aero, we call it an A10 opening. which doesn't mean anything to anybody, but Ethan's going to put a graphic up there. So it's 20 3/4 inches by 11 inches. The thing to remember is you want to make sure all your knobs, and if you have cords coming out the side, are going to fit. There is a notch. Ethan, if you can show the top view, there is a notch in the top of the cabinet over here where you can actually let your cords go. So there's a little notch here for your cords to go in and out. And because you want it to go down, you don't want your handles or knobs to hit the side when you put it in storage. So you put it down in storage, close it up. Boy, you can go back to doing what you're doing. Nice part is, if you don't have a lot of time, you have 20 minutes here, half an hour there, you can just open it up and sew for 20 minutes, a half hour. I mean, this is something you love to do. So spend more time doing what you love. It does come with wheels, has locking casters on it, so it can move around. This particular unit, the Judy, comes in white and teak. It's a really small size. I mean, it's nice because when it's open, it's still only 50 3/4 inches wide. So just over 4 feet.
So the things my daughter loves about the Judy is she doesn't have a dedicated sewing room. And so what this allows you to do is this is in her guest room. So the majority of the time, nobody's using the guest room. She has her sewing area open and ready to go. But when she has guests coming over, it closes up. It acts as the nightstand next to her bed, and it's perfect for a guest room. If you have a little bit larger sewing studio, look at Sewing Machines Plus for some of the other cabinets. But this is a perfect starter cabinet and perfect, if you don't quite have the space for a dedicated studio, this is fantastic for it. So you'll love it.
And if you need a machine, I see someone asking about a Solaris. Sewing Machines Plus does carry cabinets of ours that are large enough for Solaris. Ask your representative. You'll be looking at either the Americana cabinet or the 2071 cabinet. So there's some great choices there. They carry the entire product line. The Judy, right now, Blaine will talk about pricing when he comes back on, but I think I keep seeing comments about chairs. People want to know about chairs, Jerry.
Oh my gosh, you think so?
I think people want to know about chairs. You got a couple minutes.
What we've learned from doing these presentations so far is, yeah, that's nice. I want to see the chairs. The chairs are so stinking cute. So the Aero sewing chair is the best-selling sewing chair in America. And we get you with cute, with the different patterns that we have for it. But really what locks you in is the comfort. What you don't realize when you look at it is how the Aero sewing chair hits you perfectly. The lumbar support is fantastic. And when you're sitting, sewing is a sitting sport. We all know that. So this allows you to sit for 8 hours a day at your sport, enjoying, and not get the pain in your back, the pain in your shoulders, and even the pain in your wrist, because it's adjustable as well. So it's hydraulic, so it'll go up and down for you. It's on a swivel, so when you're at your cabinet, you can move around. And then one of the best parts for it is the storage. So inside, we've got storage in order to keep all those important things that you and I have. A few notions, your books, maybe instruction manuals, and of course, the important chocolate and other important things for you. Now, the chairs come in a wide variety of patterns. So you can see, if you can back us out again, Ethan. So there's really two categories that we have for the chairs. We've got the fun fabrics, and then we have the solid fabrics. We call these the Royals. And so all of these are available on Sewing Machines Plus. The basic design of the chair is the same. So the heights and the features of it are the same with all of them. The difference is what the fabric is. So we've got the colorful ones here that have the bright patterns, if your sewing room is a little brighter, or we also have it by brand. So if you've got red for Janome, or you got blue for Brother, or you just have certain fabrics, certain colors that you want for your sewing room, they come in a wide variety. These do ship. We didn't mention it with the Judy cabinets, but these as well for Sewing Machines Plus, these will all ship via FedEx. So the chairs come in 2 boxes. It literally is going to take you more time to carry the box in from your front door into your sewing room than it's going to be to put these chairs together. It simply is a matter of the base and the cylinder, and the top goes on, and it's perfect. If you do have any problems, we've got 800 number here, or a customer service, or online videos, or online chat. We're here about making this procedure easy for you in order to take care of. So if you run into any problems whatsoever, you can contact customer service at Sewing Machines Plus, or you're welcome to contact us as well. So what did I miss, Harley?
Well, it moves around with a 5-star base. So if you happen to drop something, which I do once in a while, you can actually bend over, and the chair is really sturdy. I'm not a small guy, but it's very sturdy, so it doesn't want to tip over on me, which is, I think, really important to you.
So,
when you're,
so they're
when you're sewing.
rated, the chairs are rated at 350 pounds. Again, like you said, the 5-star bake makes it very, very stable because you don't just sit in one spot when you're sewing. You're moving over here to the serger. You're moving over here to a cutting station. You're moving here for ironing. So this allows you to move around. That 5-star base is very, very stable for it as well. So that's a great point.
And it is adjustable in height from 18 to 22 inches. So you can have the right height, whether you have short legs or long legs.
What we have found is we talked at the very beginning about how busy we've been. This is the first year where we've actually been able to stay in stock. We've had these chairs now for about 8 years. Every year we think we got enough, and then we don't have it. And we bring in more and more. This is the first year we've been in pretty good inventory position. All the chairs are in stock right now. Get your orders in quick because they are. Looking at the orders this morning, we're up about 35% on the volume of chairs that are going out this year compared to Black Friday and Small Business Saturday last year. So Blaine's going to be coming back in a second in order to be talking about the pricing on that. But order many, get it for your daughters, get it for everybody. It's great.
Hey guys, that was a really good demonstration. And Harley, I love the way you demonstrated picking up stuff off the floor because I'm telling you what, you're like me, us big guys, if we happen to turn over, it'd be a long way down, you know. So
it would be bad. It would be a bad day, Blaine, for sure.
But anyway, guys, I got to tell them how they can get this Judy cabinet first of all, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the chairs. But hey, 2 great products from Arrow, and we can't be more excited about the Arrow line of cabinets. And we featured that Judy on there today. You can look at that right now. Guys, this thing is what a great, great price on this. And I can attest to you, I bought one of my wife, I bought her one of the Arrow cabinets, and it is such a high quality cabinet. But here you go. This thing, the Judy, is $329, but we have a call-in special on this. Give us a call. We have a special on this we got free shipping. We have financing available. And this thing, guys, I can't tell you enough about it. This thing, it has the cabinet open. When it's opened up, it's 50 3/4 inches wide by 17 1/4 inches deep. It's 29 1/2 inches tall. And then when you close that cabinet up, you saw it. It's about as small as a nightstand. Hey, it's 25 1/4 inches wide, 7 1/4 inches deep, and 30 1/8 inches high. So it is very compact. And I think Jerry said it well. You know, his daughter uses it as a nightstand, and then they can push that thing away and open it up and actually, you know, have it for a sewing table. And then again, hey, it's so important. If you can imagine this, that opening for that lift is a 20 5/16 inches wide, and it's 11 3/8 inches deep. So if you can just imagine how you can measure it, whatever size box that you can find that would slide over that machine and not touch it, that's the machine. If you could imagine your box is 20 5/16 inches wide by 11 3/8 inches deep, and it would slide over your machine, then that means that machine will fit in there. So like they said, measure, you know, from end to end on that machine, the knobs, and account for the cord, and make sure that it'll fit in there. But give us a call at 800-401-8151. We can have all of our operators are standing by, can answer all your questions. And guys, we have a ton of cabinets that would fit your needs for the different size machines. We can't stress it enough. Again, let's talk a little bit about the chairs. Now, those chairs, hey, I'm so happy they got them all in stock. Y'all saw all the great colors they have there. And again, guys, this is the best chair in the industry, in the sewing industries. These are $299, and we have a show special on those right now. And I'm telling you, this is an awesome chair. They have all those great colors to choose from. You can get the solids or you can get the designs. They have storage underneath. And again, it'll hold up to 350 pounds. It has that fully adjustable height-wise, so you can go. And guys, I'm 6'3". I can sit in there and I can adjust this thing where my feet are on the ground. And if you're a 5-foot person, you can adjust it all the way down, and you can still, your feet will hit the ground in a perfect position. So it's a wide range of weight and height available for you. So what a way to customize your sewing room is with one of these cabinets and one of these chairs. And I tell you, you won't regret it. So guys, a great additions from Arrow Cabinets there. And give us a call at 800-401-8151. They can discuss all the ones with you. Go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in that search bar, just put in Aero cabinets, and it'll show all the different cabinets that you can get and all the different machine sizes that it'll take. And again, we have those custom inserts that we get in, those clear, acrylic that you can put in, and you can make it to where you can do free motion on this at that certain height. You can adjust it. So a really, really good combination there. So don't delay. Act right now. They have plenty of them in stock, so let's don't delay, but get your order in. You can make sure you get that special price. If you can't get through, we know the phones are super, super busy today, guys. Just keep trying, or just give us a voicemail. If you don't mind, leave a voicemail. They are checking the voicemails every 15 minutes and calling customers back so they can get their order in. But as y'all know, on Cyber Monday, it's the biggest shopping day of the year. It is going to be busy on the phones. We have extra operators on staff today trying to help answer your calls. And we also have our live chat agents on our website can answer your questions and take your orders as well. And I think there's, so we've got a ton, about 20 people today trying to take your orders and calls. So make sure that if you are in the market for that, get in there. And again, just because the products you see today, that's not the only things you see, or the only things that we have on special are the products you're seeing. We have thousands of products on our website today that are on the Cyber Monday special. A lot of them are only call-in specials. So if you see a price on there and it doesn't look like it's the sale price, give us a call on it, and we can probably beat that price. Because I'm telling you, we have tons of products on the website today that are on special, but we also have tons of things that are call-in special. So make sure you give them a call, and they can help you out for anything you might see on our website. So I think we're right on track, guys. As I promised, I said I would give everybody a break. We're going to take a little quick break to let everybody stretch their legs and get a little bite to eat, go to the restroom, and that way we can come back. But we're going to be coming right back to you at 11:15 Pacific time. That's 1:15 Central time, and we have the Foxy Moxie dancers coming. Believe it or not, the Foxy Moxie dancers are coming up next. And from Handy Quilter, we're going to talk all about that new Moxie machine. And we have Kim Sandberg and Christina Whitley coming, and we cannot wait for them to come on. And I know y'all loved watching them the last time they were on the show. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right back at 15 minutes after the hour, and we'll start back with them.
some comments about.
And we'll start back with them. Hey everybody, we're back from our break. I hope everybody got to stretch their legs, and hey, we're ready to keep this thing rolling. Up next, man, we have two ladies that we absolutely love to work with, and they're both from Handy Quilter. First up, we have Kim Sandberg. Kim, was taught to sew at an early age by her mother and grandmothers. During her senior year of high school, she found a picture of a log cabin quilt and got out some graph paper, drafted her first quilt. It took her 5 years to finish that, but a lifelong love, blossomed after that. And She joined Handy Quilters and been one of their national educators. And then, we also have Christina Whitley. And Christina was selected to be a member of the Handy Quilter Quilt Your Desire Inspiration Squad in 2017 and has been featured in magazines, show programs, and she's also on the side of the big Handy Quilter trucks. Y'all probably seen those driving around the country. They got quilters on there. She's featured on that. And she is also a member of a lot of local quilt guilds. And they got the name the Foxy Moxie Dancers back on one of our shows earlier. So that's kind of stuck with them. So we are so happy to have the dynamic duo here today. So welcome, Kim and Christina.
Hey, how's it going, Blaine? We're
It is
excited to be here.
Awesome. So are y'all excited today to show us all about that Moxie?
Yes. Very much. Yes. And not just the Moxie, but the Pro Stitcher Light with it. Yeah, look what's finally here.
We talked all about that Pro Stitcher Light, but before told everybody it was coming out. Well, it is here. It's on the Moxie. What a great combination if somebody wants to get into an inexpensive quilting machine with robotics.
Absolutely. Yep. That's the whole idea behind Pro Stitcher Light. We're bringing you the ultimate accessory for the Moxie, right, Christina?
Yes. So we've got the Moxie. First of all, it's our 15-inch throat space, and it's our entry-level machine.
Yes.
But depending on which frame you put it on, you could have up to 5 feet width, or not up to, starting at 5 feet width, up to a 10-foot width. So compared to your domestic machine, you've got so much more space that you can cover.
Absolutely.
But now we've also added the robotic system, our Pro Stitcher Light, so that you can make the machine do all the work for you.
Exactly. So, and we are so excited about this, aren't we?
Yes.
Christina and I both have been involved in helping to test and make sure that Pro Stitcher Light is awesome. It has all the features that we love from Pro Stitcher, right? It's just a little bit of a streamlined and simplified version. And it's, like I said, the ultimate accessory for the Moxie. So let's tell them a little bit about what we can do with Pro Stitcher Light.
Okay.
So I know.
First of all, one of my favorite things is that the Pro Stitcher Light comes with over 250 designs already programmed into it.
Absolutely.
So you don't have to go out and make all these extra purchases, but you can.
Absolutely.
So you can purchase as many designs as you want and just plug them into the Pro Stitcher Light and run those new designs if there's a specific thing you want. But starting out 250 designs at $15 a pop, it's quite a bit of change right there. So
included, and it's included with it. And there's that video design library is just integrated in here. There's nothing special you have to do. It's here, available for you to use. A lot of the great simple and basic designs included in the Pro Stitcher folder are all included here. So there's your favorites like ribbon candy and stipple, and all those great favorite designs they're all included, which is great.
Another great feature about Pro Stitcher Light is that you can do custom work, or you can do an all over edge to edge design, and you can knock them both out really well. You just have to create the area that represent either the block that you're working on or the overall quilt, and then put the design in.
Exactly.
So, and Kim, you've actually already set one up. And I didn't talk about the frame space either.
Right. So there's one to let the Pro Stitcher Light know exactly where the boundaries are of where it can quilt. We always set up a frame space first in Light. So we actually have that set up on the screen here. And I know that Kayla, oh yeah, there she goes. She just popped over to it. So you can see that red box that's around the design. And then there's a pink box, and that's actually your area. We have got this set up with the design in there. It's skewed in. Favorite feature in Pro Stitcher, right? And Christina, skew is awesome because it just makes it fit in whatever space you're putting it in. And then we're ready to stitch. So the big question is, should we show everybody the stitching?
Let me just reiterate real quick. So the red box that you guys saw on the screen, that represents as far forward as the machine can come, as far back as it can go, as far left, and as far right. The pink box represents, say, a quilt block that you're wanting to actually stitch on. So the red box is the boundaries of where the machine can physically move to. The pink box is where you want it to actually stitch.
Exactly. So you have that the customization that you have. You can make, I mean, if you're, maybe not such a perfect piecer, like most of us are, and there's one side of your block that's a little high, you can make those areas fit perfectly to what is exactly on your quilt. So yeah, we can go ahead and stitch this out. So let's take a closer look with our other camera here. We'll let Kayla get things moved around a little bit. And so I've got my design set up there, you guys saw on the screen, and I'm just going to grab my thread and go ahead and go to the Pro Stitcher tab and touch run. And the machine's going to come down and it's going to take a little stitch there so I can pull up my bobbin thread. And then I'm going to touch resume, and it is going to go ahead and stitch out this design. And I can just sneak in there and clip that thread. You get great stitch quality with this. You see how nice and perfectly it's stitching that design. This is when we all get mesmerized by the machine, right, Christina?
Just let everybody focus on that.
I know.
No dancing involved.
No dancing. The machine's doing all the dancing for us today.
While that's stitching, I do want to point out that you can change the speed settings. You have that freedom.
Yep.
And
there we go.
Yeah, just a few buttons that you have to push to get things set up and then to actually make it run. So very user friendly. It does have a learning curve.
Yes.
But with that learning curve, we provide education.
Yes.
So we have got ProStitcher.com that has videos and tutorials to help you get through it and to learn all of the new skills that you're going to need to use your Pro Stitcher Lite.
Absolutely.
Lots of support out there for you.
Yeah, we do. We do. And the things that you can do with this. So Christina and I both are big Pro Stitcher users. We love our Pro Stitcher. One of the other things I love about Pro Stitcher Lite, it is compatible to take designs, and you can use them with Pro Stitcher Designer. So we can take the software or take the design over to the other software, edit, or even create our own designs and bring it back and use it in here.
What that software is.
So Pro Stitcher Designer it's a separate software that you can actually use to edit and create your own digital quilting designs.
Okay. And that's a separate purchase.
Yes.
With Pro Stitcher Lite.
It is. It is.
So
but it is compatible with. That's the cool thing. It is compatible with Pro Stitcher Lite.
I just used Designer this weekend to combine two different designs to customize them to be exactly what I needed for a particular quilt. And it's great. So you can use the Designer software to create designs. You can purchase designs online. You can use the existing designs.
Yes.
And you can even modify to a certain extent the designs that are in the design library. Using some different cropping features and stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. We can even use Mark and create your own designs with Pro Stitcher Lite.
Straight line designs with
Mark. So we can use Mark to create our own designs here. So if I wanted to come over here to the side, I'll scoot my view over a little bit. I can actually go through and mark a design. You guys can watch here as I create.
So you're moving the machine to a certain point. You're hitting a button on the screen.
Yep.
It's dropping a point on your screen.
I'm going to make a really awesome design here. You guys check this out.
Oh, wow. That is
a nice little wonky hourglass. What do you think?
It looks like you've been doing what we call mother-in-law piecing again.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. That would fit perfectly on one of my quilts that I actually worked on this weekend. I had a few flying geese triangles that were supposed to meet up in the center. They didn't do so good. So
that's a great feature because you just created a brand new design.
I did
in that like 30 seconds.
Yep. And I can use Light to go ahead and stitch that out. This actually is a really awesome tool to use for stitch in the ditch. So when I'm using Pro Stitcher Lite, I don't even have to get a ruler out if I want to do that straight line quilting along the edge of seams, or even like an echo quilting outside or a 1/4 inch step in. We like to do that a lot in quilting. It's really easy to do with Pro Stitcher Lite, which is fun. It's fun that we have all these tools available. Let's see what else.
I was wondering if there's been any questions by any of our viewers yet. If not, we can
I know.
keep on stitching.
I know.
How about if we show them how to actually set up a design?
Let's do that.
Let them see how easy that is.
Absolutely.
So we just clear everything out.
So I'm going to do a refresh to frame space so that you can see my entire frame space that's set up here. And then I'm going to go to the File tab and touch Clear All. And you can see that that does not clear away my frame space. It just cleared away the area and the designs that I had. Now, if I want to set up a design to stitch, Christina, what's the first step? The way we teach it in the studio anyway.
Well, we'll create an area. You can either bring a design in or create your area, either way, but
so
we have to show you one way or another.
I know.
So we're going to create our area first for your viewing pleasure.
So I'm using 2 corner, and that means I only have to drop 2 points. And then you can see that nice pink box that I made there. Now I can actually use my refresh, and it will bring it in closer so that you can see my crosshairs, which represents my needle on the screen. You can see my frame space there at the bottom, that red line across the bottom, and then that pink or purpley colored box, that's my area. Now let's pick a design.
Okay, so we go to our File tab, Design, Open, and we've got this fabulous design library of designs that have been created.
So what should we pick?
Let's see. We did a
Should we pick a feather? Because don't you feel like feathers are like the awesomest thing to quilt with Pro Stitcher?
I usually do my feathers free motion, but no, I do it both ways, depending on what I'm trying to accomplish.
So let's make this fit here, and then I think we'll see where we are in time. So this is my favorite way to quilt feathers. Christina and I actually taught a class last week, and she spent hours teaching people how to create feathers, and I walked over and programmed it in and went like this. I went modify, and I did skew, and I touched skew, and it fit in the box perfectly, and I quilted it out, and I have this gorgeous feather. So you can see how easy it is to make designs fit within your quilt. They quilt out perfectly. I mean, what you see on the screen is what you're going to get on your quilt, which is so awesome. I love it. You're able to lay it out. And just get that awesome stitched perfection.
Another nice thing is once you have made some modifications to your design, or you did that mark that you did earlier, you can save those designs.
Yeah.
And they'll save just directly to your tablet, and you can bring them back in at another time to reuse them if you want.
Exactly.
So you're not limited to just stitch it out right away. But yeah,
you can save that. Work on it later. One of my favorite things to do, or I should say not favorite things, but things that I do all the time when I'm quilting edge to edge designs and all over. Often, just like Christina said, you end up stitching part of it, and then you maybe have to finish it the next day. So you can save that design, set up the way you have it, and then easily just pick up right where you left off and keep stitching the next day.
Yeah, I'm going to say if you are doing edge to edge, save it before you ever even start stitching, no matter what.
Yes, we always say create your design, baseline, save, stitch.
Yep.
That's the order you want to do things in.
Yep.
So that's Pro Stitcher.
Pro Stitcher Light
in a nutshell, which is the time we have today.
Thank
right?
y'all so much. Hey, that was awesome. And again, if somebody's wanting to get into robotics, what a better way, with the Pro Stitcher Light. And we're going to show everybody how you can get that Moxie and that Pro Stitcher Light. Again, what a great combination. And that Moxie has been extremely popular. But with that Pro Stitcher Light now, guys, it'll fit the Moxie and it'll fit on the Sweet 16. So that was the 2 machines from Handy Quilter that Pro Stitcher Light will fit on. But again, we have this, the Moxie 15-inch long arm quilting machine with an 8-foot loft frame plus the Pro Stitcher Light. So guys, this is regularly a $12,000 package. We have it for $10,490 right now. We have financing available, but we do have special pricing. We have a call-in special. Give us a call, and they have a special price just for the Cyber Monday show for these 2 products. If you've been wanting to get into some robotics with a quilting machine, and this is one of your first quilting machines, what a better way to do it is with robotics. If you've already got that Moxie, that 15-inch, this adding the Pro Stitcher Light on it, the Pro Stitcher by itself is $59.99. We do have a call-in special for it as well. So if you want to add it to your existing Moxie, you can do that. But a great, great, great special, guys, on this. And again, it comes with that, that Moxie comes with that loft frame, and that's an 8-foot frame. So you don't want to delay, guys. I know that we do have quite a few of these in stock right now, but they are moving out pretty quick, so you don't want to delay on this at all. Again, great, great specials today, all day long. And hey, I got to throw it out there. If y'all know somebody who's watching on Facebook, from what I understand, Facebook is having some trouble right now, and our stream is not streaming on the Sewing Machines Plus page. So if you know somebody that's either texting you or asking you a friend saying, hey, I can't watch it, hey, get them to go to YouTube. YouTube is still streaming live. And then our other 2 Facebook pages, I think it's the 2 retail stores at San Marcos and San Diego. I think that it's streaming live on those, but for some reason, the SewingMachinesPlus.com Facebook page is having trouble. So make sure you let anybody know that's on Facebook.com to move over there. And if you're watching it on our homepage today on SewingMachinesPlus.com, hey, we encourage you to move over to YouTube so you can make comments and ask questions. And we have a lot of people watching on our website right now as well. But again, guys, anything you see on our show, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have free shipping, great financing available, and we have show specials on everything that's on the show today. If you're on a website, you can type in up in the search bar the product you're looking for. We have live chat agents standing by so they can help answer your questions and take your orders as well. So a lot of different ways to get going on it. But hey, we're going to continue the show, guys. Coming up next, we have Alba Fedeke coming back on the show from Janome. And Alba is going to be highlighting that 7-needle MB7 embroidery machine. So Alba, welcome back.
Having me. This is just such a great format. I hope everyone is enjoying this as much as I am.
Well, we are, and I know they are as well. And we love having all you educators on here and giving us demonstrations. And, Alba, this has been a huge machine for Sewing Machines Plus. This MB7 is such a popular machine. And I know quantities are extremely tight right now on this thing. And I know even starting the show out today, starting Black Friday, we were selling a ton of these things. So guys, if you go to the website and it shows that we're already out of stock by the time you get there, make sure, don't worry, go ahead and get your orders in to pre-order so you can lock in that pricing and get that special pricing for it, because they do have some coming in. Again, they're saying mid-December. So it might not make it in time for Christmas, but at least you can lock in that special pricing. But Alba, why don't you go ahead and show everybody all those great features and some of the ones you like about that MB7.
Blaine, thank you. So the MB7 is a 7-needle embroidery machine. This is an embroidery only. And what I love about it is just how simple it is to use. If you're already familiar with the Janome embroidery machine, what you're going to love is that when you get to that home screen, the icons are going to look the same. They're going to be very familiar to you. So it's not that scary machine that you need to learn. And that's what I really like about it. Having those 7 needles that I could thread 7 colors at once I pick my design, and the threading paths are very easy to follow, just makes this extremely efficient. I could set this up and I could walk away for a longer period of time while the machine will just continue to embroider. Now, some of the things that I'd like to go over for you is this remote control that's on the side of the machine. There are 150 built-in designs. There are 10 fonts, and I just love how quick and easy it is to go from my edit screen to go into my lettering and to get to all the places in my machine. Now, the Janome MB7 comes with 3 hoops, and I'm going to show you on the screen, an M1, an M2, and an M3. And the sizes of those hoop are 2x2, 9.4 by 7.9, 4.9 by 4.3. But there are lots of other optional hoops, including some of the commercial Tajima hoops. So what I'm going to do is step back a little bit with the camera, and I am going to show you the 3 hoops that are included. So I mentioned the size, and this is the smaller 3x2, perfect for doing cuffs and pockets, hats and beanies, things like that. My medium size hoop, which is 5 by 4.3, and this is the embroidery area, the area that you can stitch on that I am referring to. And of course our M1 hoop, that larger of the 3, 9.4 by 7.9 inches. So I love the fact that you're getting 3 hoops with the machine, and also the quality of the stitching. What I like to show is the micro embroidery, that tiny little lettering, that logo size. When you look at the detail of this house, it just jumps out, and I'm trying to really show you that detail when you get to that puff embroidery and even into those backgrounds and that lettering. Small lettering is really difficult to get that detail. Look at how beautiful that detail is, and I'm putting my finger there for reference, just to show you how small. So doing things like logos and that small lettering is going to be wonderful. So I'm showing you some of that detail of that stitching. And on this one, that whole background is stitched. So this is thread on top of thread, and I'm getting really close so you could really inspect and see how beautiful that stitch quality really is. Now, some of the things that I love about this is that it has an independent bobbin winder. On a lot of multi-needle machines, you do not get the bobbin winder built onto the machine. You have to buy a separate unit. So right here on the side is that independent bobbin winder, and that has an independent motor. So while I'm embroidering, I can be winding my bobbin as well. And on the front of the machine, I just love the layout. This is all completely open. So my pant leg, my tote bag can go around here. And that bobbin mechanism is right in the front. And it has that metal bobbin, which holds 40% more bobbin thread. So that nice large bobbin holding 40% more bobbin thread than a standard home machine, so that you can go further and do more with your machine. Now, I want to show you some of the optional items. I know at Sewing Machines Plus, they may be upset with me for doing this, but one of the optional items is that cap hoop. So I can embroider and I can do baseball caps. And look at how easily that just goes onto the machine if I'm in the right position to do so. So let me just move that and get that to the right spot. And let me show you just how easily these hoops go on. They just slide into place. So you could see that wide open area makes it wonderful for doing, as I said, pant legs, those tote bags. And there's also a support table that is available. And that support table I'm like at a really bad angle, just goes around that bobbin case area and supports the hoop beautifully. There. So it gives you that added stability that you might use if you're doing coats or quilts or just some larger items. Now on the screen itself, very easily I go to my built-in designs, and there are 150 built-in designs to choose from. And there's even some beautiful quilting designs. This happens to be one that I love. It's a beautiful feather. And I'm just going to make that a darker color so that you could see that. I have a lot of editing capabilities within my machine as well. So I could do all kinds of projects. I could do my straightforward embroidery, but I could get to some of those specialty items too, for doing my quilting, for doing my baseball caps, tote bags. So I like that this is not only, people look at a multi-needle machine and think I need to be running a business. This just is that super efficient embroidery only. If you absolutely love embroidery, you'll really love the features and really the efficiency that this machine is going to give you. So I'm going to take a step back and just show you the full machine again. Now the support table that I showed is an optional purchase along with that baseball cap hoop. But I did want to let you see some of the optional items that are available for the machine. When you do pick a design, everything comes into center. And it centers with the needle that you will be working with. And there are lots of editing capabilities that you have in the machine, including rearranging so that needle 1 doesn't have to go first. Maybe I want needle 4 to go first. So lots of editing capability. Of course, I can rotate, I can copy and paste, and I'm going to go into and show you just a little bit of that editing. I am going to make that design a little bit bigger. So I'm going to enlarge. And I am going to rotate that design. And I can do a lot of different things with this. So I love the fact that it is just really easy. And I'm adding a second design, which is right one on top of another. So I'm going to rotate that, and I'm going to show you something that I like to do. I love turning this design into a beautiful snowflake. So you could see how quickly and easily you're able to maneuver within the machine. And this will really make your projects, just give it that professional touch and bring it to that next level. So, Blaine, I wasn't sure if there were any questions that I should be going over with that.
Hey, Alba, the only question is what the price and how can they get it? So I'm about to show them. And so, guys, this is the MB7. Kyle just informed me we just sold out of it. So, guys, they are sold out, but don't worry. We can still take your pre-order. You can do your pre-order on this. And I just found out, too, that the ship date is supposed to be December the 20th when we're getting our next shipment in. So, guys, if you do want one of these machines, go ahead and get a pre-order in. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 right now. That way you'll get that price locked in. And if we get them in December 20th, we probably won't get them in time for Christmas to you, but it'll be right after, hopefully before the new year, you can get your MB7. And again, everything you saw that Alba showed, the table and the hat hoop and all that. All those things are on show special today. So give us a call. They can walk you through all the accessories and everything that we have and get you all set up for that. But this is $69.99, free shipping right to your door. We have some special financing available to you as well. I'm sorry, $65.99. And again, you want to make sure that you don't delay. Get your order in now, and you're getting that Friva Ava embroidery cabinet accessory along with that, and that is a $2,600 value, and that's absolutely free. You're going to get that Ava embroidery cabinet with this to hold that machine up. Again, guys, a great special, and you can see it right there on the screen. That free Ava cabinet. You can see how well that looks. It holds that machine. It holds all kinds of things. You can have room to put your hoops in. You have room to put thread. This is a great special, and we have that call-in special. So if you're wanting one of these machines, make sure y'all give us a call and get your order in, your pre-order in, because the next shipment will sell out as well. I promise you, we sell out of this machine every month. We sell out of these, and as y'all know, it's a lot of these machines have been hard to get this year just because of the supply chain. And so when you get an opportunity to get one, you need to jump on it quick and get your name in line. So anyway, that is the MB7 7-needle embroidery machine from Janome, and what a great machine that is. And so don't delay on that. But guys, we're moving right along. Hey, we got a great presenter up next. We have Jennifer Gleach. Jennifer is a brother educator, and she's been sewing for 35 years. And she learned how to sew and craft by making Barbie clothes. So what a better way to learn how to do that. And Jennifer is going to talk all about the Brother Scan and Cut. We have the SDX 230DX on special today. And Kyle just told me we have 54 of these in stock, guys. So they are going to go fast today. We have a great call-in special for it. And we also have the SDX 225F, and that F stands for fabric. We have that scan and cut as well. We're going to talk a little bit about both of those, but she's going to demonstrate that DX model. And I think we had, you said, Kyle, 35 of the F models, 35 of those in stock. So guys, we probably will sell out of scan and cuts today. But anyway, let's bring Jennifer to the show. Hey, Jennifer.
Hi, how are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing really well. Very excited.
Well, hey, we're super pumped to see all what you have to say about the scan and cut, because I know that is true and dear to your heart. The scan and cut is. And,
oh my goodness. Yes.
Everybody loves it.
Yes, it really is my baby. So I have the 230DX here in my sewing machine behind me, and it is a great machine. The difference between the Brother digital cutting machines, which is our scan and cut, and the other cutting machines on the market is we have an onboard scanner. So there is no guessing. When you put things on the mat, you can scan it, place your designs, and cut right from the onboard scanner. It has an auto blade. So you're going to get with the SDX 230DX, there is an standard auto blade, which you would use to cut your paper, fabric that might have a fusible web on it. If you cut felt, foam, a template plastic, anything like that, you're going to use that blade. And then it also comes with the fabric auto blade, which is strictly for plain cotton quilting fabric. There are 1,435 built-in designs on the SDX 230DX, and that includes 132 Disney designs, which is great for the Disney lovers. As you can see behind me, I have my Mickeys and Minnies all over. And we have 140 quilt block patterns, which I am a quilter, so I use those all the time. 17 lettering fonts. And the great part, another great part of the scan and cut, is it will actually read your PES embroidery files from a stick. So you can put your USB drive with your embroidery file, and you can cut your applique from your embroidery PES file and have it ready when you're ready to stitch. With the quilt block patterns, you can add seam allowances instantly. And it also comes with a rhinestone starter kit. So I have a few little projects I made. This is a PES file from the Luminaire. I put it on a stick. I brought it into my scan and cut and was able to cut my fabrics for my design. This is a little rhinestone design that's built into the Scan and Cut DX. And it is, you can do that with the rhinestone starter kit. This is one of the Disney princess designs. And then I have another applique design again from the Luminaire. I put it on a stick and brought it over and cut all my little artichoke pieces and was able to just have them ready for my applique. So I'm going to switch over to my camera and show you two of my favorite scanning features on the 230. So give me just a second. Let's wake her up. And on the home screen here, you've got your pattern categories, including our Disney. We have lots of Disney designs to choose from. I'm going to go back home. And the first thing I want to show you is how great the scanner is. So I'm a quilter. I do a lot of applique. I can choose a design or bring in a design and cut it with my scan and cut. I'm going to go into some of the built-in designs here. And I'm going to go down here to this category. I know this is where my holiday designs are. I'm going to select this little candle here. It's kind of cute for a Christmas applique. On this screen, I could change the size of the design if I'd like to, but I'm just going to leave it as is for demonstration. And when I touch OK, you can see that I can choose the different pieces that make up that design. Or down here, this is all the parts together. If I select this, this is going to take all of the parts of that design and put it on my mat. So I'm going to touch OK. Again, I can tell what the size is. Maybe I want to cut 1 or 2 candles. I can tell the Scan and Cut I want to cut 2, 3, 4, but I'm just going to cut 1. And then down here is a grouping function, which might look similar if you're familiar with Brother products. Most of the icons on all of our machines are similar, so you don't get confused. This is our grouping icon. I'm going to ungroup it because I want to be able to move the different parts on my mat. Now I'm going to hit set. And I have on my fabric mat 3 pieces of fabric. I know that's hard to see. I have one camera here, but I have it on the fabric mat. The fabric mat is a tan color mat. It actually matches the color of the tan fabric auto blade. So that's how you know which mat to use. So I'm going to go ahead and load this mat into my machine. I'm going to touch the load button. And on this screen, here's my candle. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to split the pieces apart so you can see those are my 3 pieces. This is my scanner right here. So when I'm touch that scanner and I hit start, our Scan and Cut is going to scan the mat and show me a picture of what is on my mat. So now up on my screen, I'm going to make it a little darker so that you can see. You can see there are my 3 fabric pieces. And now I can take these applique pieces and place them right directly over my fabric and be ready to cut my design. That is a great feature. So that is the main feature I use the scanner for, but there is another great feature that I use the scanner for, and I'm going to go back home, touch OK. I'm not going to cut those pieces because we're short on time. I'm going to unload my mat. And there is another scanning function called direct cut. So direct cut means I'm going to place either a piece of fabric or a scrapbooking paper or a piece of felt, something with a design, and I actually want to cut the design out of that material. So I have a cute, excuse the noise, I have a very cute piece of scrapbooking paper here that has all kinds of little designs on it. I am going to place this on my low tack mat because it is paper and I don't want it to stick terribly to my mat. I'm going to load the mat the same way. And then from the home screen, instead of choosing a pattern, I'm going to go to scan and I'm going to select direct cut. I'm going to select my machine because I don't want to send this to Canvas Workspace. I'm going to work right on my machine and I'm going to hit start. Now the machine is going to scan again. It's going to take a picture of what's on my mat. And if you notice how quiet the machine is, it's very quiet. I'm going to touch OK. And now I'm going to crop just around the little army guy here in the center of the paper. That's who I would like to cut out. So I'm just going to pull my arrows. And I'm going to touch preview. And that looks good to me. Now, if I touch OK, I do see here on the screen, it has outlined the little army guy. I'm going to go ahead and create an offset around him so it doesn't cut right on the edge of him. So I'm going to just use my offset and have the scan and cut a little bit away from him. I'm going to touch OK. I'm going to touch OK once more. I'm going to touch please select, and I'm going to choose cut. Now, the last thing I cut on our machine was vinyl. So the Scan and Cut DX models, including the 230D, have a half cut setting, which tells the machine not to cut all the way through the vinyl. So I can go into tools and I need to turn that off because I do want to cut all the way through my paper. And I am going to hit start. I'm going to trust my machine. What it's going to do is it's going to take a measurement of how deep my mat is compared to the measurement of how deep my material is, in this case, my scrapbooking paper, and then it knows how deep to cut. So it's going to cut my little army man out for me. And if you'll notice, it's very, very quiet. It's finished cutting. I'm going to hit OK and unload my mat. Touch OK. And there is my little army man cut directly from the scrapbooking paper. So those are two of my favorite features. Are there any questions, Blaine, that I missed?
Hey, Jennifer, the only question is how can they get it? What the price, right? So I got to show them. So guys, thank you, Jennifer. That was a great demonstration, by the way. And got to show y'all how y'all can get this. So the first one that we're going to talk about is the SDX 230DX Scan and Cut. Hey, that comes with that free roll feeder for you can do that 6 foot of vinyl on there. And you know what, guys? This does have the D stands for Disney. So this has Disney in there. And again, guys, you can look at the price right there. This is $899. And we have financing available, but we do have a call-in special on this. Give us a call and you'll get a very special Cyber Monday price on this. But the included accessories, it comes with the auto blade and holder, the standard tack mat. It's a 12 by 12 tack mat that comes with it. It comes with the card stock. And so again, some great things that come with it. It comes with the pen holder, the black color pen, one piece, the touch pen stylus, the spatula that comes with it to help get the vinyl off when you're cutting vinyl. You get the accessory bag, the getting started guide, and guys, there's plus about $1,000 or $1,100, I think, of added value in this. It has 152 built-in Disney designs right in the machine. 25 are that are roll feeders. So that means that you can do 25 designs that up to 6 feet long and using that roll feeder. Has the Disney vinyl blade auto blade kit, universal pen holder. It has the rhinestone trial kit that comes in there. And guys, we could have an hour show just about the scan and cut. There's so many features and things built right into this. So again, hey, with $8.99 regular price on that, give us a call. This is the SDX 230DX. And then we also have available, Kyle told me we had 54 of these that you see on the screen right now. We also have that 225 F, and that F is for fabric, and it comes with the fabric mat, and it's specialized to cut the fabric. That machine is $5.99. We have 35 of those in stock, but we have a special price on that on the 225 model as well. So both of these scan and cuts, guys, great prices on both of them, financing available, and we are ready to move on to our next presenter, guys. The show just keeps going. And next up, hey, we got Mike Johns back in the house. He's a Bernina and our Baby Lock ambassador, and Mike specializes. I tell you, the guy is awesome when it comes to multi-needle and embroidery. He specializes those multi-needle machines, all about embroidery. But he is going to talk about that one needle alliance and why everybody should have an alliance. And Kyle, we're limited numbers of these guys. I think there's 8 of them left. 8 of them left already. So everybody's been seeing what the specials are we put out, and they've been hot this morning. 8 of these left. So guys, if you want one of these machines, don't delay. But let's bring Mike back to the show. Welcome back, Mike.
Hey, thank you for having me again.
Hey man, we're blowing these machines out. We started today. We thought we were in good shape. We had 25 of these machines. Kyle just informed me we got 8 left. They are going fast, and we haven't even got to demonstrate them yet.
That's awesome. So I think you've heard me talk about this machine before, Blaine. This is actually one of my favorite machines, and I think it's one that's like overlooked quite a bit because it's one of those machines that a lot of people don't talk about, but it's such a fun machine, especially if you're somebody who already does embroidery and maybe has a flatbed machine, but you've just been kind of maybe a little bit jealous of those people who have those big multi-needle machines, but that just looks like too much of a machine for you. Now, first of all, I could get you on a 10 needle in a heartbeat. You'd have a blast. But if that 10 needle or that 6 needle is a little bit intimidating, we do have the Baby Lock Alliance. So this is the Baby Lock Alliance sitting right here next to me. You can see it looks very similar to what our 6 needle and 10 needle machines look like, except for one difference. There's only one needle. Now, if you look at the very top, you'll notice that it looks like it might have 4 different threads on it. But the way this works is that it's literally just a 1 needle machine. And after you get done using this particular color, all you do is come and pull your next color off the top, tie it off, pull it through, and then I have an automatic needle threader. So changing your thread on this literally takes seconds, not even really seconds. It's like part of a second, right? And as you go through, you can literally do designs much quicker than you could do on a flatbed machine. But the really cool thing about this is it actually is what we call a free arm machine. So what do I mean by a free arm machine? It means that there's no flat bed here on the machine itself. It means that as I'm doing stuff like tote bags, babies' onesies, Easter baskets, ball caps, any of those kinds of things, I don't have to take out seams. I can literally just go in and use this in the round feature on my machine, and I can make those without having to take them apart. So no more having to look for what we call lie flat blanks or anything like that. We can actually do things in the round. Think about how easy it would be to do left, right chest embroidery on a shirt, or even sewing on like the cap of a sleeve. Because of this free arm connection here, I can do that with no problem. Now, this machine actually has a lot of little neat features built into it as well. It does have our perfect point placement alignment for the laser grid. So you actually have a laser that comes on whenever you're sewing on this, so you can get perfect placement. It has an embroiderable field of 8 inches by 8 inches. So that's going to be one of the size hoops that you're going to get, which is this 200 by 200 or 8 by 8. You're also going to get the 100 by 100, which is the 4 by 4. And then this is really neat. It actually comes with this whole series of little bitty miniature hoops. And hopefully you can see me holding them up here. These all range in size from about 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches to 2 by 2. This is your 2 by 2 right here. These all come with the machine. So you actually get a total of 6 hoops. Now, if you've ever seen these hoops before, these were so popular with the Alliance, they actually became available for our 6 needle and our 10 needle. So if you have a 6 needle or a 10 needle and you're interested in using these, we actually have these available. They're the same frames, but they are a different connector. So this is my connector for the Alliance. It'd be a different connector for the 6 and 10 needle. So what do you use these for? These are great for things like mittens, doing like pockets without having to take the pocket off. As long as I can get that pocket around my free arm, I can do a pocket without taking it off. It also is good for doing things like monograms, especially like if you're doing men's dress shirt monograms, because normally we do those on the cuffs or we do them at the center back of the collar, something like that. These are great. They also work really well for like the little frilly girl socks. I live down in the South and we have a joke running that says that if you stand still long enough, we'll slap a monogram on you somewhere. And these are great for doing that. So you have a wide variety of choices here as far as what hoops you can work in. And then there's a ton of hoops that fit on this that you can buy after the fact. So it comes with those 6 that I talked about, but you can add to this. These work with both baby lock hoops and they work with aftermarket hoops. So I know Brent's coming on and I know Eileen's coming on. They're going to be talking about some aftermarket hoops. They would work on this with no problem and no issue. The one thing that I normally hear whenever I'm talking about multi-needle machines is that they think that it's going to be harder to learn this than it is to learn a flatbed. And here's the funny thing about that. This machine is actually easier to learn than what a flatbed machine is because this machine only does one thing. It just embroiders. That's it. So if we're talking about comparing this to one of our combination machines, I'm only having to learn half of it. And really and truly, if I just turn my flatbed machine up on the edge, that's exactly what this is. Once you get it threaded one time, you really don't have to thread it again. Now, this also has what we call a front-loading bobbin. So if you notice right here, I'm kind of opening the hook cover here, and my bobbin is located right here. So if I run out of bobbin, which my machine will tell me if I'm running out of bobbin, if I run out of bobbin, I don't have to take my project off to be able to change my bobbin. I can literally just reach under my project, pull my bobbin case out, and change my bobbin. So it's super easy to continue sewing without any kind of hassle or problem. This comes with a feature that's not on any of our other multi-needle machines. This actually has a bobbin winder. So you might see this little gray hook kind of sitting over here on the side. This is an actual onboard bobbin winder. So our 6 needle machines and our 10 needle machines do not have that. This is the only free arm machine that has a onboard bobbin winder. So that's a really, really cool feature for this particular machine. It has 25 built-in fonts. It has 125 built-in designs. On the side of my color LCD screen, I have 2 USB ports, and I can connect this directly to a computer using a USB cable directly to. Now, this one is not Wi-Fi. Okay, that's the one difference between this and some of our other machines is it's not Wi-Fi, but we do have that cable port on here that we can actually connect this to a laptop or a desktop, even if we have that desktop nearby. This machine actually has a fairly small footprint, which is kind of interesting because that makes this machine really good for people who are doing like craft fairs and things like that. The machine is not as heavy as our 6 and 10 needle machines. It is still heavy. I'm not going to say it's not heavy, but it's not as heavy as a 6 or a 10 needle. So if you're somebody who likes to do craft fairs, things like that, this is one that's pretty popular to see being taken around to craft fairs. Now, one really cool thing about this, and there's no other multi-needle machine that does this in the Baby Lock lineup either, is that I can actually sew on this machine. Now, what I mean by sew is it's not conventional sewing. What I can do is I can actually convert this machine into a free motion quilting machine. You may have heard the term as like a mid-arm quilting machine. That's really what this is. So this is one of those instances to where when you buy the additional kit, you're going to get a flat wide table that fits onto it. You're also going to get a foot pedal, just like a regular sewing machine. You're going to get a free motion hoop. You're going to get a cover for the actual adapter arm that's on the machine. And then because we don't want you to sew through your fingers, you actually get a finger guard that goes over the needle itself. So this actually keeps you from running into the needle. And once you plug this into the machine, it knows that you're going into free motion. So then you can actually free motion quilt on this machine. Remember, with free motion quilting on a mid-arm machine, instead of moving the machine, you're moving the fabric. So lots of possibilities with this machine. It's a great step-up machine if you've always wanted to go up to a free arm machine, but you're kind of a little intimidated by the 6 or 10, or maybe budget is an issue, this is a great budget-friendly machine. And I know Blaine's got a great special for you guys on this. Keep in mind too that this also works with the Baby Lock cap frames. So if you're interested in doing ball caps, things like that, you can use the standard cap frame on this with no problem. And it's just a joy to actually work with this. It's a workhorse of a machine. It's what we call a semi-commercial, meaning that it is going to take a beating and keep on ticking. It'll last you a lifetime as long as you maintain it. And it's just really, really, really simple to use. So lots of onboard editing on your screen. So you can really go in and customize your designs right on the colored screen. And then, like I said, you could also use a cable to connect this to your computer and use it with any of your computer software that's going to allow you to work with the PES or DSD format. So this is an amazing machine. It was my first free arm machine. It actually is what got me into multi-needle machines. And this is actually the one that the very first machine that I bought that was free arm. This is it, the one sitting right here. And I'm still using it to this day. And we use it for just about everything. So I guess that's kind of the overview of it. Any questions that I can answer for you guys?
Well, hey, Mike, great presentation.
Go ahead.
I said, great presentation, and you nailed it. You know, I always talk about to everybody, it's like, this is the premier hat machine in America, because, you know, a lot of people that have multi-needles or doing production, they don't want to stop that production to do hats. So you can have this machine sitting over here doing a hat, and you can already have another hat hooped up and just swap them out so easy and hoop them up and just let it run and do hats. But, you know, with that free motion kit that you can do so cool quilting on this thing, because there's so many quilting and, you know, files you can pull into that machine and do some really cool designs. So it's a very, you know, universal machine. And one thing you talk about, you know, people's like, well, one needle, you know, that's not going to, I want to do color changes. Well, you know, you can change the colors, the thread on that within seconds. You said just tie it off and pull one through. They have 4 spools up there on the top. Yeah. Makes it extremely easy. So I love this machine. I think it's one of the greatest machines out there. And again, we have a great price on it today, Mike. I got to share that to everybody. And, you know, if you've been looking for one of these machines, hey, we have it in stock today. Kyle told me we are already getting down low on stock on these. And do you know how many we got right now, Kyle? 8 of them. So there's 8 of them left. We started the show out this morning with 25, and before we even demonstrated it, and we're down to 8 now. And guys, I can't stress enough, if you've been looking for one of these machines, it's $49.99. And we have a great show special on it today. We have financing available, and we're going to ship it free right to your door anywhere in the United States. But what great about this machine, it comes with that 8x8 hoop. So it's the embroidery field on this, the largest embroidery field is an 8x8. So you're going to get that 8x8 hoop. You're getting that 4x4 hoop. You're getting a 1 5/8 by 2 3/4 inch hoop, which is one of those smaller hoops that you can do some small things like, you know, shirt sleeves, you know, cuffs, on, you know, pant legs, all kinds of different things. With that tubular arm on that thing, you can do a lot of cool things on it. You also get that 2 inch by 2 inch hoop, the 1 1/2 by 1 3/4. You're getting the 1 5/16 by 2 5/16. So you're getting all those different hoops that come right with this. And again, guys, this machine is, if you're looking at something that's portable, it only weighs 68 pounds. And I know that sounds heavy, but 2 people easily can lift this machine and carry it and put it in your car. I know a lot of people that take this to, you know, the fairs, they take it to craft shows, where they're actually doing embroidery live, you know, at the show and selling it at the show. So it's very portable. And so great price on it today. Give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. Or just go to the website, type in at the top, the Alliance, Baby Lock Alliance. It'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it, and also have live chat agents standing by to answer questions and take your order. But we do have a show special on it today. It's $49.99. We have a show special. Call us and get that special price. And then we have a lot of accessories that you can add to it as well. So, guys, we're going to continue on, man. We are on a roll today with all these great products. And I want to remind you again, if the product is not on the website or on our show today, you can still call in and ask what kind of show special we have on things that are not on the show, because we have thousands of products on Cyber Monday special today. So, hey, next up, we have Tim Bond. Tim Bond is a Juki educator, and he's a certified expert and educator for them. And he's been in the business for several years. He enjoys showing things. And today, Tim is going to talk all about that MO2000 QVP serger. And guys, this is a hot serger right now by Juki, and Juki is known for their quality in all their industrial machines. But they passed all that technology from the industrial machines right down to the home machines, including this serger. And we're so proud to have Tim on the show. So welcome to the show, Tim.
To explore the Juki 2000 QVP serger. This is an air thread serger, has 4 threads, and it's really easy to set up. So our quick little video is going to give you some tips and tricks on how to make that happen like magic. Let's get started. So you want to make sure your machine is set up properly. You'll want the proper needles in, or needle if you're only using one needle, and you want to use the right color thread and the types of thread to be used on the machine for the project you're going to be working on. You also want to have handy a pair of scissors, and maybe tweezers. If your fingers are a little coarse, you might find it easier to handle the thread with the scissors, because otherwise the thread might stick to your fingers as you're trying to feed it into the little hole. It's just a little trick thing some people have with working with a serger. Most sergers actually come with their own tweezers. So now we're going to change camera angles so we can get a better view of threading the machine and using the air thread feature. So we put our spools on the back, we have the proper needles in, and now we're going to start threading the machine. I have a catch tray here that's in my way, so I'm just going to pop it off and set it to the side. I'm going to open my door, which will expose my setup for my air threading. It also shows me where my tools are stored on this particular model. So the first thread I'm going to thread is going to be my lower looper. It's indicated here with the pink and the pink dot here on the top. And my threading path is really simple to follow. I'm going to pull my thread off the spool and come up through the wire harness above it. I'm going to come down and click it into the guide. That's this little piece back here on the back of the machine. You want to pull a down thread underneath it so that it comes out and to the front into the trough. I'm going to come down the front of the machine through the guide here. Now there's one little catch right here above where my hole is, where my opening is for my threading. So I'm going to come to the right of that and push the thread into that guide. Now I have to be careful that I get it all the way in so it latches or kind of catches in there and doesn't just fall out. So I'm going to pull that thread off to the side, because on this machine I can thread both loopers at one time. I'm going to do the same process with the second thread, which is my upper looper. Pull the thread off the spool, come up through the wiring harness, get it caught in the guide in the back of the machine, fall down through the trough, down to the front, once again to that guide that's right above the holes. If I don't get into the guides, it's just going to flail there. It's not going to work very well for me. So now I've got thread down to here, but I have to get the rest of my machine set up. So I need to engage the paths for my air threader to work. That involves pulling this lever up. Now if you can see here in the video, maybe I'll get a close-up for you, that these tubes did not connect. In order to get those to connect, I need to turn the hand wheel on the side. I just turn the hand wheel like I normally would, rotating it towards me, and it will cause the tubes to connect once everything is aligned. It's like magic. Boop. There, they've snapped into position for me. Now you can see that path is complete, and my machine is actually now ready for me to put the thread into the air threading pads. So now I can put my thread into the tubes and thread the rest of the machine. This part's easy also, because all I really need to do is get the thread started into the tube and the machine will take care of the rest of it. So I need to pull out enough thread from both of my threads. Remember, my lower looper and my upper looper. I need to pull out enough thread so that they'll travel through the path. I'm going to take the thread and make sure that the end is clean. That's what the scissors are for. If you have fuzzy ends, it's not going to work very well, so we're just going to trim these off so that they're nice and clean. Now, if you have coarse fingers, like I said before, putting it into the hole might be a little challenge because sometimes the thread will stick to your finger. That's where the tweezer comes in handy. So you just want to stick a little bit of the thread in there. You don't need to go trying to put 3 or 4 inches in. You just want to put in about 3/8 of an inch to a 1/2 inch. So I'm going to cut this thread off because it looks a little coarse to me. And I'm going to put the thread into its little hole here. You notice here on the symbol, there's no oiling in these holes. Do not lick the thread either. Moisture will cause the thread to stick in the tube and you won't get it to work right. So I'm going to put the thread into the tube. Once again, I'm going to use the tweezers because my fingers sometimes are a little coarse. And I'm going to put it down 3/8 of an inch, 1/2 inch is good. I'm putting in small little increments to hold it in there. I have to be careful down here that I don't have my thread caught around any of my accessories. That'll keep the thread from traveling properly. So I'm going to come in here very carefully and unencumber the thread. So I need to run the machine, but I use the button here where it says air on because this is going to run the machine to generate the air for me. So I just press the button and you can see here my threads have popped out the other ends. My loopers are now threaded. Now let's thread our needles so we can take advantage of our needle threader. We're going to come up off the spool like we did before and through the wire harness. Down through the back of the machine and clip it into that guide in the rear. Come down the trough in the front and follow the guide. Now it's real simple because we're just going to lay it through the trough, come up over to the point here and come up and around. We follow the color codes according to which needle we're threading. So I'm threading the green or the right needle, so I'm going to follow the green dot. So I'm going to come up and over the trough. You're going to find that the thread just slides into position for me. Now one thing to make it easier for your threads to travel is we can lift our foot. And our foot will open up our tension disc so our threads will travel through cleanly. I probably should have started with that at the beginning so that you know when threading your loopers, you should also have your foot up and threading your loopers. Now I'm at the thread guides here. I have one guide here, and then I have two guides above the needles. Those are little wire pieces that are sticking out for me. So I'm going to pull it into the first guide, and I'm going to come over and grab the second wire guide because that's for the right-hand needle. So now you can see I'm caught in the guide, and I'm ready to use my needle threader. But my foot's kind of in my way, so I'm going to lower my foot. So to get my needles in the right position for my needle threader, on the far hand side of my machine, there is a match space, a little marking on my hand wheel for me to match the position of the needle so that they work with the needle threader. It's not two lines. That match is a white space and a black line on the housing. So the space gives you a little bit of playroom. My needle threader has a left and right. That's what this switch here does. This actually will move the needle threader from the left needle to the right needle depending on which position I need to thread. So if I'm going to use the right needle and I want to use the right needle threader position, I push this level lever down. Now I can push the needle threader down and it will pivot and lock into position for me. You notice I'm not having to hold the needle threader into position to use it. Now there's 4 prongs that are extending around the needle with a stylus coming through the eye of the needle. Now I simply need to snap my thread into it and see it's caught for me. So now I can simply lift up on my needle threader and it's pulled a loop of thread through the needles for me. Can you see it back here? That's my loop of thread. That's through the eye of the needle. That was pretty easy, wasn't it? Well, how do I do that for the other side? Well, the other side's the same process, except that I move my needle position up here. So I'm on the left needle position. Right needle position, push it down. Left needle position, push it over to the left. You'll see there's 2 arrows on the gray plastic portion also showing you one pointing to the right and one pointing to the left. So if I know if I pushed it to the right, I'm threading my right needle. If I pulled it to the left, I'm threading my left needle. That's pretty easy for threading a machine, isn't it? What will they think of next? Hope you found this helpful. Thanks for watching.
Well, thank you, Tim. Hey, what a great demonstration on that MO2000 QVP. And guys, again, we have some great specials. If you've been looking for a great serger, hey, look no farther. We have this today on special. So give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. Hey, the normal price on this is $14.99. And guys, we have a great price on this today. So if you've been in the market for a serger, give us a call. We have financing available, free shipping anywhere in the USA. And man, this thing is loaded with features. And I think Tim covered those features pretty well. But if you've been looking for a serger, look no farther. And also, we also have the MO1000, which is a step just below this one. And it's also great price on it today. We don't have it on the screen, but the MO1000 or the MO2000, either one of those machines are one of the best sergers on the market. And we really, really like them. If you've been looking for an air threader, look no farther. This is it. So guys, we are going to continue to move on. And next up, we are going to talk all about what we have our doorbusters for the Cyber Monday show. We have some great doorbuster specials today. And Kyle, Doorbusters. There it is. It cracks me up every time he does that. So Kyle, which one are we going to talk about first? Oh, so we're going to talk about the Joy sewing machine, guys. This is by Baby Lock. This is the Joy. It is all from the Genuine collection. Hey guys, the price on this, We have lowered the price on it. It is $199. That is the special price for today, $199. And guys, I can't say enough about this machine. This is a great little mechanical machine. And if you want a very portable machine that you can take to your retreats, all these machines that we're highlighting today are that type of machine. They're really good portable type machines. And this one is $199. And so that is our special for that doorbuster special. Kyle, what's our second machine? Vibrant. There is the Vibrant. So this is the Vibrant Serger, also from that genuine collection. It is $349 is our price today, guys. And again, I think this is normally we sell it for $399, $349 for this today. What a great gift this. I was just getting ready to say what a great gift this would be. And Teresa just popped up, says a great gift for someone. You're completely right, Teresa. It is a great machine. All four of these machines we're highlighting are all doorbuster specials from Baby Lock today. And what a great package they are. So this is the Vibrant Serger, $349, free shipping, and we have financing available to help you out on this. But again, this thing, it has a ton of stuff. And, it's the 2-thread converter, it has the stitch finger, the needle set, lint brush, screwdriver, the machine cover comes with it, the oiler, replacement blade, a wrench, thread nets, tweezers, spool disc, cone thread holder, spool cap, accessory storage bag are all accessories that come with it. And you know what? The great thing about this advanced serging features, it has the rolled hemming, flat lock stitching, dial adjustable stitch length from 1 to 4 millimeters. It has a dial adjustable stitch width from 2.8 to 7 millimeters. And it has that retractable thread cutter and push lever, presser foot, pressure adjustment. So guys, what a great machine to get. Convenience features, it has electronic foot control, the snap-on multi-purpose presser foot, telescoping thread antenna. So you can see that on top of the machine there to get that thread up off the spools. It has the lint tray, the built-in LED light, the built-in seam guide, removable stitch finger for quick conversion between serging and hemming. So it is just a action-packed, full of a featured machine for a serger at $349, guys. What a great doorbuster. Get it today. And I don't know when these doorbuster specials are going to go off, but don't delay. Kyle, do you know what our inventory on this one is? All right, so we got 20 of these left, guys, so don't delay. If you want one of these, get on it right now. And next up, we're going to go to our next machine. And Kyle, which one is that? That is going to be the Zeal. So another great Baby Lock machine. This is the Zeal. It is $249. This is normally $299 machine. And Teresa Newell said, perfect starter machine. You know what, Teresa? It is a perfect starter machine, but not only is it a perfect starter machine, this is just a perfect machine for somebody who wants to travel, who wants to go to quilt retreats, go to classes at the local stores. You can carry this around. It's extremely lightweight. And for $249, guys, I'm telling you what a great machine this is. And Penny says this is a great Christmas gift. Penny, you're absolutely right. What a great gift this makes. Hey, this thing has 25 built-in stitches, including one-step buttonhole. It has a built-in needle threader, drop-in bobbin, free arm sewing, drop feed for free motion technique. So you can drop those feed dogs down so you can do free motion on this. Adjustable stitch length from 0 to 4 millimeters. Adjustable stitch width from 0 to 5 millimeters. It has that convenient thread cutter on it. Electronic foot control, has a built-in storage. And with the accessories that come with it, it comes with 6 snap-on feet. So you're getting the automatic buttonhole, the button fitting, the over edge, the zipper, blind hem, and general purpose. You're going to get 4 bobbins, a screwdriver, a seam ripper, spool caps for the large and small, additional spool pin. You're getting a quilting guide, the felt cushion, and a lint brush. Guys, all for $249 you're getting with this. And I can't stress to you enough. Kyle, do you know how many we got of these? We got a bunch of these in. So how many do we have? Kyle's looking right now. So we got a ton of the Zeal in, guys, to try to 30. We got 30 left. So Wow, that's a lot. We had 60 of these. Now we got 30. So guys, they are going fast for the Black Friday and Cyber Monday sale. And so again, jump on this special. This is a great special. And then we have one more of our collection coming up, and that is the Zest. And the Zest sewing machine, guys, we bought about 250 of these machines, and they have been flying off the shelves. I know now that we're getting really low on these as well. Kyle, be looking at that inventory for me. 15 left, guys. $129 machine. And that's why that's such a good special. That's why they're flying off the shelves for Christmas presents. We had 250 of these starting Black Friday. And as you know, we're almost sold out now. So 15 left, $129. This thing has 15 built-in stitches, including 4-step buttonhole, front loading bobbin, a free arm sewing, darning plate for free motion techniques, adjustable stitch length from 0 to 4 millimeters, convenient thread cutter, electronic foot control, the built-in accessory storage right there on your arm. It includes accessories. You get 4 snap-on feet. You get the sliding buttonhole. You get that zigzag, the blind hem, and the zipper foot. Then you get 3 bobbins. You get that darning plate. You get a needle package. You get a screwdriver, a seam ripper, and a spool cap. All come with this for $129. Guys, with free shipping. How can you beat that special? What a great Cyber Monday door special. And I promise you this will be sold out here in just a few minutes, because this thing has been a hot machine for us at that price. So don't delay. Jump on the phones right now. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 for all 4 of the doorbuster specials we have from Baby Lock. And if you're on the website right now, just type in, you can actually type in doorbusters, and it'll take you to the doorbusters page. Kyle, are these on the doorbusters page? They're on the doorbusters page with a lot of other doorbusters. So go on that page, and you can also talk to our live chat agents. They can take your order. But one great thing about these, you don't even have to call in. You can go right to the doorbuster page and see the machines that we have and order it right from there to get that special price. We already have the prices already marked down on the website. These are one of them that we can share with you, and the prices that we can share. You don't have to call in. And then our next doorbuster we've got is a brand new product just from Sewing Machines Plus. And guys, this is an exclusive product for us. This is our brand. We just did the world premiere launch of this. This is the Stay Perfect Stabilizer, and it is in the pre-cut packages. Guys, what makes this so unique? It is pre-cut, and we actually tell you what hoop size it fits right on the package, along with the sizes of the actual stabilizer you're getting. You're also going to get a Ziploc bag to store it in. That it's packaged in a Ziploc bag to keep it stay fresh, make it where it's easy to store. When you take out what you need, you'll still have that. On the sides of the packaging, you can see it shows you what size it is there. So if you're laying it flat and you're storing it, you can see the sizes and what type it is. But guys, we have a bunch of it. We have it. It comes in a 10 by 12, 12 by 16, a 14 by 22, an 18 by 22, and a 20 by 24, all in the pre-cuts. And that'll pretty much fit every hoop size across the way. And then we have it. You're going to get that in the wash and sew. You're going to get the no-show mesh, as they call it. You're going to get the medium tearaway, the peel and stick, and so it comes in all those great styles. And so you just pick which one you want, what size you want. And what a great way to pack it. And one of the things that you're going to notice when it's pre-cut is all the waste that you're going to save, and you can plan your projects out. So let's just say that you were doing a project and you're using a 6 by 10 hoop size, and you wanted to just know how many projects you could do with the amount of stabilizer. Well, with this being 25 sheets come in each pack, you buy that stabilizer that fits the 6 by 10 hoop size. And guess what? You're going to have 25 pieces of stabilizer, so you can do 25 projects. So that's what the great thing about the pre-cut is. You know exactly how to plan, how much to buy to plan your project. So we're super excited about this. Guys, you got a great savings on this today. They start out at, what's the starting price on these, Kyle? $8.99. Yeah, it starts out at $8.99 a pack and goes up. So make sure you go to our website and type in Stay Perfect Stabilizer. We have a great price on those. And again, you don't have to call in for this special. We have the specials right on the pages right now. So just go in and type in Stay Perfect Pre-Cut Stabilizer in the search bar. You can go right to it. Or just give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our live chat, our agents. Let them know you're wanting some of the pre-cut stabilizer. And also our live chat agents, they can also help you and take your order as well. But guys, this is our world premiere, and this was our stabilizer, and we're super, super excited about that. And we love our stabilizer, and we've done a lot of work trying to develop this and get it to where it's we listen to our customers and our embroidery ladies out there, and they said this is what we want in a pre-cut. We want where we don't waste. We want it to where it's a Ziploc bag. We can store it. It keeps it fresh. And we listened to you. We made it, and we have it out now. And this is a unique product for us. Nobody else has it. So make sure that you go check all the Stay Perfect stabilizers out for us. Guys, we're moving on at a fast pace today, and we hope that you're enjoying the show. And again, guys, if you're out there watching from YouTube, you can go like it and share it, ask questions. If you're watching from Facebook, I think I heard that Facebook is back up now. They had a little bit of problem, and you can, like it, share it, ask questions. Again, we're talking about our 10 for 10 promotion. We had a goal to hit 10,000 likes on our 10,000 subscribers on our YouTube page. We actually hit that goal. And basically what we said we would do is once we hit that goal, we were going to give a $10,000 sewing package away. And we're going to do it on Friday of our Countdown to Christmas show. And y'all want to join into that show. That's going to be December the 13th through the 17th. And we're going to be streaming for 5 days, 8 hours a day. And we've got a great lineup in store for you on that. And we got 30-minute sessions that we're going to have, so you'll get to see some great demonstrations from some great educators. But we're going to announce that winner on that day. But you still have time. Today, you can go on. You can actually, if you've not subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe right now, and that's going to enter you to win anytime, any kind of participation on the show. If you actually like it, you share it, make comments, ask questions, that's going to enter you to win. But you have to be a YouTube subscriber of our channel to actually get to win it. So that's the requirement. It's just a reward for helping us hit that 10,000 subscriber mark. So we want to welcome y'all to go and do that and have a chance to win that great package. And we'll unveil that package of what exactly it is that you're going to be able to win on Monday, December 13th, the start of our Countdown to Christmas show. So mark that on your calendars. But guys, hey, we're moving right on along, and we're going to go next. I think we're going to go to our King Quilter, and we have Corey Sheehan. Corey is our store manager at our San Marcos store here in California, and he is an expert when it comes to quilting. And guys, he probably makes the best feathers that you've ever seen. We always go to these trade shows, and we have what we call Feather Wars. And Corey is our reigning champion of Feather Wars. And I just got to remind everybody, too, if you're in Southern California, you're close to our stores down in the San Diego and San Marcos area, hey, come stop by the store. They have the same specials we have today online. They have them in the stores, and they got a full staff ready. We have some drinks and snacks. We have you can spin the wheel for free gifts and things. So stop by the store. They're all there ready for you. And we have the same specials. So stop by if you're down in Southern California. We'd love for you to come in the stores. So let's go over and see if Corey's ready. Corey, are you ready to go today?
I'm ready to go, Blaine.
Well, good. I wanted you to talk a little bit about what your favorite features are of that King Quilter. And then I'd really like for you to demonstrate some of your feathers. And maybe Roger can get a good tight shot of that. But you do a great job of those feathers. And everybody's always talks about them. But I want you to show them that and show how great that King Quilter actually stitches out.
Blaine, I'll risk it today, and I'll do some feathers after I talk about the features. So, am I good, you guys? All right. So this is our King Quilter machine, exclusively sold by Sewing Machines Plus. And, you know, some of my favorite features on the machine, I just want to say it actually is my favorite machine. So when Blaine was saying favorite features, I was thinking like how nice this machine is for people who are just getting started, looking for a backup machine, you know, or even if you own a business or are starting a business and you want something that's going to work reliably and have an awesome stitch. This is kind of our go-to in the retail locations and actually online. The Elite model specifically, because it comes with everything that you want and need. Again, whether you're just starting or you actually own a business, it's set up to run from the back with the rear handlebars, along with the handlebars in the front. But the rear handlebars specifically, for somebody who doesn't exactly have, you know, the perfect ability of making a design on their own, they can actually trace from the back with a laser light, and, you know, whatever's happening in the back that you're tracing, the machine's duplicating it up front here. So it's really nice the machine comes with that. It's normally an add-on, but the Elite model comes with that feature. It also comes with really nice adjustable front handlebars that our standard model does not come with. That's an upgrade. It's about a $1,400 upgrade. So again, if you buy the Elite, tons of savings. And I think for the deal, you guys are going to call in on this one. But it's a phenomenal package. It comes with a much larger screen. I think it's probably one of the largest screens, other than if you buy one of our top of the line handy quilter models, which makes it really easy to see all the features and settings you have the machine set at. So right here on the main page, you can actually set exactly what stitch length you want. And the machine has a bell that if you go faster than it, you can set it where it dings and tells you that you're going faster than the machine can handle. So that's for people if they want their stitches to be perfect. You can turn that little sensor on. But it also has 4 settings of stitches. So you have your stitch regulated mode. It'll also do basting for you. There's a way to put it to where the machine's in manual mode. And the manual mode is what I like. It gives you the most free feel of the machine, but it's not regulated. So it takes some practice to get used to make a perfect stitch, but it's a great setting. And it also does an idle stitch, which, you know, I like to use that for some of my stippling stuff, but mainly for pebbling and really small designs. I keep it in the idle mode. So with the handlebars, this machine has probably the best lighting built into it. Huge lights coming off the front handlebars, and it comes with a free light strip that you can put under the neck of the machine, and it just really amplifies the lighting. It tends to not need any overhead lighting, but you can always add it. There's some good brands we sell. I really like the Grace overhead lighting we sell. It's very good lighting. So anyways, the machine is awesome, tons of features and everything you'll need to get started. And it also takes on the back here, this is not with the machine, but can be added with the purchase when you first get it or down the road. But it's a pro stitcher for the King Quilter, and it is probably the top 3 best quilting robotic systems on the market. And it goes right onto this machine flawlessly. So, and I really like it too, actually, because it's the only robot we sell that if you're in it and you want to go from robotics back to just doing free motion on the same quilt, you just press one little button there, and now the motors are engaged and it's ready to run on its own. And you press the button again, right back to free motion. So pretty cool, huh, Blaine? All right, so I'm going to actually stitch out on this machine, and let's see what my feathers are looking like today. Are we at a good angle here? All right, so I'm in stitch regulated mode, and I like to have the stitch length around 11 stitches per inch. That's pretty typical, and I'm going to give it a go. Let's see if we can make it happen. and I have a break. So guys, doing this, on camera, you're going to have some issues come up here and there. So I'm going to try to fix it real quick. Normally, I know last time when I had a break, people want to know what I did. So I'm gonna try to correct it. I'm gonna go back to Blaine, and I'll let you guys actually know what I did to fix the issue. Okay? Back to you, Blaine.
All right. Well, thanks, Corey. So, guys, again, live TV things happen, but hey, our King Quilter. I can't say enough about this machine. We probably were in a year to a year and a half in development, trying to get this machine ready to put out, and we put this out about 3 years ago, and it has been just a rock star. This thing, we very seldom ever have any kind of issues with it. And we have sold thousands of these things nationwide, and what a great machine this is. And today we have a call-in special for it. And again, if you are looking for a 18-inch quilting, a big long arm machine, this is a great perfect addition to your sewing room. Excuse me. It's $79.99. Guys, it has free shipping, and you're going to have your choice of a 10 or 12 foot frame with this. We're going to let you pick which one you want. And the great thing about this, it comes with those rear handlebars like Corey was talking about. It comes with those adjustable front handlebars. You got a great LCD or LED lighting package on this. And then it comes with that great big LCD screen on the front that you can see. And what's unique about this machine as well, we have 3 robotic systems that will actually work on this. So if you want what we call the Big Daddy, the Pro Stitcher, if you want the Pro Stitcher, we have that. If you want the Quilt, Quilt Easy on it, the Butler makes one, and then we have the Q-Bot by Lighten Up. All 3 of those will work on the King Quilter. So basically, it's just about what you want and your budget. So what you need to do is just give us a call. All of our call people in the center are all experts on the King Quilter, and any questions you have, they can answer it. And I tell you, I know when it's a little intimidating when you're talking about a long arm. There's a lot of things involved, but guys, rest assured that we can take care of you on this. We can guide you and help you make a great decision. But this thing, we got the free bonuses that are coming with it today. It's a call-in special. And again, this is $79.99. We do have a call-in special. We have financing available, and we're going to ship it free for you. But guys, some of the features of this thing, it has the 18-inch throat space. It has the stitch precision mode. It has the stitch cruise mode on it, 4 to 18 stitches per inch. You got the stitch manual mode in it. You have the light ring included. Yeah, it's 2,200 stitches per minute. So this thing's extremely fast. It uses that M-class bobbin, has that 4.3-inch screen included. And then, like I said, you have the option of getting the 10-foot frame or the 12-foot frame. It has the front handlebars with the button controls. They're fully adjustable, so you can get it to that perfect height for you and comfort level. So you can do. Also, you're going to get those rear handlebars with controls. You're going to get the quilt alarm, quilt timer, the stitch counter, the low bobbin estimator, which is awesome for that, because you don't want to run out of bobbin speed, your bobbin thread when you're doing a project. You also have the warranty. You got a 10-year warranty on the casting. You have a 5-year warranty on all the mechanical, and you have a 5-year warranty on all the electronics. It has 8-watt LED power consumption, 5 millimeter sew foot stroke lift, has a 35.3 millimeter needle bar stroke, a 73 millimeter take-up stroke. So guys, we're super excited about this machine. And again, it comes with a ton of accessories and your choice of that 10 or 12 foot frame. And then we also have those 3 different robotic packages available. So guys, if you've been looking for a great quilting machine, this King Quilter 2 Elite is the one for you. And we have a great price. Its everyday price is $79.99 on this. We have a call-in special, and they're going to work with you on that as well. So let's go back to Corey over at the San Marcos store and see if he is ready to do some sewing.
Blaine, I'm back here with the machine. I think this bobbin case, I was running it earlier. I actually did, a full 2 sections on the quilt and, made sure the needle was good and stuff. But I actually might have to get even a different bobbin case, because I think what's happening is the spring's coming out of it and it's jamming up the thread and pulling harder than it should. So unfortunately, we could probably maybe sometime later today, if we can, we'll do a demo on this. But these machines, they can be finicky, but there's really only a few things you need to look at when you're having problems. And that honestly is, if you're using a new thread, you might have to change the tension on the machine, which is very simple. There's a step-by-step process for checking the bobbin tension before you do anything. And once you set it, you don't have to worry about it. But I think I have a bad spring because my bobbin's coming out. So, but again, you normally set the bobbin tension on these guys. You set the top tension to where, you know, it feels really, really tight, but it doesn't break when you pull from the backside of the needle. And after that, if you're still having issues, these needles, when they go in, you actually turn them a little bit to the right, and that normally fixes a lot of breaking issues as well. But I need to get myself a new bobbin case. So sorry about that, everyone. I know that, you know, my feathers are always a big thing that everyone wants to see how this machine stitches. But it does stitch beautifully, and we've sold hundreds of these models, probably just even this year. So they are top notch, and honestly, the best bang for your buck for a top of the line 18-inch machine. So,
all right. Well, thanks, Corey. All right, guys, we're going to move on the show. Again, I got to remind you, if y'all are looking for a King Quilter 2, hey, give us a call at 800-401-8151. Our call center operators are experts when it comes to long arm quilting machines, and a lot of the people in the call centers have worked quilt shows as well. So they've set these things up, they've run them, and they know exactly how to set it up for it to make it easy for you. And we have 100% support for you on that. Our service techs, I mean, they'll go as far as doing FaceTime with the phones to actually help you if you have any kind of issues that you're trying to figure out how to do. But again, this machine, it kind of surprises me that Corey had problems with it, because it is such a bulletproof machine. It's just a great straight stitch sewing machine, basically, and 2,200 stitches per minute is extremely fast. So, hey, guys, we're going to move on. I think Nathan will have a little extra time today. So we're going to go to Nathan Ears-Nosnick from Grace, and we're going to talk all about that cutie and that hoop frame, or the cutie and the hoop zone frame. And so, Nathan, are you ready to go? All right, I don't hear you.
Sorry, there we go. I think, are we coming through?
You're coming through. So Nathan, you got an extra 5 minutes.
Hey, we will take it, Blaine. Stay with me here for just a minute. Moving through, you know, your King Quilter systems and that elite model, you're absolutely right. A phenomenal machine to use. I've had a chance to use that myself, and so it's a wonderful thing. So I think it was great to have a chance to talk about one of your exclusive machines that you guys do as a company. And I know you do that with a couple other brands. And I know that, Blaine, as you've been talking Cyber Monday, there have been several other things that you guys kind of get a unique spin or a touch to be able to bring in, right? So that's when you're looking at some of these other machines, some of these other pricings. Others out there in the industry just can't really compete with the same kind of items that you have. Is that right, Blaine?
Exactly right, Nathan. And, you know, we work really hard. You know, we start preparing for this show probably 6 or 7 months out. And just as you know, we talk to you and other manufacturers to try to develop, you know, some good pricing and some great buys. And like I tell our customers, you know, I feel like we're just a buying agent for our customers. We go out and try to get the best buy that we can from the manufacturers, and we pass that savings right on to the customers. And as you know, some of the advertising restrictions, as we talk about, you know, the minimum advertised price, and that they call it MAP pricing. We can't show a lot of the prices on air, or talk about it, because it breaks that pricing agreement we have with the manufacturers. However, if they call in, we can sell it for anything we want. So that's one of the things that we do. We try to really get good buys. We try to pass that savings on the customer, but a lot of times you have to call in to get it.
Well, all I know, Blaine, is as I've been watching and looking at a lot of the things that you've had today, a lot of different 15-minute segments. So quilters, sewers, embroiderists, and if you're out there, you're looking at this, I think one of the things that Corey brought up, which is great, is if it's personally for you, right, great, there's something for you to look at. If it's something to start as a business, or that you're going to move into a business, SewingMachinesPlus.com has literally anything that you're going to need for a wide variety of options. So Blaine, that's wonderful. Thanks for letting me come in a little bit early. In fact, that's great because we're going to talk about a product that you're going to see. You might have heard about it. And a lot of you, if you've heard about it, we have found that a lot of consumers wanted to see it closer up. They wanted to touch it. They wanted to get their hands on it. So hopefully during my segment here, we can do so. And that's going to be on our Cutie tabletop frame. And we're going to talk a little bit about what this frame is. But first, take in your mind, you've been watching, you've been seeing all these different deals. You've probably been shopping on other websites. You've had a busy weekend. You've been out there with family. However, one of those peaceful places you can go is to quilting. And that's what we're going to talk about, is a frame that we like to refer to as an accessory for your machine. So instead of thinking about, hey, I want to get into this big long arm, which is great because Sewing Machines Plus has both mid arms and long arms. Here at Grace Company, we make several of those that Sewing Machines Plus has some really wonderful deals on as well. I'm going to be talking to you from a different angle. So think about this. If you're ready to get into some quilting here, and you might be looking at finishing a quilt for a loved one for the upcoming holiday season here. If so, we have the ideal product for you called the Cutie tabletop frame. And why might this be ideal? Why is it an accessory for your machine? Well, one of the biggest reasons is because you do not have to look at dedicating a permanent quilting space in order to find or have the same kind of output or the same motion you have with professional long arms. When we think of long arms, we usually think of two things. One is I'm going to have to go build an extension, right? Or I'm going to have to go put it in the garage, or I'm going to have to go kick one of my kids out of the room. I know that you're having these thoughts, and you probably have 10 other reasons why at this time you can't get into, or you've considered the mid or long arms, but you're telling yourself that now is not the time. Well, I'm going to flip that on its head and tell you now is the time, but it's going to be different than what you thought about. It's possibly going to be different than what you've known about, and it's going to be different from what you have seen. And so that's what we're going to spend a few minutes talking about. And that is the frame I'm standing in front of, called our Cutie tabletop frame. Now, the reason we have that called, let's go ahead and go to our close-up camera, and you're going to see kind of on the side, is that it is actually placed just on a standard table. Now, one of the things I like, if we kind of step back here again, is that you can actually take this, because it's literally portable. You can take and put it on any portable table. In fact, we were just at an event down in Houston. I went into the local Home Depot, bought a folding table that was height adjustable. We had some sitting and some standing. That table was $45. So Blaine, this is one of those tables that you do not need to dedicate permanent space to. You can once you begin to love part of this process and what solutions it brings to you. If not, however, it can be easily stowed. So during this, I'm going to actually take the machine off, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to put it away. And I'm going to kind of put it back on the frame so that you can see this while answering a couple questions. The other thing is pricing. So a lot of people say, one is I don't have space. And again, I'm looking for this dedicated piece. They're thinking budget becomes the second one. Like, oh, I'm going to have to go buy this mid arm. It's a long arm. I'm $5,000, I'm $10,000, I'm $15,000 in. Well, really, the nice thing to know is if you already have a domestic sewing machine. Now, again, I'm guessing you probably have at least one. It's really two, it's probably three, and you probably bought a fourth watching this show with some of these great specials. If that's the case, you can use this frame as an accessory for a machine that you already have. And I'm going to show you briefly how we can do some of that. But that's what we have. This is just a small domestic 9-inch machine. Yes, you can get this in some combos from Sewing Machines Plus. This is a Juki. Right here, this one has about 9 inches of space that we'll show you here in a little bit. And it sits on the trolley. And really quickly, I'm just going to kind of show you. It glides around. And partly the way this is done is that there's actually a handlebar down here in the front that we can use to move the machine across the surface of the fabric. Now, if you've ever pieced a quilt, you enjoyed that puzzling, right, and building that quilt, but then you get it together, and I'm guessing that it might have grown. If you've ever created your own quilt, sometimes they expand, they get a little bit bigger, and you've needed to finish them. Now, it's also okay if you want to go out and you can quilt with your checkbook. That's wonderful. Not everybody can. And I know emotionally, a lot of quilters really want to finish their own projects. They've started them. They've worked through them. They've spent hours, if not days, and some of you maybe even months. You probably have stacks of quilts, and now you're really just waiting for the right time to finish them. Now is going to be that time as you watch me engage with this frame to help finish quilts. Now, if you're looking at this frame is 4 feet wide from left to right. What that means is that that you can put this in any place that's about 4 feet. You're going to look about 3 feet from front to back. And because it can be stowed and put back up here, you don't have to find a dedicated space. And the bigger thing is now, because the machine moves over the surface, is that we can take our domestic machine and convert it into a process that makes it a free motion quilting system, which is like all of those professional long arm systems. So it's the exact same type of movement. It's the same process that we use, but instead of holding the handles on the machine, we actually can hold the trolley and glide the machine over the surface. Now I have a foot pedal underneath. There are certain machines that Sewing Machines Plus can do stitch regulation with them, but this one right now, I just have a foot pedal underneath the frame. I'm simply going to engage and push on the foot pedal, and I'm going to drive the machine over the fabric surface. So again, what we can do is get this wherever you're most comfortable. Again, you can stand or sit. And again, we're gonna go to our close-up camera, and I'm just gonna kind of go ahead and play around a little bit here. So we're just moving it around, and again, super light, very easy to move, very easy. I'm gonna take out here just to show you, like, it does not take a lot. Okay, if we go ahead and step back here again, you can see that it does not take a lot of effort to move this across the frame. So what we're looking at is your domestic machine on this portable tabletop frame. The other question a lot of people ask, well, Nathan, that quilt is really tiny. I do larger quilt. Well, this is a hoop style quilting frame. What that means is you can do any quilt up and even larger than king size. And the reason we do that is because the fabric drapes over the surface. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly undo the fabric so you can see the frame in its basic process as it sits on the table. Without the fabric, I'll take it apart. We'll talk about some pieces and why this works so well and how it can do the same and work for you with the machines that you currently have at home as an accessory. So again, I'm just going to go ahead, and we have these bungees. What these bungees do, let's go ahead and go to our close-up while I'm doing some of this. We're going to show a couple things off here. So what we end up with is we end up with these clips, and these clips right here have a really unique shape to them. And they actually have these ridges in them. And what those ridges do is they actually can engage with the square rail. And what that does is by clipping over the square rail, it actually can create more of a ratcheting type of an experience. So this is how we actually create tension on the rail. So I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to pull these off. We've taken the left and the right off. So if we can go back to a close-up here, and you can see we got the fabric is draped over. I'm going to undo the bungees in the throat of the machine, and we're going to do the same. We're going to pop off our clips. These clips are a little bit different. And again, I'm just going to pull my fabric. So again, if we were going to go ahead and we were going to move, if we can go up to the close-up here, and we were going to move from left to right, what we can do is we simply now can drag the fabric over and bring that fabric, reclip it back on, and continue with another zone. I'm going to pull that fabric all the way off. Now, if we can kind of step back here again and look at this, one of the key things we did when we built this frame is, I was thinking about this here, if you get this into your home, the nice thing is part of these pieces come pre-assembled. Once it's assembled, it actually does not require tools to reset it back up for your machine. So if we go back to our close-up here, I'm going to just point out a couple things to show you. We have some really easy adjustments that allows us to adjust the height of this. You can see how easy that is. And then they just lock right in place so that we can get the perfect height. To take the machine off, no tools required. We simply can remove the rail. Now this rail goes through the throat of the machine. I'm just going to set it here because I'm going to take this frame off. The machine, if we can go step back here, I'm going to take this off from the back. The machine just lifts right off. And so one of the other great things is we have these machine clamps that keep your machine in place. But I'm going to go ahead and unplug the machine. The machine literally just lifts off of the carriage, and this is where you can go to your general sewing table. And then I'm going to go ahead, if we can move back to our close-up camera, just show you and answer a couple questions here. This frame, this is the carriage, this is the upper carriage. And a lot of people want to know, will my machine fit? This plate right here is it's 12 inches. If your machine is about 12 to 12 and a half, it will sit here because your feet actually sit on these two plates. And the nice thing is because the machines, usually their feet fit anywhere on this plate, you can actually run up to a 19-inch machine. So our unique 19 actually fits on this frame because there's been adjustments put in. But there are several machines that are 12-inch throats, 13-inch throats. Those sit here on this trolley. And then again, we can see that we have the adjustable handles right here. These handles go in and out. And one of the nice things is we've talked about, or in the market of long arm, some people like to work from the back. So these handles can be removed from the front, pulled around the back. So if we step back and look at this, what we do is that your carriage, super easy. Again, it's not bolted on. We're lifting it right off. Then we have the bottom carriage. Again, this comes pre-assembled in the box, so you don't have to worry about assembly. It simply sits on the track. I'm going to walk around the front here so you can see this. Well, that is the frame. And I'm going to quickly put the rail back in the throat. So you can see how quickly I took the machine off. And what I like to show you is, so now this literally just lifts off the table. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to move this and put this in our room. So that is literally how easy it is to take it down. Watch me. We're going to put it up here. So we're going to lift this out of your closet. You're going to bring it up to whatever table space you want. We're going to sit it on that table space. Underneath it has some really nice foam pads, so you don't have to worry about it scratching the surface that it's on. But we're going to set it on the table. We're going to go ahead and go to our close-up camera. You're going to see me lift and take the bottom carriage. That bottom carriage just simply sits down, and that's what gives us our motion left and right. We're going to take our top carriage. That top carriage sits down there. Again, if we can step back again and take a look, you'll see me put the machine on. We're going to go ahead, we lift that machine up. The machine sits on that trolley. Now with what you're looking at, I'm going to come back around the front here as we're going to show you this. You can kind of see how this actually operates now. Take off the rail to put the machine so we can get this through the thread of the machine. There we are. And this is now, we're literally back to quilting minus putting our fabric on. So I just wanted you to see, looking at this, it is incredibly simple. Once it's been built, you don't need tools. You don't have to go and fiddle with it. If you're going to adjust the rail, it's super easy to make your quick adjustments up or down. If we take a close-up look at that again, we're going to go ahead and set this to be the right height for the machine. So whether it's too high, we can come down, find that right height, lock it into place. If we by chance have a larger machine, this also can be pulled in and out depending on the throat size that you have. And it's done. Let's go ahead and step back and take a look at this. That is the Cutie tabletop frame. So that's why we refer to it as an accessory for your sewing machine, because you don't need to necessarily dedicate space. Now, I will tell you this. So think about this. Take a minute. You've pieced a quilt. You've loved it. You want to piece more quilts. You've done that. And now you're finishing them. You might have tried to push it through the throat of your machine. And most often, the story that I hear is, well, I just did straight lines, because that process was kind of all that you were allowed to do as you moved and were pushing that machine, that fabric, that big bulk of fabric through. And then people want to know, well, Nathan, if I have this frame, does it really solve those challenges? And the answer I have is absolutely. One of the biggest challenges that we have in the quilting world when you're quilting is that you're handling all of the fabric. And once that fabric is rolled up and you're pushing this through the machine, you become the tool that is helping take care of this fabric and pushing it and pulling it. The Cutie is nothing more than a fabric management system. And literally, it takes 100% of the work off of you and places the fabric and places the management of that fabric onto the frame itself, giving you the ability to easily, with free motion, just move that machine over the surface of the frame. Now, one of the things a lot of people look at is they think, okay, I'm going to get into this. By the way, it's at an amazing price right now, and it is shipping. So if your orders come through and you place them today, we're trying to get everything else out as we can here in the next day or two to help get you a delivery. Hopefully, if you're in the U.S. here by middle of next week towards the end, so that you can actually look at getting some of your quilts done that you're hoping to have done, hopefully for this upcoming holiday. So know that that's something that we have available. So if you've thought about it, and you're thinking now the time, you're going to see that the price is an amazing price. It is literally like being an accessory for several of your machines. And that allows you to convert your domestic machine very quickly, either storing the frame or converting it into your free motion own quilting machine at home. So Blaine, let's bring you up really quick. I want to kind of talk back and forth with you, if you're okay, on a couple things, and just talk about a few stories with you on the success that we've found regarding this Cutie frame as a whole. And Blaine, maybe if we can kind of just take just a minute, because I know I maybe have a couple more minutes here, and share with everybody the wonderful value that you have on the frame right now, and why it's something that they shouldn't pass up on right now with the Cyber Monday deal. And outside of that, the frame can continue to grow with you. And that would be probably my last thing, is you're not limited. In fact, when you're ready, and we find there's two kind of quilters. First, you're going to buy this product, you're going to start it, you're going to finish a quilt, and you're going to say, you know what, I'll finish a quilt once or twice a year. And that person will continue just to use their domestic machine. However, we find that there's another quilter who, once they begin quilting, they start to find that the motion and the free motion system, and by having your machine glide over the fabric, is so much easier that they start to move through quilts quicker. And they find that there's less of a struggle and less of a worry. And now they start looking, because you're looking for conveniences. Well, this frame will allow you, when you're prepared to move up to a 15-inch machine, the 19-inch Quilting machine are also options that you can use with this exact same frame. So Blaine, I know there's been a lot of success, and I think right now my last call, because I know you're going to talk about pricing, what people can do, they can call in. But right now is the time. If you've thought about this and you've seen this, let's get you back to it. But Blaine, let's talk about the amazing specials that Sewing Machines Plus has right now for everybody if they're interested in this wonderful accessory, the Quilting tabletop frame.
Thanks, Nathan. I appreciate that. So, guys, again, we want to tell you all about how you can get this frame. And I think Kyle's going to put the overlay up there for us and show you that. And again, we have a great call-in special today for this. And this is the Quilting tabletop hoop frame. And it includes that carriage and handles. And what this, looks like Nathan talked about, this is designed for you can put your domestic machine, your home machine on this thing. Flatbed machine. It'll accommodate a ton of different machines, and you can put all the way, even their 15 Pro all the way up to their Quilting 19 on this. It'll handle that. So what this does, you can actually put it on a tabletop, a fold-out table at home, your dining room table, a bar. You can set this up there and have it quilting. You can take it down, store it in a closet vertically, or you can slide it under a bed and store it. So anybody who's want to get into long arm quilting, this is the frame for you. Guys, we can't stress this. This thing has been a huge seller this year, and we've got plenty in stock right now to ship. The price is $689, but we're going to beat that price. Give us a call. We got a show special on it for you right now at 800-401-8151. And also we have that special financing. And again, you want to, if you're trying to do quilting, we can't stress to you how great this Quilting tabletop is. So again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. You can type in the search bar on our website, Quilting tabletop, and it'll take you right to the product page. You can read all about it. And you can also get some help from our live chat agents on there. And if you're in Southern California, hey, you're close down to San Diego, San Marcos area, stop by our stores. We can show you all about this and talk about it as well. So let's go back to Nathan.
We finished up. Just so you know, as part of this process, as I was doing this, I literally just put the fabric back on the frame as we were doing this, just so you can see. I can show everybody we're ready to go. Fabric's back on it, back on it. We're now ready to plug it back in and get ready to go. Blaine, again, I just appreciate you having us on. We do have some fun things that we're going to do later with cutting supplies, but this Quilting right now, it is at its best price all year. It's going to be obviously at some of those specials in which Sewing Machines Plus can bring to you. It is a great accessory for your machine. Call their experts if you have any questions. They'll answer them. Yes, your domestic machine will fit. My last recommendation is people say, well, Nathan, how big of a machine? Well, if you're running a machine that's about 7.5 inches, if we can take our quick close-up, which is usually from the machine's needle here to the back, that's a good enough machine to start. We find, again, that you might be one of those quilters that looks for conveniences. This is a 9-inch. There are several 10-inch and there are several 12-inch machines out there that just give you more finished quilting space. If we can go ahead and step back and look at this again. Blaine, it is wonderful. It is just as easy to put up as to put it away. Take it with you on your RV. Take it with you camping. Use it with what you already have. Or now, find another machine that you want to couple with this. Now is a great time because Sewing Machines Plus has a lot of great deals on a lot of their machines. So Blaine, thanks for the time. It's been wonderful to be here. Hopefully we can be back and let me know if there's any other questions we can get answered for any of the wonderful quilters or sewers out there.
You're right, Nathan. Hey, and I was just thinking one of the great combinations we have on that machine, Nathan, that people don't realize is we have that Baby Lock Jazz 2 machine, which is a perfect combination for that tabletop. And it's got that real deep throat space. So you can do a lot of great quilting with that. So that's a great combination we've sold a lot of times. And we have a good price on that Jazz 2. I don't even think we have it on the show today, but the Jazz 2, guys, if y'all been looking for that, we have a great show special on it, a great bundle. And that would be a perfect combo with that Quilting frame. So anyway, thanks to Nathan for coming on. I know we're going to have him back on here again this afternoon and do some more things. But hey, guys, we're moving on. We got up next Cindy Hogan. That is right. Cindy Hogan's in the house. She is a brother ambassador, and Cindy has been in the sewing and embroidery, for years. She started out with educating, became an ambassador with brother. I've known Cindy for many, many years. We've worked together, and Cindy is extremely talented. She has written a lot of the workbooks and instruction manuals for brother for a lot of these machines and things. She is a scan and cut guru. She is a software guru, but today she is a PRS 100 persona guru, and she's going to talk all about the brother's one needle persona. So Cindy, welcome to the show.
Hey, Blaine, how are you today?
I am doing great. And man, what a great day it is. It has been fast paced and it has been so busy. It's unbelievable. Our stores are busy. It's just packed full of people. And the phones have not stopped ringing. People are having trouble getting through. So we just can, tell them just keep trying, leave voicemails. We're going to get to you. But Cindy, we've got a great special on the PRS 100 today. And we got to get you to just tell people what your favorite features are about it and some of the highlights, because guess what? We have more of these machines in stock than anybody in the world right now, including brother.
That's exciting. That's really exciting because these are hot little guys. It
Yes.
is a sweet little machine. It has 405 built-in embroidery designs. It has 20 built-in fonts, a plethora of stuff for you all guys to play with. But one of the best things about this machine is it is a standalone embroidery machine with a tubular arm. And by that, I mean it has this opening right here to where you don't have to take things apart. So you can actually take your bag and simply slide it over, hoop it, and get ready to go. You don't have to take it apart. And I love that. What does that open up for me? That opens up the ability to do jeans without taking them apart, sleeves, little bitty pouches, all kinds of things. So truly, that is one of the best parts about it. But let me show you some other things about it while we're here and can look at it. So this is our screen. It's a touch screen, just like most of Brother machines. When you touch a category, you can navigate through these, select one. There you go. Your design is set up. And you just touch set and you're ready to hoop it and go. But if you want to combine things on your screen, you can do that as well. Let's come in here and grab one of our beautiful fonts. I'm going to come in and grab, these are font designs, not fonts like keyboard fonts. These are font designs. We're going to go ahead and set it. And let me see if I can't get my hoop on here correctly. There we go. Touch embroidery. Your design is there, but if you want to check and make sure it's exactly where you want it on your garment, let me show you the little trick here. We have this thing called an LED drop light, and it is right here. So you can see my LED drop light is on. I'm going to turn my light on my machine off so you guys can see this light. Did I turn that off? There we go. So do you see that little pointer light? If you have your garment marked, you can perfectly see where that is. And what I do to check it out is on my screen, I will touch this little button right here. And I'll decide if I've got it marked, I can touch the bottom center, top center, left center, right center, and center, and know that I'm right there where I want it to go. The other thing that I love about this machine is the fact that it has an automatic needle threader on it. You know, with me, if it doesn't have an automatic needle threader on it, I have a hard time seeing it. I don't know about y'all, but that is one of the things. If it doesn't have an automatic needle threader, it generally doesn't make it to the house. So let me show you how that little guy works. You simply, and it actually has thread cutter up here at the top. So when you're ready to change colors, you simply cut it off, tie it together. So let me do that. We'll go with purple today. I'm going to cut that one off. I'm going to tie this one on and simply pull it through. So here we go. We're going to pull it through. Take it out of the needle and just pull it through. And then you have on your front of your screen this little button right here. That is your needle threader button. You punch that little needle threader button, and let's see if I can get you a little closer here. There we go. So then you take it and go underneath here, go up and around, and then you press that same button one more time, this one right here, and your needle is threaded. So, and that's all it takes to do that. Other things that I love about this, Blaine, it comes with these teeny tiny hoops. So it comes with an 8x8 hoop, which is this size right here. It comes with the 4x4 that I have on the machine itself. And then it comes with these little teeny tiny hoops that allow you to get inside pockets, sleeves, pockets of men's shirts, socks. These are these little teeny tiny cute ones. So there's 4 of those little teeny tiny cute ones with a driver that comes with it. It also is embroidery capable. That means I can use Mickey Mouse on this machine. So any of the Disney designs that you find on embroidery can be used on this machine itself. It also does caps, and as Blaine likes to call this, the cap magnet, because it actually has its own little cap driver that you can get with it, and it can basically put these things out pretty darn quickly. Super simple to use. What else do we have? So one of the things that we also love about this is that you can get an optional Durkee split frame for it. So here is something I basically did for you guys just to be able to see it, because we don't have time in the time that we have today to do the entire design. But what this allows you to do is it stitches the first half. It does a basting stitch, and I'm going to take that closer to the screen there. You see that little basting stitch? It does that. You rotate it, and then you place it back in the machine, and you'll align it with your basting stitch to finish up the embroidery design. And I do believe I have some of those here that I did last year. So here's one that's finished as well. And then if you were watching in the spring, we've got this guy. So this one actually made it into a project today. Any other questions? I know I went quick. So I went really quick today. Let me go back in and let's dive a little bit further into this since I went so very quickly. Let's look and see what we've got in the machine itself. So I'm going to go ahead and touch the home screen. And let's look and see what we've got in here as far as embroidery designs go. We have quilting designs built into it. You also have, these are our fonts that are built into it. So here are your 20 fonts, including some small fonts down here. If we go to the second page, these are really nice small fonts for monogramming sleeves of designs. And cuffs and collars. And these, you just simply touch the screen. They're in there. And look how teeny tiny those are, guys. Let me zoom in so you can see this. We can zoom in and see how teeny tiny those are. Those are less than 1/4 of an inch. And you can actually view it in the hoop. And it will tell you up here what hoop you can use for the design that you've chosen. So if we return back here and I come back to my home screen, and I touch my quilting designs. When you touch one, you'll notice how every other hoop besides my 8x8 is grayed out. That means that is a design that needs to be used with the 8x8. So that is a really nice feature. It doesn't allow you to make that mistake. We can combine designs on screen. So if I want to come in here and let's grab that alphabet again, and I'm going to come in and grab that letter and set it. And we will add to it. So we'll touch add. And let's see if we can find an ornament that we like underneath it. How about we grab, but you'll notice that's bigger than my 4x4. So that's not one that I want to select. Let's see. Ooh, I like that one. So let's go ahead and see if I see anything else that I like better. I actually think I was happy with that one I had selected. Let's come and grab it. We'll touch set. That design is added. We can simply move it down with the arrow, or you can take it and drag it with your cursor. I like to use my arrows because that keeps things in the center. So as I touch a design, I can touch the center key and then use my little arrow to move it. When I am ready to embroider it, I'm going to go ahead and touch embroidery. Then once again, I would align it. You can add a basting stitch directly here on the machine simply by touching this key right here. And if you want the design to embroider in a single color, that is that key right there. So you'll notice it changes all of those to a gray color. Now they're back. We are ready to go. Would you like to see it embroider here? So let's see here. We've got purple. We're going to just go for it. We're going to lock it and press the go button. And now it's ready to go. So it's doing my basting stitch first because I added that basting stitch to it. And it stitches up to 1,000 stitches per minute. I have mine set at I had it set at 700, but it will go up to 1,000 stitches per minute. And it, as I said, you can use your fingers or you can use your stylus. I tend to use the stylus. I just wanted you to be able to see it embroider for a second. It does a beautiful job with embroidery, guys. It really does a really nice job. So it is somewhat quiet. It's not as quiet as my Luminaire, but it is somewhat quiet. It's not terribly loud. It's not one that I want to talk over generally while I'm doing it, but look how pretty this is going to be. And it's stitching absolutely gorgeously. I'm looking to see if I see any questions here. It does have USB capability. It is single colors at a time. You simply change the color after the machine stops. It stops to change colors, and it does cut your jump threads. Okay, Blaine, do you want to come back and have me answer any questions?
Well, hey, Cindy, the only question is.
Let me turn you up. Hold on just a second, or I'll stop this guy. There we go.
I said the only question we have is how can we get it, right? So
I would say, how can we get it? It really is a very, very nice machine. It does a gorgeous job, and it doesn't struggle with things that some of our single needles that a flatbed machine sometimes does.
Well, and the great thing about it, people a lot of times they look at that one needle and they're kind of going, oh well, I want a multi-needle, but the way the thread spools are laid out, and as quick as you can tie off a thread color and pull it through, you're talking seconds you can change the thread color. So it really doesn't, put you behind schedule. And what I tell everybody, the reason I say it's the premier hat machine of America, because 90% of the hat logos that you see are one color. So you could put a hat hoop on it and go to town on this thing and just have it running nonstop if you're wanting to do a business for Etsy or something like that. So, but I tell you, I'm a big fan of this. The free motion kit that you can get with it makes it very versatile. And again, we're going to show everybody how they can get this, Cindy. This thing, guys, it's $49.99, and we got free shipping right to your door today. But hey, we've got a call-in special. You give us a call. They're going to give you a very special show price today for Cyber Monday. It's 800-401-8151, or you can go right to our website, and in the search bar on the website, just type in PRS100. It'll take you right to the product page. You can look at it right there. We have live chat agents on the website too that can answer questions and take your order as well. But again, guys, this is free shipping. We have financing available for you. So we're going to make it very, very easy for you to buy today. And again, guys, there's a ton of accessories that you can go with this. They have the free motion kit. It has the border, the border frame that you can do where you can do a split design on it and actually increase that embroidery field from 8x8 to an 8x14. So there's a lot of cool things that you can do with this. And again, we want to say a big shout out to Cindy Hogan for coming on the show today and doing this. Cindy, this is right down her alley, and she is so good on that machine and all the other brother products they have. So again, big thanks to Cindy for being on the show. But hey, guys, we're moving on with fast pace. And I know, Kyle, we had a ton of these in stock, didn't we? We went out and we actually bought brother out of all the PRS 100s they had in stock. And I think it was well over 150 they had. We bought every single one of them that they had. And now since Black Friday, we're way down, aren't we, Kyle? 80 left. So we're only 80 of these machines left, guys, and they are going like hotcakes. So if you're wanting one of these, make sure you give us a call because they will sell out before Christmas and we'll be out of them. And right now, brother is telling us they don't know when the next container load of these will be coming in. And they're saying maybe it'd be over into the first of the year. So if you're wanting to getting these, this year, give us a call right now. We are shipping them today and they will actually get there before Christmas if you want one of these. So guys, we're going to continue on. We have got Eileen Roach coming up again. So Eileen was here earlier talking all about that weightless quilter. We hope y'all got to see that. But next up, we're going to talk about the sticky frames that Dime has. And oh my gosh, this is another great addition to their lineup. And so welcome back to the show, Eileen.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having me. It's always great to be here with you. How are you holding up?
Hey, I am doing so good. I'm running on adrenaline.
Yes, and you're doing a good job of it, for sure. Wow, there's so many great, exciting products that you've shown today. I kind of want
Hey,
them
I've
all.
got to ask you, do you have plenty of weightless quilters in stock?
We do. We have several hundred in stock, all the parts, and in fact, they are assembled and ready to ship. So you could order today and get them however long it takes UPS to deliver, right? 3,
Right,
5 days. We're in Dallas, so we're in the middle of the country.
They're a big hit. I'm just telling you. So I've got a sneaky suspicion. I hope you got plenty of sticky hoops in stock, because I got a sneaky suspicion this is going to be huge today.
Well, the sticky hoop is, was really developed from customer requests, because many people like to use hoops for multi-uses, right? You have a magnetic hoop, you want to use it for quilting, maybe t-shirt embroidery. But then people asked, well, can I use adhesive stabilizer in my hoop? And so we said, well, sure, you can hoop adhesive stabilizer and score the paper just like you would in a standard embroidery hoop. But then we realized, well, gee, it would be so much easier if you could just put that sticky on the back of the flat metal hoop. So that's what sticky hoop is. Let's take a look at the overhead cam. When you purchase sticky hoop, you have to buy it. You have to buy it for your, hang on a second, I got an echo here. You have to buy it, of course, for your machine. It is recognized by your machine. It comes with a board. That's, part of the packaging. Keep the board, and you'll use it to store your sticky hoop and also to transport to the machine. Also in the box, you're going to get your package of 25 sheets of adhesive tearaway stabilizer, and it is cut for the hoop size that you purchase. This, for instance, is cut for the Brother 5x7, but this package is for the Brother 4x4. As you can see, it's a perfect fit and just fits right there on the back. I love that. So it comes, of course, with release paper. And when I apply my sticky paper, I put it on the back of the flat hoop, and then I keep that release paper to protect that sticky surface so that when I'm going to embroider next, I know it's all loaded and ready to be embroidered. You'll also find your adhesive rulers, and instructions on applying them will be included. So what can you use a sticky hoop for? Well, there are lots of different things you can use to embroider, like items that you normally can't embroider on or hoop at all. For instance, this makeup case. It has a zip opening, so I can get this to stick, this topper to stick on the hoop. And of course I have a template printed. And then to go to the machine, I would take my board and position that underneath the hoop and then transport to the machine in that fashion. Now I don't have to worry about dislodging the stabilizer or the item from the hoop. So that's a fun thing to embroider, small items like that. But also, we often make mistakes, right? And sometimes we need to fix a problem that we previously made. And here you can see, I need to restitch the S and the T. Well, I don't want to hoop this. I can just stick that down, center my needle right over that crosshair, remove that template, and then stitch my design, and I'm ready to go. So it's great for small items like that. Other small items fare well in a larger hoop, like for instance in this 6x10. So here I have a 6x10 hoop, and I'm only going to stitch a design that's about 2.5 inches wide by maybe 1 inch tall. But I like that the sticky hoop is going to provide a carrier for this sole, for the slipper sole. And it allows me to stitch that one design. And after that's complete, I would then position the second shoe on that sticky stabilizer. And, of course, we never mirror image. We always have to remember when we're doing text that we just rotate 180. So, but it's best to keep this sole above, kind of laying on top of the arm of the pantograph. But to go to the machine, again, I'm going to use that board, slide it underneath, and transport it in that fashion. And that just gives you some comfort, makes it really easy to use. Let's go ahead and take a look on a 5x7 hoop. Oh, and they come in all sizes for all brands of machines. Here's a stocking cap. So these can be a challenge for flatbed machines to embroider on. So I'm going to turn that inside out, and then I just put my design area centered into the hoop on that flat surface and just make sure that's all smoothed out. Take my time, and then again, I'm going to go to the machine, attach it. I would flatten this hoop, this hat nice and flat so that I can get by the needle and the foot. And then once I am clear of the foot, I then just pull this back to keep it out of harm's way, center the needle over that target sticker, and I'm ready to stitch that design. And it's so handy. It really is just so handy. So let's go ahead and move on to this is a really cute little project for a new baby. Nora Brown is a new baby in our family. And so on this Lovey, right? Now it's not that big of a design, but the item itself is a little cumbersome, right? We have stuffed arms and a stuffed head and floppy ears. So we want to protect the whole item. And I'll just flatten that out, position the design down in the lower portion of the hoop, and then I can make sure that the little animal, once I clear the foot on the machine, it can be positioned off to the side, or it might be easier to do it in this fashion where I don't even have to worry about the animal, the little stuffed Lovey, interfering with the foot of the embroidery machine. So now when I go to attach it to the machine, I don't even have to worry about the foot clearing this stuffy. I can just go right over there, rotate my design, and I'm good to go. But again, it creates a base when you use a larger hoop for items that are a little unwieldy. That can be a challenge. And you want to get it right. With a new baby, it's a shower gift. Okay, what on this size hoop? Converse shoes. Well, these aren't really Converse shoes, but high top sneakers. So we most certainly have a small design, the athlete's number, and a basketball. And so I'm just going to position that whole, it's kind of awkward. I want to pull the tongue nice and flat and pull it away from the foot, because my foot is going to travel right here. And I want to make sure when I go to attach this to the machine, I can get it on. I don't have to worry about bypassing the foot or the needle, because all of this is in the front of the hoop. And then I just position my needle right there and stitch the design. Now I'm going to have another shoe, so I can pull this off, and I might have a hole there, but I can patch that hole if I'd like, and then repeat in the same fashion for the other shoe by pat. And once you have that stabilizer patched, you're good to go. You just really have to take the time to flatten out that sole so that you're not going to catch it on any portion of the machine. But that's super easy. Big hoops are also good for speed hooping. So let's take a look at that. Well, how big of a hoop do I have here? Of course, you have to see my room now. I have such a mess. Oh my goodness, Blaine, you'd be ashamed. All right, let's see. Here we have, well, before we do speed hooping, let's look at boots. I mean, these are so fun, right? Quilted boots. It's really nice to add a monogram on a boot such as this. When you look for a boot that you can embroider on a flatbed machine, it has to have a zippered opening so that you can get it open as best you can. So this zippers, once that's opened, it flattens out, and then you can put the design on there. But here I have one with a template already in place, and we'll take that out of position, take that stuffing, open up that release paper so that we can expose the sticky surface. Now this time, I do want to have all of the boot on the actual hoop, because otherwise, the heavy boot is going to dislodge during the embroidery. So it's kind of overkill to use a big hoop like this because it's such a small design, but you will have confidence and comfort in knowing that this hoop will be supported, this whole boot will be supported by this sticky hoop while you're on the machine. And of course, you're going to use that board to transport it. So make sure you keep that in place. And then you would do that for both the right and the left. Isn't that fun? Okay, so while we have that one open, this big hoop here, and maybe I'll turn this so you can see a little bit better. Let me kind of get some of this stuff out of the way. I just want to show you how to do a whole group of bibs. Isn't that fun? So I have 6 bibs here, and I'm going to place my first one down, get my embroidery design, retrieve it on the machine, center the needle over the target sticker, stitch the design. And then I'm going to add bib number 2. I'll do the same thing, retrieve the design, move the needle there, stitch the design. Now I'll pull this back and this one, and I'll add bib number 3. And I can see the size of my design and that it's not going to stitch on the previously stitched bib, and I'll stitch that design. And then we have bib number 4. So that quickly, I've gotten 4 bibs onto this hoop. And then I'll do the same thing for bib number 5 and bib number 6. Now, you're going to stitch each bib one at a time. You'll start with bib number 1 and then add bib number 2. Once 1 is stitched and 2 is stitched, then you'll add the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th and the 6th. And in no time, you'll have a whole set of bibs. What a nice shower gift to give to a new mom. She'll think they're adorable because she hasn't had the baby yet and won't know what a mess that makes, but that's okay. That's perfectly fine, right? And last, I thought I'd show you a jacket back because these can be hard to hoop also. So I just open up my denim jacket, sleeves inside out, position that jacket centered in the hoop, smooth it down, when I travel over to the machine, I most certainly want to use that board, make sure everything is up on top, transport it to the machine, attach it, and then keep, the excess fabric out of harm's way. And it's perfect. It's just perfect. Stitch that, center your needle over the template, remove the template, stitch that design, and good to go. Isn't that fun? Those sticky hoops come for Baby Lock, Brother, Janome, Viking, Pfaff, and Bernina. And they all come with 25 sheets of adhesive tearaway stabilizer that are cut specifically for your hoop, for the hoop that you purchased. Comes with the adhesive rulers that you'll apply to the top of your metal frame. And they are recognized by the machine. No harm to your machine. Oh, we just love them. We use them all the time. I don't know why we didn't come up with them sooner. So Blaine, do you have any questions?
Well, Eileen, I was just sitting there thinking when you were sitting there talking about it, why didn't you come up with these earlier? Because you're so innovative and you come up with all your ideas by the need you have for yourself. So I was like, how come you just came up with these things? But I'm so glad you did.
Well, thanks, Blaine. It does take time,
These things are awesome. I'll tell you what, I love them. Hey, guys, again, these things start at $59.99 and go up. You're going to get them. There are 6 different machine brands. They'll fit. There's 11 different sizes. So, guys, we have the one for you. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And all you have to do in the search bar is put sticky hoops. It's going to take you right to the product page. You'll have a drop-down box that you can pick your size and your machine. And again, we have live chat agents on there that can also help you and answer any questions. But give us a call at 800-401-8151. These are the dime sticky hoops, and we absolutely love these things. You're going to get that 25-pack a sticky stabilizer that comes with the size of the one you pick. And so they are a wide variety of machines. So we got you covered on any machine you have of the 6 brands out there, and of most of the 6 major brands. And then we have those 11 different sizes, and that's going to cover that big broad span of hooping sizes you need. So all right, guys, there was the dime sticky stabilizer. And so let's move on. We are going to go up to our next presenter, and it's Miriam Coffey. And Miriam is from Janome, And she said as a young child, she had a love for textiles and anything she could create with them. And Miriam attended Maryland College art and studied textile arts. She taught herself how to sew. And while she was in college, and from that point on, she never looked back. And she's been contributing to the sewing industry ever since. We're super excited to have Miriam on the show. She's going to talk all about that Janome MC 9850 today. So welcome to the show, Miriam.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for that introduction. And thank you so much for inviting me. I am so excited to be here and to show you guys the MemoryCraft 9850, because this is a really special machine that kind of doesn't get quite as much of the attention it deserves, because it really is such a great machine for so many different people. It's such a versatile machine because of the size, because of its price point, and because of what it can do. So it's a combination machine. So that means it's a sewing and embroidery machine. So you've got the best of both worlds all in one pretty nice size package. It's kind of the perfect in-between size. It's kind of that intermediate size. It's not the small little travel machine, and it's not the big top of the line that you need two people to lift. It's this really great sort of mid-range, mid-size machine that is going to fit so many different people's needs. What I love about this is, let's say I'm an advanced sewist and I, have a top-of-line machine that I travel with, but it's just too big. I can't really travel with it all that effectively. This is going to do all the things that your big machine can do, but on a smaller package, smaller size, smaller footprint, which is such great news, because when you're used to sewing on a bigger machine and you travel with a travel size machine, it's not going to have great lighting. It's not going to have all of the features that you know and love, like your scissors, which are my favorite feature. I call that my deal breaker. That's my number one deal breaker. I don't want to sew in a machine that doesn't have scissors on it. I know it's a little spoiled, but I just love the scissor function. And it's just such a great thing to add to if you don't have that in your machine, if you have more of an entry level, maybe try looking into this guy, because you've got those scissor functions. Such great news. You've got your needle up, needle down, reverse, your speed bar. It's got all the different touch features that you need on a machine that you're used to on a bigger machine in a smaller package. The other thing that's really great about this is that it's a 9mm machine, so that means it has 91 needle positions. You have the ability to get your needle exactly where you need it to be. So when you're doing some really beautiful top stitching with a triple stitch, you can move that needle exactly where you want it to go. The same thing with when you're doing your 1/4 inch. If you're a quilter, you need that perfect 1/4 inch or even that scant 1/4 inch. You can actually move your needle to exactly where you want it to go, as well as you can save that into your machine so that every time you start sewing, it's going to pop up. It's that same stitch, those same functions that you've saved into your machine are going to come up. So that's called favorite stitch. There's also resume mode that will ask you when you've started sewing, after you've turned your machine off, turned it back on, if you want to sew the last thing you stitched. So the last thing I did was a zigzag, and I turned it off, turned my machine back on. It's going to ask me, do I want to resume? And I will go straight back to that zigzag exactly where it was, and I don't have to find that stitch in my machine. It does have a very large selection of decorative stitches up here, as well as a 9mm alphabet. If you want to sew on labels, you can do that. And there's some really great decorative stitches up here that are super, super cute. There's also, just like all the Janome machines, they have numbers and arrows that show you where to thread the machine. You've got your drop-in button, and also a little feature that I love is our door opens on the machine. So if a thread breaks, all I have to do is pull it up, and I'm not have to fish it out or unthread my machine, which can be a total pain. Plus, you can clean in there, so you get some little dust in there, you can clean that out. I find this super, super helpful, especially when we get to the embroidery side, because no one wants to have to unthread all the way back when a thread breaks and you can't get it. If it's all up in there and you can't get it in there, having that door open is such a lifesaver. I love it when my machines have that. I also love that it is super easy to switch from sewing to embroidery All I have to do is press the arm in the back here because my embroidery unit is actually in the back of my machine, which is super great because most embroidery machines, actually the units are on the side, and that takes a lot of precious real estate because most of us don't have endless space of sewing. We need a little bit more, having a little bit less, have your machine take up a little bit less table space, super important. So having my embroidery unit in the back here, most of the time this is kind of useless space anyway, so having my embroidery unit is so wonderful. So I got my arm open in the back of my machine. Now I have to just switch one button. Let me just switch this over. It's going to, first I have to raise my foot. It's going to ask me if I want to switch over. And now I'm straight, I'm at my embroidery side, and I can start embroidering. All I would have to do is change my foot to get it on the embroidery foot. But another great thing about this, in the embroidery side, you have some really great features on here. So I've got some really cute built-in designs. I also have onboard editing, which is super important for when we are you're pulling up a design. I can copy, I can paste, I can increase, I can decrease it, I can do all kinds of stuff. I can rotate it, I can pull other designs and combine them together and do that all on my machine. And I don't have to have software if I don't have it. But just like if you have software or any design, you can pull it. It's got a USB port on the side, so you can do, you can pull in your designs that way. It's got some really great built-in designs that are super cute. You can search through your built-in designs through either the category function. So I could go through petite designs or Blaine designs. I could go through different categories, or I could go through searching through the hoop, which is also really nice. This comes with 2 different hoops. So we have our smaller hoop, which is our 5x5, which is a really nice standard size hoop. And you can get a lot of designs are built for that size hoop. And then we do have the larger hoop, which is 6.7 inches by 7.9, which is a really nice size hoop. And you can get a lot of designs in that. And when it comes to embroidery, size does matter. So it is really nice to have a larger hoop space. And for such a smaller machine, having that big of a hoop is really nice. You can also purchase a free arm because you can also embroider with a free arm. So if you want to do small little onesies, it's great for that. And not all embroidery machines have that ability, which is really nice to be able to do that. Now we can also just switch back to regular sewing. So let's just switch back to regular sewing. And it's just going to move to back. Now all I have to do is close that arm again. And now we're ready to sew, which is super easy. Another great thing about this is that my embroidery unit doesn't have to detach. It can stay attached to my machine. So when I just start sewing, it's just going to give me a little bit of extra space on the back. It's kind of just like an extension table. A lot of other machines, you have to actually store your embroidery unit somewhere else, and that can be kind of a pain. So you just keep it back there and it's out of the way. And when you want to start embroidery again, pop it open and you're good to go. One of the other great things I love about this machine that helps eliminate some of those excuses we have for changing out our stitch plates, it has a quick release stitch plate, which is super beneficial. All I have to do is pop that up. Sorry, small table. All I have to do is pull out my stitch plate, and now I can either my bobbin case, clean it, or do whatever, and then just reattach that. And then push down, and then my stitch plate is changed, or my machine is cleaned. So there's no more excuses about not having a clean inside of your machine because it's super easy. And you've got your drop-in bobbin, so it allows you to see your thread in there. And those bobbin sensors, you don't have to worry about running out of thread when you're sewing or embroidering, which is really great. We also have comes with a lot of different feet. It's going to come with 11 different feet and a separate bobbin case for embroidery. So you have your embroidery foot, you have a free motion foot, you have a really cute little, this is how you attach your buttons with, you have your buttonhole attacher with a stabilizing plate, you have an overcast foot, you have a zipper foot, which is one of my favorite. I love our Janome zipper foot. so versatile. We have a rolled hem foot, and it's going to come with a edge guide foot and a 1/4 inch foot for your just 1/4 inch piecing for quilting, and the F foot, which is your clear foot for decorative stitches or satin stitches, things like that. And there are so many more availabilities with different accessories that Janome has. Because it is a 9mm machine, you have so many different options with feet out there. We have some really great accessories that you can also get with it. You also have the ability to change your width and your length of it, and it shows you on the display up here. So if I want to change to a different stitch, all I have to do is select the stitch that I want, and then I just can adjust the width or the length, and it's going to have a display here that shows me what that stitch would look like after it's been stitched. So I don't have to stitch it out in order to actually see how it stitches out. The other thing that I love about this machine, or in Janome machines in general, is that this machine has Janome has our superior feed dog system, which is a 7-point feed dog system. So there's 7 little guides there, feed dogs, that pull along your fabric to make really beautiful stitching, really even stitching. So that is a really great thing that Janome is known and loved for. The other thing that's really great about it is that if you are new to Janome, or if you are a Janome user, you're going to recognize a lot of the same features or the same buttons that all the other machines have. And if you forget what one particular button looks like, it comes with this really great quick reference guide that's going to show you this is what this button is and what it's for. So you don't have to pull out your instruction manual in order to find it. So you can just have that quick little reference, which can be really beneficial if you just haven't sewn for a little bit and you're not quite sure what that button is. It's just a really quick little reference there. There are so many things about this machine that I could just go on forever, but I know that we're probably getting somewhat close to time. So is there anything else that you guys want to know about?
Hey, Miriam. Well, great job explaining all the different features. And I'm glad you explained all the feet that comes with it, so I don't have to, because there's a ton of feet and accessories that come with this machine. But got to tell everybody about how they can buy this thing, because again, another great machine from Janome, and this is the MC9850, that Memory Craft 9850 sewing and embroidery machine. And guys, this thing is just full of features. I mean, oh my gosh, where do you start? It has so many embroidery and sewing features built in, but just let me tell you a few of these. It has 200 built-in stitches, 6 one-step buttonholes, automatic thread tension, built-in needle threader, snap-on presser feet, memorized needle up, needle down, one-step needle plate conversion, 7-piece feed dog, free arm, drop feed, the start-stop button, just goes on. And on the embroidery side, the embroidery features, it has 175 built-in embroidery designs, 2 fonts with European characters, 2 and 3 lettering monogram functions. It has the maximum embroidery size of that 6 by 7 inch by 7 and 9 inch, or the 170 millimeter times 200 millimeter. You can design transfers with a USB option on it. It has the embroidery sewing speed from 60 stitches per minute all the way up to 800 stitches per minute. And the embroidery format is the JEF or the JEF Plus. And it has in editing functions. You can resize, combine designs, duplicate, flip, arc, group them, drag them, drop, zoom, trace, all those things. And it has the programmable jump threading, trimming, and so many things on this, guys. It is just full and full and full of features. And so if you've been in the market for that mid level Janome machine, hey, look no farther. The price on this is $18.99. We do have a call-in special on this. We also have that special financing available and free shipping nationwide. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Up in the search bar, just punch in MC80 or 9850, MC9850 in the search bar, and it's going to take you right to that product page. And we also have live chat agents on the website that can also help you answer questions for you and take your orders. So, guys, moving right on along. I hope y'all enjoyed the Janome, And again, thank you for Miriam Coffee for being on the show and showing us all about that. But next up, guys, we have another educator from Brother, and it is Heather Banks. And Heather is going to be here talking all about that SC 1900. And, Heather is a Brother educator, like I said, and to keep up with the changing world, Heather's kind of had to transition from live events to these virtual events, and she has just kind of taken that ball and ran with it. She's been doing a ton of virtual events and educational type things with Brother, and we're super excited to have Heather back to the show again. We've had her on many shows, but welcome to Cyber Monday, Heather.
Hi, Blaine. How are you today?
I am so good, and I'm running on adrenaline, and I hadn't even had a Mountain Dew or anything. I'm just fired up about all these Cyber Monday specials.
I hear you. I have been watching and I am excited. I want to know where I can sign up and I can get my machines.
Well, hey, just give me your credit card number and I'll take care of you.
I love it.
Well, you're going to tell us all about that 1900. And, again, guys, Brother is running out a lot of these machines, as you know, Heather, and we bought a ton of these things going into Black Friday, and we're getting real low. And I think Kyle just told me we started the day out at 25 machines, and now we're getting real close to already being sold out today on these things. But don't worry, if you go to the website and it shows that it's sold out, we'll still take a pre-order for you, because we do know that Brother told us in mid-December they're going to have another shipment coming, and we have a ton of them on order. So this will lock your special pricing in, Heather, if you order today. And hopefully we might not get it in time for Christmas if we sell out of the last ones, but we will get it in right at the first of the year.
I think that sounds really good, Blaine. This is one of those machines that I can understand why you have so few left. It is a fantastic machine, and I'm excited to show you about it.
All right, we're ready to see all the features you like. And why don't you point out your favorite ones, too, while you're doing this?
You bet. You bet. Let's go over to the machine, and I'll show everybody what they have to look forward to. Okay, so everybody, this is the 1900. Let me just say this is one of my favorite machines. You can see that it is a combination sewing and embroidery. So I have my embroidery hoop here. I have my sewing stitches up here. You can go back and forth. At this price, this is such a fantastic price for what you are getting here. Now, this has a 7.4-inch workspace. So from the needle to the arm of the machine, you're getting a little over 7 inches. It comes with a really nice, easy to use needle threader right here on the side of the machine. Consistently threads each time. I really like this needle threader. It also comes with a full color touch screen. So if you have at all been using a black and white screen, or you're unsure if this is better, oh my gosh, let me tell you, one of my favorite features right here is this crystal clear color screen. It also comes with a 5-inch by 7-inch embroidery hoop. So that just means that you can fit anything that is 5 inches wide up to 7 inches tall, and of course anything shorter or smaller than that. But this is a large hoop, and we're going to look at that in more detail. This is also only 22 pounds. So this is the embroidery arm. I'm going to remove it for you so that you can see how fast and easy it is to switch between sewing and embroidery, because I know sometimes people are hesitant because they think, oh no, it's going to be a lot of work. No, it's not. It's actually really easy to use. So let me switch over to the screen so that you can see this up close. Okay, there are 138 built-in embroidery designs in this machine. So right out of the box, get going. You don't have to even buy anything, but it does come with a USB drive or a port for your USB so that you can import them as well. Now it comes with 11 built-in fonts. So we all know, embroidery is about personalizing and names, and you can use any of these 11 fonts for it. And additionally, and of course, every design that comes in this machine will fit into the 5-inch by 7-inch hoop. One of my favorite things is, do you see how easy it is to see your design? So even if you're a little unclear here, it's like, okay, I'm not exactly sure. All you got to do is hit the zoom button and you can get crystal clear detail. It shows you exactly which hoop it will fit into. This is the 5x7 that's included, but you can also use a 4x4 and a 1.5 by 2 inch hoop. So I love, love, love that I can get crystal clear details right on my screen, full color, as well as tell me what the size of this is. Let's go ahead and pull up a design so that you guys can see all the fantastic things you can do with it. I like this design. It's been a lot of fun. I've stitched it out for you to see. I mean, how cute is that? It just comes right into the machine. Let's look at what you can do once you get it in here. Now, of course, you can move it, resize it, rotate it, change the colors, mirror image. I mean, there's a lot you can do right here on the screen. No computer is necessary or needed. You can do all of this right in the machine. But I'm going to go ahead and do something that I think is one of my favorite things to do with it. I want to personalize this. Let's press add, and then let's go ahead and I'm gonna make a monogram. I mean, let's do that, right? So this is just, I don't know, a random monogram. If it's your monogram, that's pretty cool. We're going to go ahead. Now, this is larger than I would use with this design, but I want you to be able to see what I'm doing really clearly. So let's go into font edit. Again, no computer needed. I can, perhaps I want to turn this into an array. Or what if I don't like this, or I'm unsure of whether I want to use this font? I mean, you can switch them right here on the screen and audition them and say, okay, well, do I like this one better? Not really. Okay, I'm happy with the original one. Let's go with it. Now monograms are, you know, they're really specific. They have a large letter in the center. So let me go ahead and scoop my letters out. And then, hey, let's make that middle one bigger. You know, are you seeing just how really easy this is to do? Now, I know that my M should be a little bit centered compared to the other letters. So I just went ahead and cut between my letters. And now I'm going to take my large letter. I'm going to drop it down a little bit so it's centered. I just want you to see how really easy, or maybe I should say, once you get used to it, how quickly you can do something like that. And there we go. There's my monogram. I'm really happy with that, and I can stitch it out. So let's switch so that you can see us doing some oh, you know what? Let's switch that back really quick because I didn't finish and I wanted to show you when you get to the last screen and you're ready to embroider. I think this is even better because since we have a full color screen, you can see the colors that you're going to embroider. So in a black and white screen, or, you know, if you've been using that, you're sort of guessing, you know, what color is 807, what color is 900. But here I can just see, even if I'm not using that particular brand of embroidery thread, I know it's pink and I can see it on the screen and I know these are black. It's going to tell me approximately how long it'll stitch those colors. It also tells me the thread count, how long it'll take, and the number of thread changes. And then best of all, it has a plus or minus. So if I break my thread or I need to change my bobbin, I can back up a little bit and go over my threads and perfectly fine. So I really enjoy that I have that plus or minus ability. Okay, we're ready to stitch. Let's go to the wide shot so you can see. Now I'm just going to put my hoop into the embroidery arm. So now you can see that's attached, very easy. And just really quickly, because I'd love for you to see it, we don't have time to stitch the whole thing, but let's just look at and sort of get an idea of what this is like when it's embroidering. So easy, right? This comes with a scissors button. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the threads. And then I'm going to go ahead and take this out and show you what that looked like because it just stitched out so cute. And this is just right in the machine. And let's do a close-up of the threads. So I wanted you to see quality is really important. I mean, if you're getting it at an affordable price, that's one thing and awesome, but you want high quality too. And look at the beautiful composition of those satin stitches. This just came out gorgeous. Okay, we're on a time crunch, so I'm going to race over and we're going to look at what it's like to do sewing. So when you change over for sewing, you're going to turn the machine off and you're going to just pull out the arm. That is really all there is to it. Now, the electronics of the machine require you to turn the machine off when you're doing this. But that's it. Now the bed of my machine is on. Very quickly, I can change out the foot.
So this particular machine comes with 7 feet. I am taking off the embroidery foot. That, of course, comes with it. And then I'm going to put back on the what we call the J foot. It has a J on it. And the J foot is sort of our multi-purpose industrial foot. So I'm just going to put it back on. It also works really well with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So now we're switched over to sewing. It's really fast and easy. So don't be intimidated by the fact that you might have to change back and forth. Okay, here's the 7 feet. We get 7 feet with it. Of course, one is already on. We're going to get a buttonhole foot. We're going to get a button stitching foot. So if you don't care for sewing buttons onto your garments, okay, you can do it so easy with that foot. We get a blind hem stitch. We get a monogramming foot. We get overcasting zipper foot. You get everything you need here for sewing garments. So please don't think this is only for just quilting. All right, back to quilting. Here we have we have 2 pieces of cotton and batting in between. So I'm going to go ahead and put that underneath. Now, I mentioned this has a lot of specialty stitches. So one of the things I'd love to show you is that we have a stitch. Now, I just selected that stitch. And what I can do is put my J foot at the edge of my fabric, and I can get a perfect 1/4 inch stitch as long as I can keep that right next to the edge of my foot. I'm going to push the scissors button, and all I had to do was keep my fabric there. So that stitch is included. Now, another really amazing thing that I love, Blaine was saying my favorite features. Okay, one of my favorite features is that I can turn on the automatic reverse and automatic scissors. Now, watch my needle. It's automatically tying off. Now it's going to stitch. Now I'm done. And it's going to automatically tie off for me and cut my threads. It did that all without me pressing any buttons. Oh my gosh, you guys, that is one of my favorite features. Of course, with all these built-in stitches, you know, we can do applique. We have really great applique stitches. What about, for instance, sewing with denim? And we're talking layers, right? So let me get some layers going here. So I'm going to go with, okay, that's 4 layers, easy. And this is like thick jeans cotton denim. I didn't get some wimpy denim here. So let's go ahead and see what we can do here. So it's automatically sewing, no issues, no problems, you know, no hesitation, right through all of that denim. And then we'll let it tie off and automatically cut. And the last one I really want to show you is we can also do, I'm sure there's lots of people out there, because I'm one of them, who enjoy working with stretch or knits. This is a performance knit with a lot of stretch. So let's go ahead and sew a seam. We're going to pretend, you know, we have 2 layers of fabric here, and I have put in a zigzag stitch, and I'm going to just go ahead and let it stitch. Now, because if you're anything like me, you know, you've definitely sewn your knits and you go to wear them and the seams pop, and it's just so frustrating, right? All of that hard work you've put in. So let's go ahead and see, you know, with this machine, you get a stem stitch. You get zigzag stitches. So look, no popping stitches. You can wear these. So if you don't have a serger, this machine still works for you. Wow, I think we're so close. What do you think, Blaine? Are we about to the price time?
Hey, Heather, I think we are. So again, guys, a great demonstration, Heather. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your favorite features and all the wonderful features of the brother. And, you know, we love having you on here, and I'm sure I think you're going to be on our Countdown to Christmas show as well, right?
Oh, wait, I couldn't go. I'm traveling for Christmas, so I'm going to have to come back for the next one after.
That's right. I forgot that. Yeah, we had to get somebody to replace you. We were wanting you to be on the show. So, but I know you'll be on future things with us. So anyway, thank you so much. And I'm going to remind everybody exactly how you can get this. Again, guys, this is the Brother 1900 or SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine. Guys, this thing has been very, very popular this year, And like we were telling you right at the start of the show, we had a bunch of these we brought in for Cyber or Black Friday, Cyber Monday. And Kyle's telling me we were down really close to being sold out. And but again, if you go on the website and it shows that we're sold out, don't worry. We're taking pre-orders right now. But I know we were getting down right to almost sold out of these things. But the price is $9.99. Guys, this is under $1,000 you're getting this machine for. It does have a call-in special on it. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have some special financing and free shipping available for you. And again, I'm going to talk a little bit about this machine. I know Heather touched on a ton of things for you. But guys, this thing has 240 built-in stitches. It has 10 buttonhole styles. There's just so many things, 138 built-in designs. So there's so many things with this machine for that price point. You're getting, if you just think back 5 or 6 years ago, this would have been one of the top of the line machines in many of the brands out there. Now there's some machines that's got far more many features, but for what you're getting for under $1,000 with this, guys, I can't stress to you enough how awesome this machine is. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And like I said, again, if you call and they've already sold out of this, I know we were getting real close on these. They will take a pre-order for you to make sure you lock into that call-in special. And what I understand right now, Brother's showing a December 20th to January 1st delivery on these. So if we've sold out today, you will not get these before Christmas, but we should be able to get it to you really close to the first of the year if we sell out. So again, that's that Brother SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine. And thank you once again, Heather. But coming up next, guys, we do have, speaking of Denise, we have Denise Schober coming back on from Baby Lock. And Denise is back with us. So welcome back to the show, Denise.
Hey, Blaine, thanks for having me again. This has been great.
Hey, we love your hat. I'm telling you what, that just made it because nobody else has been wearing any Christmas stuff.
It's a new hat, though. The other one had antlers. This is just my little, Santa hat.
Okay. Well, hey, we just love that you're dressed in the part, and we're ready to go. And you to show us all about those great features of this next machine.
Perfect. So I'm in front of the Baby Lock Verve. And let me tell you, my husband asked me a long time ago, how many machines do you need? And I said, all of them. And he thought I was joking. Well, we have an RV and I like to travel and I like to go to retreats and different things or to my friend's house. And I said one year, I want this Verve for Christmas. And he's like, another machine? And I said, yes. I said, it's less than 15 pounds. It comes with an extension table. It comes with a hard cover. I mean, what else could I want to travel with? And he's like, well, that would be really good for in the RV or to travel with. And I said, yeah. So the things that I love about it, and I sew on it all the time, it travels with me in my luggage and it travels with me with my RV. So it does have an extension table that is 16 inches across, a really nice extension added to the machine. Now I sew garments and I quilt. So I'm working on this little quilt here, and it gives me a nice space to do the applique and build the quilt with that extension table. Now with the machine, you get those two things along with, it's an embroidery machine also that does a 4x4 hoop. So let's see, I can quilt, I can piece, I can make garments, and I can do my labels for my quilts all on the same machine. It's absolutely wonderful. Now it is a touch screen. So when I look at the screen here, as I look at it, what I see is that I have the ability to select my stitch. When I select that stitch, it's going to tell me the width, what it's set for, the length, what it's set for, and I can shift the needle. So if I needed the needle to go to the left or to the right, I have the ability to do that. So pretty simplistic machine. Now, as I'm talking about the sewing side of it, it has 91 stitches. Let's see, 91 embroidery designs built in. I have my little cheat sheet here. 91 embroidery designs built in. Let me grab it here. It has the 4x4 hoop, 11 built-in fonts, and it has an array of stitches along with 7 feet that come with the machine. So as I go through here and I'm looking at the different stitches, if I select a stitch and it says I need the S foot, the foot that it suggests is going to be with the machine. And so here it says the J foot. So as I look at this, I'm going J foot. My needle is in the stop down position so that when I stop sewing, it's going to stop in that needle stop down position, which is wonderful. I'm going to touch the reinforce and I'm going to touch the selected thread cutter and turn those on. So what that means is as I sew and I reinforce or I tie off my stitches, it's going to give me the ability to tie them off, touch the selected thread cutter, my little scissors right here in the middle. It's going to tie off, pull the threads to the back and cut all at the end of what I'm doing. And then start out the same way, which is really, really nice. Also on this touch screen and the touch of the machine, I have a really neat feature that Baby Lock has, and that's called the setting pages. And what happens with the setting pages is you can customize the machine for the things that you'd like. So as I look here, I have a speed control on the machine. Well, what does that speed control do? It's kind of like a governor. You know, when I was a kid and I sewed, my dad didn't have a governor on my machine, so he'd have to make it so I couldn't push the foot to the floor and sew real fast. Well, here we can slow the machine down or speed it up just by pushing this left to right, which is really nice. Well, in my setting pages, I can change that to shift my needle. So what happens now when I do that, the needle position, and if you listen, you probably can hear it moving. The needle position moves. So I can change that in the setting pages on my machine. I can also do a twin needle in this. So a twin needle is really neat. If you look at top stitching on something like I have on my shirt here, which was actually done on a serger, but top stitching is 2 needles sewing at the same time. Well, I can tell the machine that I'm doing twin needles, and what it's going to do is it's going to give me kind of like, oh, be careful, you've got the twin needle in, and help me so that I don't break my twin needles. So as I go through the different things built into the machine, you have applique stitches, utility stitches. You have an overcast stitch. So I have a serger, but I can overcast things when I need to with my Verve, which is a really nice feature. I have the built-in bobbin winder right up top. I can slide it to lock and start winding a bobbin. So features that I love, the compactness of the machine, the portability of it, the extension table, as I said, is wonderful. But then it's a full embroidery machine. And I like to think of this. I have the Altair and a few other Baby Lock machines. It would not matter if I embroidered on the Verve or embroidered on the Altair. You're not going to see a difference in the quality of the stitching. Now, Blaine, I know you have some prices for everybody, and this great machine, I'm sure you have at a good price. One more thing I want to tell them about is that USB port. It does have a USB port, so you can download designs or use designs built into the Baby Lock Verve.
Well, thanks, Denise, and you're exactly right. I do have some great pricing for everybody, and again, guys, we do have these in stock. Kyle's going to get me an update on the inventory, but we're going to tell you exactly how you can get this. This is a Baby Lock Verve. It's $899, but we do have a call-in special for this. And guys, this machine is, like Denise said, is a small little machine with a lot of punch. It has that 4x4 embroidery area, but just let me tell you a little bit about some of the sewing features on this. It has that convenient one-touch buttons for the start, stop, reverse sewing, needle up and down, and the thread cutter. Has sewing speed control, programmable needle up and down, the needle plate with the scale in inches and centimeters, electronic foot control with separate power cord. It has that free arm with a drop feed lever, accessory storage compartment, lightweight and compact for easy travel. The machine only weighs a little over 15 pounds, and I think it's about 18 pounds when you have that embroidery unit attached. It has 191 built-in stitches, including 72 utility stitches, 10 styles of one-step buttonholes, 41 decorative stitches, 17 satin, 11 cross, 10 decorative satin, and 40 combinable utility decorative stitches. And let me talk just a little bit about the embroidery side of the thing. Built-in embroidery design library has 95 embroidery designs, 140 frame patterns, 11 font styles, 10 font styles in the uppercase and lowercase, and uppercase floral alphabet. Embroidered is up to that 4x4 hoop size, and reads embroidery files with a stitch capacity of up to 50,000 stitches per design, up to 12 memory pockets for embroidering equal to 512 kilobytes, and enlargement up to 20%, reduction down to 10%, has mirror imaging. You can do 1%, 10%, or 90, 1 degrees, 10 degrees, or 90 degrees pattern rotation. And it has the embroidery speed up to 400 stitches per minute. So for a little small machine, I just love this machine, because I tell everybody, if you're wanting to get into embroidery and just see if you like it or not, what a great machine to get into, because you can sew on it and you can embroidery up to a 4x4 embroidery field size. So great machine. And again, guys, this is $899. We have that call-in special on it today. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we can get you all set up. We have some special financing available. And Kyle just let me know they have 32 right now left. We have 32 in stock. And guys, we started Black Friday out with 100 of these, and these things are flying out. So 32 left. And so if you want to get one of these, don't delay, act today, and get that machine, because this is what a great Christmas gift this would be. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue down with our show. And coming up next, we have Luann Hartley with Juki. And Luann is their national educator. And I know that she's stuck down in Miami today. I think she's from, where is Luann from? Georgia, isn't it? It's either Georgia or North Carolina. I can't remember. She lives up in, she's kind of in the southeast there. And, but anyway, I know Luann's down, Juki's in Miami, out of Miami. She had to be at the corporate office today, but she's going to talk all about that Tajima 8-needle embroidery machine by Juki. And so we're super pumped about this machine. It's a great embroidery. If you've not heard of Tajima, they're a kind of a staple in the commercial side of the embroidery thing. And this is a machine that they made for like a consumer pro for the home user, and it's 8 needles. So welcome to the show, or back to the show, Luann.
Hello everyone. This is our Tajima Sai compact commercial 8-needle embroidery system. It comes complete with the software, a full digitizing software. You get the large embroidery hoop with it. You get the small embroidery hoop. And we also have a cap frame system that you can get for doing the hats like you see up here on top of the machine. So why get a commercial machine? Well, one of the things is because of the speed in which you can get your embroidery done. With commercial machines, and especially the Tajima Sai, you start to stitch and you'll hear the speed ramping up, and this machine will ramp up to the full speed. In other machines, and it will stay consistent at that speed. In other embroidery, multi-needle embroidery machines, you'll hear the speed pick up, and then in the middle of the embroidery you might hear it slow down. And that happens when the stitches change or the length of the stitches change. The machine has to accommodate for that. So when you're stitching with this machine and you're stitching at full speed, you're going to get your embroidery done much quicker and faster because there's no slowing down of the machine. The other reason is all of the different fabrics that you can actually stitch through. Here's something, and I'm going to show some of these in a little bit. Here's something we did on upholstery fabric. So you can do your embroidery on just about any kind of fabric that you can put into the machine. So let me switch over and show you how we bring a design in and how easy it is to work with this machine. So I now have the software open, and I have a design in here that I've created, and I'm going to bring it to the machine and stitch it out. One of the nice things about being able to edit everything on your computer is you can do it at your leisure, whether you're sitting in a chair, on the couch, or you could be away somewhere while you're working on your designs. Instead of having to go to the machine and stand here to do all of your editing, where you're going to bring designs in, combine designs, put letters or words in there, all of that's done directly through the software. So I've sent this to the machine. We're going to open the design. And this is actually a face mask that I have made. And there is my design, and it's ready to stitch out. But the one thing that you want to do is assign your colors that are on your needles to the colors that are in the design. So right here are my designs, the colors that are in my design. So when I touch color number 1, it's blinking to let me know. See if I can zoom in a little bit better on here for you. So that's blinking to let me know that's what I'm going to stitch. And I want to pull that from needle number 1, which has this color on it. Color number 2, I want that to be my white thread. Color number 3, I want that to be the color that's on needle number 4, which is pink. Color number 4, I want that to be on what's on needle number 2. And then color number 5, I want that to be red, and that's on my needle number 8. Now I have selected the colors that I want the machine to pull as it starts to stitch. So we're just going to touch set. We can select the hoop that we're working in. We're working in our large hoop today. We're going to touch set. And now it wants us to place our design. This machine has a laser crosshair. It's a little hard to see, but there's a laser here letting me know where I want to place my design. So I'm going to use center placement. You have other options. And now it's going to let me actually move the machine so that I can center this in the center of the hoop where I want my design to be. I'm going to touch set, and it's going to trace. So you're never going to strike the edge of the hoop with a needle because the machine is always going to trace around the design. The other nice thing about this machine is it's actually tracing around the actual design. It's not tracing a box like other machines do. You might have something up in a corner and then something in the other corner. It's actually just going to trace around the actual pattern itself. So it's easier to place and get everything placed perfectly by knowing what the actual design where that's going to stitch. So once that's done, I just press start, and the machine's going to pick up the needle I selected and start stitching. Let me stop that and cut that thread out of the way. And I can just hit start to restart it. So you'll hear the machine, it went to the highest speed that we have it set at immediately. And it's going to stay at this the whole time it's stitching. So it's going to stitch the entire design, stopping to let to change the thread colors. So instead of stitching this out, I'll stitch it out later. Let me stop the machine and show you some of the things that we've actually stitched with the machine. I'm going to pull this back a little now so you can see the samples that we have. So like I said earlier, this is actually stitched on an upholstery fabric. This design is built into the machine. We brought it in, we enlarged it, so you'll see the stitch density is very nice on here when you enlarge your patterns. And here's the other half. This is also, there are fonts built into the machine. There are fonts built into the software. Plus you can access your true type fonts, which are the fonts that are on your computer. So you have lots of ways to personalize, monogram different projects. So this again was done on an upholstery fabric. Some of the other things that we've created. You know, we're all about our animals, at least I am. And here is a collar. This is an actual collar for a dog. And we just embroidered the name. These were purchased items. We didn't make these from scratch. So here is a leash that says "Someone Say Walk." So you can personalize your animals, leashes, collars, even animal beds. Let me just walk over here a minute. I'm going to show you. This is a bed that we purchased at a store and embroidered the animal's name. Look how thick that is. This machine went right through it without any hesitation. Here's a little coat for the animal too. These were purchased and we just embroidered to personalize these as well. Want to do something special for children? You can do embroidery in the machine. It actually has a feature where you can stop the hoop and make it move out so that you can trim around your embroidery designs. And it also will allow you to stop the machine so that you can do that. With a commercial embroidery machine, once you hit start, it's going to do all of the stitching before it stops. So it's going to do all of the thread changes. But anytime you want to do applique or lay fabric in there, you need to tell the machine to stop. And that's built into the machine. It's just an icon you touch and the machine will stop and let you do what you want to do to the project. And then we embroidered the name down there. Those little store-bought little blankies that the kids have, this has been personalized. It says "Precious Granddaughter." And here is a bag. This is a purchased bag that we did. This is a very heavy vinyl type bag, and we simply just put this in here because this machine has a narrow area here where the bobbin is, so you can slide things over this to easily stitch them by putting them in the hoop and doing that. So this is one we added monograms to personalize that. Here's a jean jacket. This is a purchased jean jacket that we did the stitching on, and the machine goes right through these heavy materials with no problems. So that's a little bit about our commercial embroidery system that you can purchase. And I'm going to turn this back over to Blaine so he can tell you about all the specials that they have going on today for this.
Well, thanks, Lou Ann, and we do have a lot of specials on everything today. But hey, especially this 8 needle Tajima. And so, guys, if you've been looking for an 8 needle machine, and this is, Tajima is very well known in the commercial industry. They make these huge industrial machines that you can, with the multi-head, but they have made one for the consumer pro that you can put in your household, and this is it. It is $999, $9,999. And again, guys, we have a call-in special on this. We cannot, tell you the price over the air because of advertising restrictions with MAP pricing. But we do have a call-in special on this, so give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we have some special financing for this, and it's also free shipping right to your door. And again, guys, this thing, it weighs 82 pounds, so it's still not just, huge, overmanageable. It'd take 2 people to carry this thing around, but it does do 800 stitches per minute, and it does do hats at 800 stitches per minute. It has the 6-inch full color touchscreen display on it, and that embroidery area is a 7.8 inch by 11.8 inch embroidery area. So it's a really nice big size embroidery area on that. And again, it has that tubular arm, so you can do, nice to do hats and pant legs and sleeves and all those things like that, and bags. So many things to do. But again, guys, we have operators standing by on the phones. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. You can go to our website, and in the search bar, just type in the Tajima 8 needle, or you can even put Juki 8 needle, and it should go up to that product page. You can read all about the Juki there. And if you have any questions, again, you can just give us a call, and we can try to answer all those questions for you. And we have live chat agents standing by on the website as well. You can also place your order with them as well. So a bunch of different ways to call. And guys, we hope that you are enjoying our Cyber Monday show today. Hey, we have got tons and tons of specials going on. And a lot of these that you're seeing are just our picks. Guys, we we picked, we had about 30, I think it was about 33 or 34 machines total that we were trying to highlight on the show today. And so of, about 15,000 products, it's hard to narrow it down to, about 30 or, 35 machines. So anyway, we picked some great machines to put on the products, on the show today. And we hope you're enjoying those. But again, if you don't see something you're interested in, if you don't see it on the show today, don't think there's no special on it, because what we're doing, we have a lot of Cyber Monday specials on thousands of products on our website. So just give us a call at 800-401-8151 and let them know what you're inquiring about, and they can let you know. Again, even on chat, if you're on the website shopping, you can go to our live chat agents and they can also help you out. So again, thousands and thousands of products. So we hope that if you're in the market, we hope we can find what you're looking for and help you with those needs. So guys, we're going to keep moving on. And I think, next up, we have Nathan Ersnoznik coming back to the show. He's the director of sales and marketing at Grace. And I think I introduced him earlier when he was on. And, Nathan, it's kind of funny. And when I introduced him this morning, I was talking about, he's so inventive and has invented some things with their company that really helps the end user. And we're going to talk about some of the things that Nathan's invented. This next segment is with the True Cut. And the True Cut, man, I think you are going to be blown away when you see all the True Cut items and some of the things that he's demonstrating. And along with those circle cutters, and so they're very innovative, the rotary cutters that you use to cut. With that and the rulers, they have some very unique things, and we got Nathan coming back. So I know we're just a little early, and I think hopefully Nathan is ready, but let's just go ahead and go to Nathan real quick, and we'll start talking all about the True Cut. Hey, Nathan. There he is. I don't hear him yet. I think you're muted in StreamYard.
Let's do it good. Are we good?
There you go.
All right. Wonderful. Hey, Blaine, dude, you're doing amazing. It's been a long, fun day. So I know there's been a lot of amazing specials. I am here, and Blaine, thanks for having me back. And we're talking True Cut today.
Yes. And Nathan, every time since we got a little bit of time, we can chit chat just a little bit. But good. I know, we talked all about, you were part of inventing this part of the True Cut system. And I tell you, we were at the Houston Quilt Festival with you, and we did a live broadcast right from your booth. And we talked, a lot about the True Cut. And, that was the first time, I'd seen it on the show, but it was the first time I'd actually seen it being demonstrated in person. And I tell you, that is just a remarkable system. The whole True Cut system, to me, if you don't have that, you need it in your sewing room, because just the cutter alone with that ruler, how it locks in. And then if you're doing any kind of quilting and want to cut circles, oh my gosh, that circle cutter is just a game changer to me.
It is, Blaine. Like you're talking about, like your business, I think that you guys are always innovating. You're trying to take a next step forward. Here at Grace, we really try to do the same thing, but with the tools, right? So I know you're doing that with engaging with your customers and making sure to provide them with the right kind of service, the right selection of tools. Blaine, we try to do the same when we look at inventing a tool. We go back to the base roots to find out what the big problems are. So,
well, you're exactly right. And I know that, we talked a lot about, when we were at Houston with you about, ladies who have experienced, or men, carpal tunnel syndrome and things like that. You've made that rotary cutter, it's, ergonomically correct. And then the circle cutter, what I found was unique is how you do the cross, hand method to cut, made it just so simple. If somebody hadn't seen that, they probably would struggle with that, but that just makes it so easy to do. So I'm ready for you to dive in and show some of these great products.
Sounds great. Thanks, Blaine. I'm really excited to kind of, as you're talking about, Blaine, one of the things that our owner came to us with here a few years ago, he said, "Hey, Nathan, let's get into cutting tools." And I was like, "Oh, like there's a million of them." He says, hey, Nathan, take a step back. What are some of the biggest challenges that people face while cutting? Now, again, if you're a quilter and you've ever quilted anything, you can take a quick thought in your mind about what's your most favorite part of quilting and what's your least favorite. Most likely the cutting falls into the least favorite. So there's all sorts of gimmicks and tools out there that you're trying to get a hold of that make cutting easier. Well, I'll tell you right now, the key thing, if we were to label what is True Cut And again, one of the fun things is as we go to talk to people is I'm like, oh, if you already own something, you're going to maybe not want to talk to me. And they're always, why? I'm like, because we literally solve the biggest challenges that you have with cutting. So TrueCut's motto is making cutting safe, easier, safe, and more accurate. So easy, safe, and accuracy are the three things that we define what cutting is. And today, what I'm going to demonstrate is a couple simple things. So I have that circle cutter in front of me. And so I'm just going to tell you that as part of what we have with the circle cutter, when we're going to do this, and I'm not going to spend much time on this right now because I'm going to show you literally how easy it is to cut circles. We're going to be talking about keeping your blades up together, up to shape and sharp so that you literally, think about this, you literally never have to cut with a dull blade again. We're going to talk about that electric sharpener. We also have a manual sharpener, which I'll briefly be talking about. We'll also be talking about some of our ruler combos, and we're going to be talking about some of the unique things. If we just take a quick close-up look on this here, you're going to see there's some variations, and they look different than any rulers that you will have seen out there. So if we kind of step back and take a look at the entire lineup, our whole goal was to take any element that you are currently already doing and complement it with something that solved some of your biggest challenges. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, what I mean by that is let's just take our ergonomic cutter. Let's go do a close-up of this so you can see. And I like to point this out very, very easily, is that it's shaped a little bit different. But what's nice is out of the box, one is it can be used both with left and right-handed, but it also works with all of the rulers that you already have. So if we take a step back here and we take a look, you might have, 3x18s or square rulers or the long rulers. Well, what's really nice is any one of our items is complementary and can be utilized with what you already have. So that's a nice thing to just help you understand that we can make cutting easier, safer, more accurate with even the application of one tool. And we'll come towards this at the end and the design element that we have that makes this ergonomic cutter so easy to use. In fact, we have people writing in with stories. And as Blaine mentioned, I've been a part of some of the innovation. I physically actually designed this one, and it started by baking clay in my oven. So it's a fun story here when we get back to this. But let's go to that 360 circle cutter. So we're going to take a close-up look at this, and I'm just going to show you this. This looks different than any circle cutter you will have ever seen, and it's comprised of two key points. One is this big sled, and the reason there's a sled, we'll come back and talk about this, but you'll notice it has this really large sled shape area. Then what we end up with is an area that's the cutter. So we end up with the blade here, and then we also end up with, and this is what we use as the centering mechanism. And so a simple example of how this can be used is, and again, this is one thing you're going to notice, is that it actually adjusts from down to 2 inches, clear out to 12.5. And so that is the scope in which you can actually cut circles. So again, down from 2, out to 12.5. I'm going to go ahead and put this right about 6 inches. Tighten it down. So what we do is we just loosen this, move it in and out, and tighten it. Now, again, as you're watching this, just know that I'm going to throw out a couple pieces because with the Cyber Monday sale here with SewingMachinesPlus.com, we're throwing in a couple extras, and it's going to be really hard to pass it up. So I'm going to show you how easy this works. Trust me, what you see will be exactly what happens. And I'm just going to kind of do this by cutting up here in this area since we have a little bit of a closer space. Again, remember, this is the blade. This is my center mark. I am just going to grab a piece of fabric. We're going to place this down. If you want, you can crease it to kind of create a center point. Right now, we know that this automatically will actually cover the entire distance. But let's talk briefly about this sled. So the sled, I'm going to take this piece here that's a little bit ruffled, and it's not flat. So the whole idea with this sled is that when we push on the fabric, can you actually see how that actually flattens that fabric out? So if you think about the other circle cutters that are out there, they're open blades, they're pushing and they're pulling and they're moving fabric. Or if we kind of step back here, think about this, you probably have chosen different types of bowls, different types of plates, cup lids. If you've ever done a circle, you've tried to find something that's that perfect circle. Well, this 360 circle cutter is the ideal tool. Okay, we're going to zoom back in here again. So let's kind of do a close-up. I'm going to go ahead and just put this fabric down. And again, I'm just going to place this here in the middle, and I want you to watch this. So what I do is I'm going to go ahead and put pressure here in the middle. I'm going to take my strong hand. I'm right-handed, so I just push and create pressure, and literally we just rotate that around, and that was the circle. So that's no joke. What you saw is exactly as simple as it is to cut circles. One of the things I love to show is you can also, because this actually has the sled, is that you can start on and off circles as well. And then again, people want to know, well, Nathan, how many layers of fabric can we do? We would recommend up to 2 layers of denim. Same process applies. We just go find the center of where we want. We're going to put pressure down. And again, we just rotate that around. Voila, 2 perfect circles. I love this because literally if we step back again and look at this, it is not more complicated than that. Yes, this circle cutter cuts circles that easy, that quickly. And again, remember that it can go from 2 to 12.5 inches. The blades are replaceable. They have a very long life and they're very fine-tuned and sharp so that you can get a lot of cuts and a lot of circles at the variation. So again, this just talks about, and so you can see how it actually makes cutting circles easier. You just saw how simple that was. Literally, that was as difficult as it is to cut circles. It makes it safer because what we're doing is that blade is covered and it's underneath there, so we're not worried about being exposed, and it's creating accuracy. We're creating exactly accurate circles that quick and that easily as we do so with the 360 circle. Now, also know that right now there is a special, and we're going to come back to this here in a minute, but just so you know, we're looking at putting this on sale at a really great discount, and guess what? We're going to be throwing in a free premium with you as well. So keep an eye out here when we get with Blaine and talk about those specials. So that's our 360 circle cutter, which I absolutely love. And it sells like crazy. And yes, it's worth every penny you would ever pay in that kind of tool for you. If you have never done a circle quilt, now's the perfect time, and that's the perfect tool for you. Next, I want to briefly just talk about our electric sharpener. Now, here's one of the things. I know this is you because it's been me. And I've seen others out there as they've quilted who have had blades that were beyond dull. And maybe if you can think, are you one of those that continues to push it? I've got just 3 more cuts. And you're going and you're pushing. And by the way, I'm guessing a few of you have slipped. And we've cut and we've gotten to a position that was not safe. You probably have heard, if it's not you, it's a friend, it's a family member, somebody who's injured themselves because of using a dull blade. Well, this is the solution. So this is our electric rotary blade sharpener. It does come with the power supply that plugs into your wall. So let's go ahead and take a close-up look on this one here briefly so I can kind of point out a couple of things as we're looking at this. So one of the things I love is that it actually has 3 trays in here. These trays are what allow us to go and use a 28 millimeter, a 40 millimeter, or a 45 millimeter or a 60 millimeter blade. And then again, one of the nice things is it has these what we call high grit. They're diamond stones. And so they have a very, very fine grit on them. And you end up with one on the top lid, one on the bottom. This has a motor that's back here in the bottom. So what you do is you take your blade, it sits and it seats in there on its tray. What we're going to do is we close the lid. Some people like to lock it. This plugs into your wall. And what we're going to do is we're going to push and we're going to hold this button for about 30 seconds. Our recommendation is that you use your tweezers that come with this. You're going to flip it over and we're going to do 2 different cycles in order to re-hone in the blade to sharpen them back to what we would consider, if we step back here, a near factory edge on those blades. Now, again, think about this. Instead of putting yourself in danger or saying that I have to push my cutter, my blade an extra 2 or 3 cuts or 5 cuts or some of you more, you don't have to. If you had the electric rotary blade, the True Sharp 2, you simply could take the blade out, pop it in there, quickly sharpen it, put it back in your cutter, and go back to cutting. Now think about it. If you have a stack of blades, some of you might have been keeping them in your tins on the side or somewhere. Here's a great way to bring those all back to life. If you're at home and you're thinking about yourself or a loved one, now is the perfect time to buy one of these for a gift for you as a little gift under the tree or for one of your friends. Now, also, with what this is normally $80, and we're going to talk about the amazing special. So this is on sale at a hefty discount. We are also going to look, and again, we'll talk about a little bit more on these details, but we're actually going to be including some other free premiums if you buy the sharpener today. So stick along with us when we bring Blaine back to talk about those amazing discounts. But you won't find that there's been a better time ever to buy any one of the True Cut products that helps solve some of your biggest cutting challenges. So we talked about the 360 circle cutter, how easy it was. We've talked now about the electric sharpener. We do have manual sharpeners, and you can look at getting access to manual sharpeners. These ones do sharpen, again, your standard rotary cutter blades. This one does have a stone on one side, so we end up rotating this back and forth because our blades do have 2 sides. Again, we're not going to talk a lot about this. We do sell a lot of these because they are less expensive in general than the electric sharpeners, but know that we have manual sharpeners. I just want to quickly move to our rulers as we look at our rulers because you're going to see I'm standing in front of a bunch, and we'll bring out a couple of them here in just a minute. But we're going to take a close-up look at this again, and I'm going to point out a couple pieces that are very different from our ruler. First time when people look at this, they usually ask and they say, well, what are all these holes? These holes are multi-purpose. One of the key things that we find is that when it's down and you put your hand on them, that you can put your hands and your fingers through them, so you feel like you actually have more control holding this. The other thing that they're used for is marking, because actually you can come in and mark a 1/4 inch offset. So if you cut it and want to mark, you can mark through the ruler, and it also helps you hold them. All rulers are also injection molded, so they're very, very durable. They don't break. So if you drop them, you're not going to be chipping corners. Yes, give me a hands up if you think so, or give me an emoji if you've ever cracked the ruler. If we can step back here again, if you've ever cracked the ruler and you've had to throw it out because now you can't go down to the end. Well, our rulers are, the way they're made as injection molded components with the right plastics actually solve that challenge. And so the rulers are even more durable. Here's one of the biggest benefits that you also get. Now, again, think, this does work with your existing cutter. So if you have a cutter, you get all of these benefits in addition to what you might already have as the system. So let's go ahead and go one last time for a close-up. And we're going to point out this. Here is one other thing that we have that's really interesting on this, is that this actually has what we call a raised edge. And this edge is up about 1/8 of an inch. And so this actually has a thicker edge than all the other rulers that are out there. Now, what that does is two things. First is it does give you more space to keep your blade up and against, and two is it makes it taller, so it makes it much harder if you're cutting down here, and as you're cutting down, for this cutter to jump up and over it, so it's actually safer. Here's one of the nice things. Now, this is where you start understanding the power of the TrueCut system, or the TrueCut products as they come together. So yes, you can buy the rulers. Yes, you can find all the advantages of what they have. However, if you couple it with one of our like ergonomic cutters, and we'll talk about this here in just, I'll show you some more details, is this actually has a special guide, and this guide actually locks together. So one of the biggest challenges, you know this, is that the farther we get, if we kind of back up and look at this, the farther we get as we're cutting down this edge, then the more unstable it gets, right? And we're pushing and we're fighting each other. So one of the key things that we've done is, if we take that close-up look again, is we actually have a guide that if you buy one of our cutters, you can use it with these rulers with this patented feature that actually lock them together. So what this does is this keeps them on track from the back and the bottom clear to the very end and keeps them together. So simply speaking, one of the things that we end up, and I'm just going to show you this, if we back up again on this here, I'm just going to kind of show you this in a little bit of far, but you can see, can you see how actually that cutter, that ruler stays with the cutter? And let's go ahead and do a close-up on that again. I'm just going to show you as we put this down there again. If you look at, see how that, because there's that guide, you can see how that ruler is actually sticking to the cutter as it goes. So let's go ahead and go back to my, step back here a little bit. So again, this just makes it very easy for us to cut. Now, I'll point out one thing. We'll come back to this here. We'll talk about this right now, actually, which is the cutter. Let's go close up on this. And you can see that the shape is different. Now, what's nice is it has been designed after a straight cutter. What I mean by that is that the handle is in direct alignment with the blade. Now, don't do this at home, but I want to show you. I love showing people this because this is exactly how ergonomic the cutter is. And I'm taking it, so you can put the blade, you can put the guard on it if you have our rulers. If you don't, you can use it. You can see in the package, you can use it with or without the guide on there. So I'm showing you one without the guide here quickly. But I want to show you how ergonomic this is. And so what the most recommended way is for us to put this in the palm. So it sits here in our palm. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of turn it so you can see here or this way. And this is what we want. And what we want to do is, if we step back here, I want you to kind of watch my arm and my hand. What we're looking for is the balance point. What this does is this allows us to use the downward pressure to create the cutting force. And so we're not getting up and over. We're not going to have the pain in our shoulders. We're not going to have the pain in our elbows. We're not going to have the pain in our wrists. And we have had people write us letters over and over and over again, telling us about the stories with them and you not being able to cut because of the challenges, because of the pain in the wrist, because of the lack of the grip or the strength that you have in your hand. Well, this cutter brings that back and solves it. So we're going to do a close-up again. I'm just going to show you here. Do not cut like this, but I'm just going to show you because I like to show you how ergonomic. I can literally put my hand on top of this, and I can find a balance point, and literally I can physically cut by putting or pushing through fabric. This is the ergonomics. No other cutter in the market can do this, period. Hands down. There's no way that you can get the required grip strength for those that start to have it. And on this one, you don't require that grip strength because the way that the blade is placed underneath the palm of my hand, we hold on to it for control. But what this does is it levels out my arm. If we step back here again, it levels out my arm. It reduces the angle of stress and pain. It lowers my hand, and it allows me to use one of the most strongest forces in our bodies for pushing, which is the palm of our hands. When we stand up on a chair, you think about those arm rests, we put our palms down to help get us up. But what's nice is we're taking that power, we're transferring it to the cutter. So this kind of a package is one of the options that you can get, where you can get what we call our quilters combo, where you're getting the ergonomic cutter the large ruler, which is one of the most common because that's where most of our slips come, right, is on those really large cuts. And then they come with also our true grips. And let's do a close-up. You probably have seen these. This is probably not the first time. One of the interesting things is everybody knows, like, oh, we know true grips. One of the things they don't know is that it's actually part of the True Cut line. So these are the non-slip pads that can go on the back of any of your ruler surface. That's what keeps them together and keeps them from moving away. So if we kind of step back here again, talking about all these elements coming together, if you think about the rulers, having better gripping places, having taller edges, no matter what, by buying a ruler combo set, which is on sale today at an amazing price here at the Cyber Monday sale here with SewingMachinesPlus.com, you're going to find that you're going to have an easier, safer, more accurate cutting experience. Now, what we do is if you couple that with a cutter, as an example, then you're going to get that tracking guide system. And then again, those non-slip pads. So if you already haven't bought any of these true grips and you're thinking now is the time, these are another great stocking stuffer. Go ahead, buy these. They work with the rulers that you already have. Again, an easy thing to talk about is there were a lot of other solutions out there. We found that they were either opaque, so you couldn't see through them. We found that they were too rough, and we found that they were too tall. So we came out with a much different profile, very thin, a wider, and the right kind of stickiness so that it doesn't cause any problems with your fabric, but holds enough that it keeps your ruler in alignment. So those are some of the key things that we really have that make this absolutely amazing as a standout product. So Blaine, let's go to you as we're kind of done here. And that's an amazing system and amazing price with some amazing freebies as well.
It is, Nathan. And oh my gosh, I get excited every time I watch you do that because I know how good those things are. But hey, I got to share with everybody out there watching, Nathan, how great a package is. We have two packages today that we're featuring. One of them is that ruler set. And basically it's Kyle's going to put that overlay up there real quick. Now, this is the master ruler combo that you see. Now, what this is going to do, this is going to include a ton of rulers. Now, you're going to get the 6.5 inch by 6.5 inch ruler. You're getting a 9.5 inch by 9.5 inch ruler, a 12.5 by 12.5 inch, a 3 inch by 18 inch, that 6.5 by 24.5, and you're getting that right triangle, and you're getting the true grip that you can stick to them to make it grip. Now that's the master ruler combo. And again, the price is $81.30. Give us a call, 1-800-801-8151, or I'm sorry, 800-401-8151, and we'll take your order there, or you can go right to the website. Now, the other collection that we have that you saw that Nathan was showing, we call that the Grace True Cut Master Cutting Collection. Now, guys, this thing, we don't have an overlay for that, but what I want to talk a little bit about, y'all saw he had that straight cut cutter, 45 millimeter. You get that straight cutter with it. You're getting a 6.5 inch by that 24.5 inch ruler. You're getting two of those. You're getting a 3 by 18 inch ruler. You're getting the square 12 by 12 ruler, the 9.5 by 9.5, and the 6.5 by 6.5. You're also going to get that True Cut 360-degree circle cutter. You're getting the 5 packs of the True Grip non-slip adhesives for those rulers. You're getting the True Cut, or the True Sharp, I should say, True Sharp 2 power sharpener, and then you're going to get the 2 free rotary blades with that. Now, with both of these combinations, you're getting a complete set of the rulers, or you're getting the True Cut, the Master Cutting Collection. And guys, that's getting all the things that you just saw Nathan demonstrate. And the price on that is $292.30 for that Master Cutting Collection. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have a show call-in special on those products. But if you're interested in the True Cut products, go to our website at the search bar and just type in True Cut right in that search bar, and you'll be able to go right to the product page and see all the wonderful True Cut products that you can see there. And every single one of them are call-in special. Anything that you see you've been wanting, go try them out. Man, I tell you what, so innovative, unbelievable packages today on the True Cut products. And so guys, don't delay. Order today if you want them. We have plenty of these in stock. But if you want to get it in time for Christmas, make sure y'all order today. So guys, we're going to continue with the show. It's been fast-paced all day long. Hey, guess what? Coming up next, we have the dynamic duo again from Handy Quilter. And we have Kim Sandberg and Christina Whitley. And, you know, they kind of got dubbed the names, the Foxy Moxie Dancers, because they were so enthusiastic on one of our other shows. But now this time, this session, we're going to talk all about the Amara quilting machine, long arm machine. So I hope y'all ladies are ready. So welcome back to the show.
Having us.
We're ready.
Y'all are always ready.
I'm going to make Kim do the dancing this time.
We are always ready for quilting. Absolutely. Yeah.
You
So
know,
we're so excited to talk to everybody about the Amara.
I know,
Sorry.
you know, and y'all are our customers' favorites. Y'all are some of the favorites that come on the show. They love you ladies, and they love your enthusiasm, and you know, they love all how you demonstrate the Handy Quilter products. And so we're all excited to see all about the Amara.
Well, we're ready to tell you about it, and we'll do it in unison here. Check this out. So we're so excited to talk to everybody about the Amara. We've got the Amara set up here. We actually do have a pro stitcher on it, just so you know. So this is a little bigger than the normal screen. But Christina, let's tell them a little bit about how awesome the Amara is. What makes this our kind of our favorite machine?
Well, I love the Amara because of its size.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's got the 20-inch throat space. And so there's so much space in your machine, like in your frame, that you can actually stitch on.
Right.
So you're not having to advance that fabric quite as often, and you can get more passes within that space without having, again, to advance.
Exactly.
So it makes it a little bit more time efficient, and
So,
I'm all about time efficiency.
I know. Me too. Me too. Speedy quilting. So speaking of speed, so what can we stitch out with this machine?
So this machine stitches at 2,500 stitches per minute.
Yeah, regulated. That is speedy.
Yes. And it has different modes that you can stitch in.
Exactly.
So you can do it in manual mode. And manual mode is where you are going to be setting that stitch length by how quickly you're moving the machine.
Right. So in other words, you're the stitch regulator.
Yes. You're the boss.
Yep.
Sometimes I'm not a very good boss. My stitches aren't the same length. That's why we have stitch regulation.
Yes, we do. And we have
two modes in stitch regulation.
Yes, we do.
So I'm going to let Kim share her analogy for the difference between the two stitch modes. And maybe Blaine, you can have like a little stitch off and tell us which mode you like better.
Yeah. So we both have our own little way of explaining it. So Christina uses the runner. That's where some of the stuff comes from. So I like to look at our two modes of stitch regulation like two different types of cars. So precision is like the new cars that are coming out these days that are super gas efficient, which means when you pull up to the stoplight, the engine shuts off. And that means that if you're stitching, it's like you're stopping mid-stitch and it just sits there and waits. And when that light turns green and you hit the gas, it takes a second for that reaction and for things to get moving again. So that's precision. It stops in place and then it gets moving again. It's great for using with rulers and sometimes for free motion too. It just depends on the type of free motion you're doing. Yeah. Our other mode of stitch regulation is cruise. Now cruise is like you're driving. So my dad had a 67 Mustang and he had it souped up and it was pretty awesome. And you'd pull up to the light and you put your foot on the brake, but you'd keep your foot on the gas. So it's revving up, right? And the minute that light turned green, you let your foot off the brake and you peel out and go. That's like cruise because the motor keeps going. It means the needle keeps cycling. And that means that you get that perfect stitch on like the point of stars or the corner of squares, all of those kind of things. So I don't do that with quite as much movement as Christina, although I'm pretty good with
I just do
my
the sideways
hands.
with the jazz hands. You had different hand positions.
Different hand positions because I'm driving a car. So that's the way that I explain the two different modes of stitch regulation. The nice thing is you've got lots of choices, which means you can always get that perfect, beautiful stitch that Handy Quilter is well known for, right?
Yes. And with these different stitch modes, yes, you want to find what's comfortable for you, but at the same time, don't limit yourself.
Yeah.
So I will use I use all three modes on different quilts or even on the same quilt, depending on what I'm doing.
Exactly.
So we'll actually stitch out a little bit in manual mode here in a minute.
So let's talk about a couple of the other awesome features. So stitch regulation, being able to stitch quickly, big throat space, those are all awesome. But what are a couple of your other favorite features of the Amara, Christina?
Well, since we're going to be doing a little bit of micro quilting here in a minute. So for me, I love the adjustable handlebars.
Yes.
So on these handlebars, you've got knobs, you've got 2 of them on each side. And if I just loosen up one of these handlebars here, or both of them, I can tilt this handle up and down. And I can also telescope this top one out
further.
And I can turn it in.
Which is so awesome.
I can move that positioning wherever I want it. So when I do micro quilting, I like to have my handles down pretty close to where I'm stitching.
So
and I just tighten up those knobs when I'm done.
Let's make sure. And you know, I'm going to let you adjust that one, Christina.
You talk about the next thing.
I'll talk about the next thing. So one of the other features that we absolutely love about the Amara is the lighting. And Christina,
I got it.
We'll have to talk to whoever adjusted this one beforehand. So the lighting on this machine is so great. And we're going to show you what a difference the lighting on this machine makes. We have lighting both here at the needle and then also in the throat space. And we actually have it turned off right now. We usually leave it off while we're filming because it is so bright, it whites out everything. So Christina, why don't you turn on the lights and let's show everybody what a difference this lighting makes.
So the lighting is on our Amara screen.
You have to tilt it a little. Here, let's go like, I don't know if we're going to be able to quite get that without a glare. Sorry.
You can get the gist where I'm pushing buttons, right?
We're pushing buttons.
Okay. So there's 2 options here. So I'm going to turn on the light number 1. I'm just turning it on 1.
Yeah. You'll have to turn the other one off like that.
Okay. So light number 1 is in our throat space back here. And I'm going to turn that one off and then turn on number 2.
You see what
and that again is around the needle ring.
Right here.
And I can turn those both on. And I've got fabulous lighting, which is really, really good, especially with micro quilting when I'm trying to see exactly what I'm working on.
Exactly.
So,
and you can see how it like is so bright. This is the reason why we don't normally have this on when we're filming. And it almost whites everything out right around it. But we're going to make Christina do some micro quilting. So maybe we'll leave the light on for her. Yeah, I think we will.
Okay. Do you want me to stitch right now?
Yeah. So let's take a minute and talk about what are the best tools for micro quilting. You already mentioned that you like to use manual mode for it.
I do like the manual mode because I'm working in such a small area that it's just a little bit smoother to me.
Yeah.
And again, it's personal preference. But I like the sound of it. I like how smooth it is. And with it being so small, it doesn't really matter if my stitches aren't the exact same length. Nobody's really going to see them.
Exactly.
So,
and you adjust the handles down. What is the foot that you're using here? Because this foot is, it's not
the
foot that comes with. We might actually need to turn off the light so you guys can see. Let's turn that off and we'll see if we can. Oh, you know what? The handlebars are in the way. Sorry, everybody. Yeah. We're going to readjust the camera a little bit here so you can see this. We'll show you in just a second. But we're actually using a different foot. It's not a foot that comes with the Amara. It's one of our handy feet that you can use, which, by the way, you can use all our full collection of handy feet on the Amara. This is called the
Microfoot.
And it's awesome for micro quilting.
And it looks like it's broken.
Yeah, look at this.
So you know what? Let's actually just move this handlebar up just a little bit.
Okay, there we go. So you can see how it looks like there almost isn't a foot there, but there is. And what it gives you is an absolutely clear view of exactly where that needle's stitching, right? That allows you to place those stitches in exactly the perfect spot when you're micro quilting, which is, I mean, that's what you're doing. You're usually trying to fill in an area. So Christina, why don't you show us the other thing that you like to do while you're micro quilting, which is actually, she grabs a stool and she sits down. So she's going to do that real quick.
And we'll see how this one is set up, if it's too high for me. Okay.
So Christina's sitting down.
Hello. Even though this is a long arm machine, you can sit at it. You don't have to be standing the whole time. A lot of times I get made fun of because even when I'm doing some stitching, I'll pull a chair over and you won't be able to see this, but I do kind of like
Flamingo.
Should we call it the flamingo instead of the dog peeing?
Yeah.
So I'll put like one leg up on the stool, and that takes a little bit of pressure off my back.
Yeah.
So
and you can
creative.
alternate. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're quilting all day long, it's really good idea to adjust your position, whether you're standing or sitting, different ways, just so that your body isn't really tired at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So Christina's going to do a little bit of micro quilting here. We'll let you guys see what she's doing. We've actually got a gorgeous quilt on the frame right now by that Ashley Rudar, one of our the employees here at Handy Quilter, is actually working on, and she graciously said, "Yeah, Christina can do some micro quilting." So
okay,
go ahead and hit it, Christina.
Well, I'm actually going to do this one-handed.
Just the one-handed.
Yeah,
okay.
So
we'll pop this up so that we can have
and
it.
My needle is in, so lost my microphone.
We're having all kinds of fun today. Okay, there we go. Now we've got a really nice, good view of that needle there. So you guys are going to be able to see her micro quilting.
Okay, here we go. And I'm just doing some scribble stitching, and I'm going to trim my threads, get them out of my way before I stitch all over them.
So the idea behind scribble stitching when you're micro quilting is just to get that fabric to lay perfectly flat, right, Christina?
Yeah, let's turn these off so they can see better.
There we go. Oh, that's better.
So I am just laying down thread on this white center of this flower, and then that way the black part will pop out a little bit more. Could you hear the hum of the machine?
Yes, I love that. When you're micro quilting and you're using the manual mode, I feel like it's almost meditative.
It's very calming.
It's very calming having that soothing sound that's just constant. So
I don't know what you can see, but in this flower right here, that section that is not stitched is puffing out a little bit more than the white sections around it and in the center that have that micro quilting in it. So it gives it a little bit more definition on the quilt.
Exactly. So that's our little demo. We always love to do a little bit of a demo for you guys, and so that's micro quilting in a really condensed version
and space
because it's micro. We love the Amara for micro quilting and doing just all kinds of free motion quilting. Like Christina had mentioned, this is such a great machine for free motion quilting because you can take advantage of most of the frame space. It's actually the area that is comfortable to quilt in. You really quilt in about this much space. I can turn there to the side like this, about this much space in front of you because that's where it's comfortable to have your arms. And the Amara just really allows you to take advantage of that space.
So with that micro quilting that I just did, I have no clue approximately how many stitches per inch I did, but they're really, really tiny.
Yeah.
If you're not comfortable doing manual, you can put it in regulated mode.
Yep.
And within regulated mode, you can do basting stitches up to 4 inches spacing, or you can put it into the regular stitches per inch and go clear up to 24 stitches per inch.
Which is micro quilting at a whole different level.
Yes. Heaven forbid you have to unpick any of that.
So, no, I'd start over.
Yeah. So we generally stay in about 10 to 12 stitches per inch as an all over design.
Absolutely. So a couple of other features that we really love about the Amara, we actually have a magnetic tool collar over here on the side. So I have my little scissors here. I can just snap those right there on the side of the Amara. Keep them nice and handy. At home, I even keep my little screwdriver that I adjust right here.
Voila.
I have my little screwdriver that I use to adjust my bobbin tension that also lives right there. It's just so nice to have that. It's very, very handy to have your tools right there nice and close. And of course, you can stitch with rulers too.
Yes. I don't recommend stitching with rulers with the micro foot.
No, it's not going to work.
You can use the micro foot for more than micro work.
That's true.
But not ruler work.
Not ruler
work.
work.
Could be dangerous.
But just remember, if you are going to do ruler work, you do need to get a ruler base to use with your Amara.
Yep.
So
there's one other fabulous accessory. I can't even call it an accessory because it's actually a machine in itself.
That's true.
but you can also get the Pro Stitcher to run with your Amaras.
Absolutely.
And the Pro Stitcher is, again, the robotic system that will actually quilt out for you.
Yep.
So we showed you a version of Pro Stitcher Lite this morning. The Amara runs our Pro Stitcher Premium.
Exactly.
Great stuff. Love it.
It is. We love this machine.
Hey, great job, ladies. As always, you are very entertaining. And Christine, I love how you do the running, like before you explained it, that manual mode. And,
jogging in place.
Yeah, the jogging in place. I love that. Well, anyway, guys, I got to tell everybody how they can get this Amara 20-inch handy quilter machine. And guys, this is a fantastic machine. It's going to come with some options on some frames. Give us a call right now at 1-800-401-8151. We have a price of $10,795 on this machine, but we do have a call-in special on this. We do offer free shipping, and we also have some special financing. So if you've been in the market for a 20-inch arm, long arm handy quilter, this is your great opportunity to take advantage of this Cyber Monday special. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you're on our website, up in the search bar, just type in Amaro 20-inch. It'll take you right to the product page. And we have live chat agents on the website as well that can answer questions for you and help you out there. So, guys, moving right on along, we have got Miriam Coffey coming back up from Janome, and we're going to talk all about that 1000 CPX. So, Miriam, welcome back to the show. Okay, I hear nothing.
Hello, thank you so much for that intro. Oh, hi. Thank you guys so much for having me and having me back, because I was here a little earlier.
Yes, so you're going to tell us all about that 1000 CPX, so take it away.
Awesome. So so today we're talking about a cover stitch machine. And it is a fantastic little machine. I love it. It is primarily used for garments, for finishing or hem. So basically any t-shirt that you have, that little stitch at the bottom of it that has either the double or a single or triple stitch that has the little looping on the back, that's done on a cover stitch. So it looks like a serger, but it's not a serger. There are some machines that you can actually get that are serger cover stitch combos, but most people really don't switch it ever over. It's kind of a pain. So that's why having your own machine is really fantastic, because I actually used to have a combo machine, but I actually never switched it over. So that's why I actually got this bad boy right here. And it's actually my personal machine because I love garment sewing. And this has really taken my garment sewing to the next level. And that's really what we're all striving for. We're all striving for that professional look, because we all want the best thing that anyone ever can say to you is when you're wearing something that you made and somebody comes up to you and they're like, oh, I love your outfit, or I love your shirt. And you're like, oh, thank you, I made it. And they couldn't tell because it looks like it was professionally made. The last thing you want is somebody to say like, oh yeah, I can tell, it's kind of looking homemade. That's the last thing we want. We all want our garments to look really professional. So that's why having a machine that's going to give you that beautiful, either you have actually 3 needle cover stitch, so you can do 3, 2, or 1, so that the 1 would be like a chain stitch. This would be your 2, and you can do it on knits, you can do it on wovens, you can do it on all kinds of fabric. And so because of it has a looper, it's going to give you that great stretch, and your stitches aren't going to pop, and they're just going to bounce back into place. Another thing that I love about this machine is that it's kind of foolproof. It has everything that you may need printed basically on the machine. So it comes with a little toolbox, and it has some screwdrivers, pack of needles, some thread nets that keep all of your threads together in case you're either working with metallic or a silver thread that's just having some thread issues. That thread net's super helpful. Some spool caps and trusty tweezers, which every serger or cover stitch machine definitely needs to have tweezers handy. And then last but definitely not least is this really cool little tool it's a combination tool actually. So this end right here is a needle holder. So when you're changing your needles, you don't drop your needle into your machine. That's going to keep it in place so you don't lose it. And then on this side is a needle threader, which is really cool. This pops back and it pushes your thread into place. And you can use this on any needle. It doesn't have to be just this machine. So if your needle threader broke on your machine, or you don't have a needle threader on your machine, you can use this little tool, and it's super, super helpful. And I love to have a couple of those handy in case I ever need them. So like I had mentioned before, you have it's kind of foolproof that it has everything printed on your machine, and it does. So like if you look over here, this has two different diagrams. It has a t-shirt and it has a tank top, and the tank top is for knits and the t-shirt is for woven fabrics. And it tells you what stitch you want to use and then what settings you want to use for your tension and which needle position. So not only is it color coded, it's also numbered. So it's really easy to follow, and it has the diagrams all for you. It tells you what you need to put your tension on. So there's really no guesswork in it. It's super, super easy. And by just switching your dial over here, so by either moving it over to knits or keeping it on wovens, it's going to make the adjustment so you don't have to. It's super easy. And to get to your looper, which is down here, so this last thread stand over here is my looper, and this also is a telescoping thread stand, which is really nice. So you can push it down for when you're carrying it. It's got a great little handle at the top here. It's really pretty light. It's not terribly heavy. It's easy to move around. So you've got our thread stand here in the back, and all I have to do is loop it around the thread stand towards the front here, and then all the way down the front. There's a little latch here, going to go behind here. And then it's very simple. You just need to line these three guides together. And then to pull the looper out, it just popped out right like that. Do you see that? So this is my looper. And there's just two little holes that you'll thread up, pop it into place, and now I'm ready to sew. It's super easy. So I'm going to pull that open again just so you can see it, how fun that is. It's super easy to get to, and you don't have to dig up into your machine to try to find it. It's very, very convenient and easy access. And then there's more diagrams in here as well that have numbers that are color coded, that has everything set for you so you don't have to memorize any of it if it's been a while since you've made something. It's all right there. It shows you what needles, what colors to use. It's very, very simple. And then I just press this or close that up and snap into place. We also have a free arm over here, which is very helpful for if you're doing cuffs or sleeves or around an ankle or anything sewing in the round. You've got that great access all the way around here. You also have your pressure foot pressure, so you have the ability to adjust your pressure foot if it's maybe a little bit too tight or too loose. You have that adjustment there. All of your needle tensions are right up here. There's numbers and arrows, so it's really easy to follow. Like I said, it's really kind of foolproof. It does knits and wovens just beautifully. And all you have to do is we're just going to create a little hem here, and I can put this underneath my machine to start sewing. I'm going to place that under there. I've got my threads in the back, and then I'm just going to start sewing. You can see how easy that is. I'm sewing from the side. And then to lift my foot up, I'm going to sweep underneath here. I'm just going to pull my threads to the front. So I have a little loop right there, and I'm going to clip those and then pull back, and that's going to lock my stitches. So I'm just going to pull straight back. And then now my stitches are secure, and I've got a great stretch. Again, I can do it on wovens. I can do it on different thicknesses. So you have the ability to change that as well. It's got your stitch length at the bottom here. Or actually the middle, there's 3 knobs here on the side. Let me turn that so you can see. So this first one is my flywheel. So that's going to move my needles up and down. This second middle one is my stitch length. So I have the ability to, my elbow, I was sewing there for a second. That middle one's going to be my stitch length. So I can adjust my stitch length if need be. And then this last one right here is my differential feed. So I have the ability to adjust that if I need to. Most of the time you don't have to, but it is there. So it's always good to have the option to have that ability to adjust it if need be. And again, these are my diagrams. Let me pull that a little closer so you can see it. So we've got our diagrams, and it tells you which needles that I want, and then the color. It's super easy. And as you can see, it's got a really beautiful stitch to it. Great stretch. I've done it. You can do it on your denim, so you can do your decorative stitching on wovens as well, because as we all know, athleisure's kind of taken over a lot of our wardrobes. I know it kind of has mine a little more than maybe it should. And you can make your own athleisure, make your own yoga pants, and do some really beautiful decorative stitching on it. So not only can you finish any hem, any garment, you also can add that beautiful decorative stitching, top stitching that you do on jeans. You put your jean thread on here, and you're just going to get a really beautiful, professional looking garment, which again is the number one, compliment they could really give anyone who makes clothing, is to be like, oh, that looks really beautiful. I didn't think it, you made it. That's the greatest thing that anyone can ever say to us. So I love this machine. It has definitely stepped up my garment game, and it does beautiful stitching and super easy to thread, because I know that's the number one thing that people get really worried about when they're doing any sort of thing that has multiple needles. I know it can look a little intimidating. I know sergers can be really scary when you first see them. In the cover stitch, they've got so many different needles and so many different threads. But as you can see, it's got all those diagrams that are color coded and numbered. They're super easy. It's really basically foolproof, and actually comes fully threaded when you get the machine. So all you have to do is plug it in. It's a plug and play. It's really sort of very simple. So if any of you guys are garment sewers, I think you guys will absolutely love this, and it will just step up your sewing game. And it's really just going to be such a great additive to your sewing machine collection, because who doesn't need another machine? There's whatever that rule is. It's like whatever you have plus one, that's how many you need. I hope you guys have enjoyed this, because I have loved showing you this machine, because I absolutely love this machine. It's because I just love garment sewing, and I love being able to have that beauty that this Janome cover stitch Cover Pro 1000 PX gives me.
Well, thanks, Miriam. Hey, and what a great demonstration that was, and very knowledgeable. So guys, if you've been in a market for one of these Janome cover stitch machines, hey, look no farther. This is the 1000 CPX Cover Stitch Pro. This thing is $649, but we do have a call-in special for it. So give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we have a Cyber Monday special price on this machine. We do offer some financing, special financing, and we're going to ship it nationwide, absolutely free, right to your doorstep. So what, if you've been in this kind of, if you've been in that where you needed one of these cover stitch machines, hey, now's the time to jump on this. We do have these. I think we're getting close on them, Kyle. I don't know the quantities. They were going pretty fast since Friday. So I think we do have some of these left, but if we do run out, we do have more coming in. And what I'm told, they were coming in, it's supposed to be the 1st of December or the second week in December. And so if we get them in the first week, we'll still have in time to get them to you for Christmas. But make sure, even if it shows that if you call in and they say, hey, we just sold out, go ahead and pre-order yours today so you can lock in that price. And we'll get those shipped out as soon as they get in. But I know we were getting real close on quantities on those since Friday. We sold a ton of them. And so anyway, I know they were close, but I do have a bunch coming in. So anyway, guys, I'll tell you a little bit about this machine. Hey, it's got some great features. It's got the seam tightening system. They call it the STS. It has a convertible free arm. The chain stitch, 3mm double needle cover stitch, 6mm double cover stitch, has the 6mm triple needle cover stitch, the extra large bed space, 4-inch by 5.5 inch, has that vertical needle drop, tension release device, foot pressure adjustment, differential feed from 0.05 to 0.25, and greater variable stitch length and differential feed, one-hand thread cutter, and superior needle system. And guys, again, if you've been looking for a great cover stitch machine, look no farther. This is it. So guys, we are wrapping up and we are coming down to the end of the show. We hope that you have been trying to get the machines that you've been looking for. And again, if you didn't see it on the show today, hey, no worries, give us a call. Now I got to explain to you a little bit right now too, where our call center closes at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Central time. So guys, as long as the call center open on some of these call-in specials, make sure you get in to get your machine ordered. Now, if some by chance is after 6 p.m. Pacific time when you give us a call, make sure you leave us a voicemail on the automatic phone system, and they will get your call on tomorrow and give you a call back. As long as you're on that voicemail and they can get through to you, they will honor any Cyber Monday pricing for you. So make sure if you're in desperate need to get that machine, try to get through to us today and leave that message today. But anyway, we're ready to move on to the next presenter. And hey, I'm super excited to have this next presenter up. He's a buddy of mine. We have Jerry Granata. He's over in Palm Desert, California. He is a brother educator ambassador. And if y'all don't know a little bit about Jerry, got to tell you about it. Jerry was he served in the Navy for 21 years. He actually he was a musician in the Navy. He has played for presidents, other dignitaries from other countries. And this guy is so talented when it comes to sewing, embroidery, and quilting. And quilting side of things, I mean, the guy is unbelievable quilter. I mean, you ought to see some of the things. But anyway, I always talk about, I bought my wife this next machine for Valentine's Day this year. And it was because of Jerry's recommendation. And so we're going to talk all about the brother, the NQ3600D. That D stands for Disney. So, hey, welcome to the show, Jerry Granata.
Hello, how are you? Blaine, how do you still have a voice after all this? My goodness.
Hey, believe this or not, Jerry, and I haven't had any Mountain Dew today.
My goodness. Well, I know that's very important to you.
But hey, I think it's just the adrenaline of all these great specials and all the great products we have today is just keeping me fired up all day long. So, hey, I know you're excited about this next machine too.
I sure am. Yeah, I recommended it to you because it's just a tremendous, tremendous machine. I'm going to be presenting today the Brother NQ3600D, D for Disney, like Blaine said. And I want to tell you a little bit about it before we get started. And I want to give you a little teaser. I'm going to show you some samples. I got to keep this down to 15 minutes, which Blaine, that's hard for me, but I'm going to do it. So let's head over to the real star of the show. Let me change my camera out here, and we're going to go over to, ta-da! There is the Brother NQ3600D, absolutely wonderful machine. So let me talk to you a little bit about this. This is a combination machine. That means it is sewing and embroidery. Yes, sewing and embroidery. It is a wonderful, you could keep it as a studio machine. You could have it as a class machine. It's only 22 pounds. Very nice and compact, but has a tremendous amount of features built in. So let's just jump right in and get started. I'll show you some of the things that you can make with this machine. Just to show you very quickly, here is a little quilt that I did. Did some pieced blocks, also did some another company's embroidery blocks, combined them as well. So you can combine your piecing and your embroidery designs. Let's see, what else? You want to do some free motion stitching on this machine? Absolutely you can. This is a piece of gold dancewear spandex. Free motion quilted, did a little feathering sample on that, wanted it to look like hammered metal, and this machine performed beautifully for that. Now Disney, remember NQ3600D is for Disney. You want to stitch out the princesses? Absolutely. This machine has you covered. These princesses are already built in, did some free motion stitching in the borders, and off you go. I mean, this machine has your back. You want to do some of the popular rope bowls that are out right now? Absolutely, you certainly can do that. You can construct your rope bowls and then do your embroidery right on the inside. This is beautiful not only on the front, but also on the back as well. So this machine will perform beautifully. So let's dig in. Let me change my camera out. We're going to move in just a little bit closer for you so you can see some of the things I'm going to do. And I'm going to talk first thing about the sewing side. So here's your main menu on the sewing side. You have 5 utility stitch options. You have 6 character and decorative stitches as well. You have 291 built-in stitches. 10 styles of one-step auto-size buttonholes, and 5 sewing lettering fonts. Plenty on this machine, absolutely plenty. Let's dig into some of the stitches. Here you've got just a basic menu of your utility stitches. Let's go through the menu here. Here's your zigzag. Here's some heirloom stitches, overlock stitches, things as such there. Let's go over to your character and decorative side. Pull up some of the character and decorative stitching. Notice that Brother allows you you're not ever confused about which presser foot to use. Brother has you covered there. It tells you which one to use when you pull up a stitch. Now, this machine also has a pivot function right down here. That means when I engage that, notice it turned bright blue. When the needle goes down, the presser foot will pop up and I can pivot in any direction that I want to. I can also engage the auto reinforcement stitch. It will reinforce front and back of the first and last stitch that I'm doing. I can also trim. If I find a stitch that I love, I can put that in the pocket. I can also audition my stitches right here. You want to really pull in? Look at that. You can get right in and see exactly what stitch you want. Depending on your fabric, you can also change the colors if you wish. Let's go over here. Here's going to be your free motion stitching. It's that complicated to free motion stitch. One touch. My feed dogs have dropped. My tension is already set for free motion, but I can also go in and still have manual adjustments of my tension. So if I'm working with a metallic thread, I can drop that down. If I'm working maybe with a poly, I want to increase that a little bit. And then Brother, in its love of simplicity and ease of use, whenever you see the black box, that is the default. That's the machine default. So just look for that if you don't know where you're at. So there's some of the wonderful machine features. On the sewing side, let's go back to some of the character and decorative stitches. And we have more here, as you can see. You also have buttonholes as well. And you have something called My Custom Stitch. Now, this is exclusive to Brother. And what's wonderful about this is out of the 291 stitches, maybe you won't find something that quite suits you or doesn't quite suit your project. You can create your own from scratch. Yes, you can. So if you're going to notice, I got a little pencil here. And all I'm going to do is start playing with this. Now, this is just a demo, so I'm just kind of making a few little squiggly marks here. And you all are saying, Jerry, this is a hot mess. What are you doing? Watch this. I'm going to push the word test. And look, right over here, I have custom stitches. I created those from scratch. They are not in the machine. I made them myself. I can add those to the pocket if I find a stitch that I really love, and I can save that. Or I can go back. I can add to it. I can delete. This is a wonderful feature if you're ever looking to just kind of do your own thing. So now let's move on over to the embroidery side. So with the embroidery function, you are going to get two, I'm going to switch my camera over here, a little bit bigger. You're going to get two hoops. You're going to get a 5x7, which is large, but you're also going to get a, believe it or not, a 6x10. Look at the size of that. I'm putting my hand there for size comparison. Look at the room you have here. For a compact machine like this, you can get a big hoop just like that. So what kind of things can you do with this? Well, you can do, of course, we love our Disney. You want to do a giant Mickey? You can certainly do a giant, look at the size of Mickey there. So these are the sizes of designs that you can do with the 6x10. Now, what else can you do with this? Let's look at some of the other internal designs. Again, with that 6x10 hoop, look at the size of that design. That's huge. You could put that on a tote bag or a jacket back or anything like that. You could create multiples of that and make even larger designs. So let's dig in a little bit on the embroidery side. Now, folks, these are not just one design. These are categories. So as you open these up, you have more and more designs at your disposal that you can play with. So there's buttonholes. Now, these buttonholes are on the embroidery side. So you can embroider your buttonholes if you so choose. You can add decorative elements to your buttonholes. You can also go in and go to just your main embroidery area. Now, if you don't find one that you like, you do have a USB right on the right side of this that you are free to bring in your own designs on USB stick. But since, like Blaine said, I was in the Navy, so of course I got to pull up my ship here. So let me pull in just a little bit more for you so we can get a better view of what's going on. So I pulled up the little ship here, and I'm going to set that. And now let me show you some of the things on the embroidery side that you can do. You can move this design. You want to move it with the arrows? Sure. You want to move this with your finger? Absolutely. You want to resize this? You sure can. We can go up, we can go down, we can make the ship stretch longer and wider. If I'm really not happy with it, I can just reset it, and I'm right back to the beginning. I can rotate this. Maybe I'm doing this on a shirt or something like that, and I can do this like, oops, I got my ship upside down. Reset it, and you're right back to the beginning. You want to audition this in your hoop? Absolutely you can. So the machine is so smart that it tells you which hoops are compatible with this design. So I've got a 5x7 or a 6x10. So there's what it looks like in the 5x7. There's what it looks like in the 6x10. I think this is a brilliant feature so that you can audition your design and you get an idea of how big it is based on the hoop that you choose. I think that's wonderful. You want to come in and really see what that design looks like? Absolutely. You can certainly telescope right in there. So let's go back to the beginning here. You can also mirror image. Maybe you want your ship going to the right. Absolutely. One touch, done. You can delete it. You can add to that. Maybe you want to add a name. So let's just use my name just for kicks here. I'm going to keep that in large so you can see it. And then I'm just going to go over. I'm going to spell my name, E-R-R-Y. And I'm going to set that. And looky there. I can move that around. I can go into font edit. I can array. Maybe I want my name arched just like that. I'm done. Once I'm finished, I will have this. So there's what you can do with something like that. I mean, that's even the ship. Look at the size of the ship. There's my finger. That's a lovely large size. You can go in and add names to the sails. These are the edit features that you can do. So, my goodness, Blaine, I can't believe I'm already done already.
Hey, Jerry. Hey, as usual, that was awesome. But you know what? I know you could talk about the machine for over an hour because it has so many features on both sides, sewing and embroidery, doesn't it?
You bet. It's amazing. I mean, at least an hour. I could do a whole day demo on this machine. So,
well, I know you're going to be on our Countdown to Christmas show coming up, December 13th through the 17th. We're going to talk a little bit about the 3600D again. And, that was one of the machines that when, I talked to you about it, you and Lewis Carney, because I was going to buy my wife a machine. You said, most definitely go ahead and invest and get that 6x10 embroidery area, because if she ever wants to do something a little larger, she'll have it. And you talked about, how many features are packed into this machine for the price. And I mean, we have an incredible price for Cyber Monday, but this is just a great machine, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. I always tell embroiderers, buy the biggest hoop you can afford. And I tell you, with the beautiful compact size of this machine and that 6x10 combination, you just cannot miss.
You're correct. Well, hey, my friend, appreciate you coming on our show. As always, it was great seeing you. And we'll look forward to seeing you in December.
All right. Look forward to it.
All right. So, y'all, there it was. That was the Brother NQ 3600D. That D stands for Disney. And again, guys, we have a great Cyber Monday special on this machine. Again, you see it right there. It is $29.99. Brother reduced the price on this. This used to be $34.99. It's $29.99. But hey, we have a call-in special. We got a Cyber Monday special on it, so you can call in, and we're going to beat that price right now. And again, guys, great package put together today. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit the website, and in the search bar, just type in Brother 3600D or NQ 3600D, and it'll take you right to that product page. We have live chat agents, can take your order right online as well. And again, guys, this machine, I can't talk about it. On the embroidery side of things, okay, it has that automatic feed thread cutting system. It has the built-in alphabet designs. It has the built-in embroidery lettering. It has the drag and drop editing, frame designs. There's 10 shapes. It has the 12 stitches. maximum embroidery speed of 400 stitches per minute. You can do on-screen editing, on-screen help. You can rotate the patterns 1 degrees, 10 degrees, or 90 degrees. And on the sewing side of the house on this thing, it has the buttonhole style. There's 10 of them. It has the knee lifter that comes with it. Maximum sewing speed is 850 stitches per minute. And it has that My Custom Stitch feature, pivot function, speed control, stitch length is 5 millimeter, stitch width is 7 millimeter, and you're getting the accessory storage built right in. It has that adjustable screen brightness, built-in languages as all the Brother machines do. It has that display type is the LCD screen, has a great LED light setup on it. And guys, it just continues on and on. It has the USB port on it, and it just continues with all the different features on it. And so again, guys, if you want to get a NQ3600D by Brother, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or visit the website and just type in Brother NQ3600D in the search bar. It'll take you right to that product page. And we have live chat agents on the website that can help you answer questions and take your orders. So guys, guess what? We are at the end of our show. So we made it through Cyber Monday, but guess what? That doesn't mean Cyber Monday's over for you. It just means it's over for the show right now. We featured over 35 products, I think it was. And again, if you didn't see the product of your dreams on our show, that doesn't mean it's not on Cyber Monday special. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. We're going to be answering the phones all the way to 8 p.m. Central Time. We're going to be answering the telephones. Once that's over at 8 p.m. Central Time, you can just leave a voicemail and all the operators will call you back tomorrow. Make sure on that voicemail, you give them your name, your phone number, and let them know what product you're interested in on the show today, and they will call you back and you'll be locked in to guarantee to get that price. And I know a lot of the products today, guys, we had a lot of products move through the show or through the website from Friday through today. We were getting low on some of them. If we ran out of stock, as long as you call and make a pre-order or call and talk to somebody, hey, we're going to lock you into that price so you can get that price, that Cyber Monday price. And when they come in, we have a lot of machines coming in at the 1st of December, mid-December. You're going to still be able to get those. So, but I don't think we're going to be able to get it in time for Christmas. If we ran out of stock on it before you ordered it, a lot of these we're not going to be able to get to you. But guys, we had a lot of stock on a lot of the products you saw today. And so hopefully we can get them taken care of for you and get it out for you for Christmas. But anyway, I hope that y'all enjoyed all the products you saw today. I hope you saw some great deals. And we sure do appreciate all the educators we had on the show. We want to thank each and every one of them because, it takes a lot of time and effort and preparation for them just to do demos, and especially when I tell them they have 15 minutes to do it. As y'all know, it is hard to talk 15 minutes and get all that stuff in that you want to talk about. And they all did such a wonderful job today, and each one of them could have talked an hour about so many of those good products we had. So again, guys, we are going to mark your calendars down right now. December 13th through the 17th, we're going to have our countdown to Christmas show. We're going to be showcasing products every single day. We're going to be streaming live 8 hours a day for 5 days in a row. And we've got a tremendous lineup put up, together for you. And there's no telling what I'm going to be giving away on that show because Santa Blaine's coming to town and I'm going to be giving a lot of stuff away. And we're also going to announce our 10 for 10 promotion winner on that Friday, and that is a $10,000 sewing machine package that we're giving away because we hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. But you have to be a subscriber to our channel on YouTube to qualify. But how you get in the pool is just by asking questions, making comments, sharing, giving a thumbs up, doing all those things on YouTube or Facebook will get you entered into the contest. But to qualify to win the prize, you have to be a subscriber to our YouTube channel. So if you haven't done that, go make sure you do it. And again, guys, we thank y'all for joining us today. And we'll be back here, I think, on our regular Thursday show. Y'all tune into our regular Thursday show is it next week, Kyle? This week. Yeah, so we have a show this Thursday. Don't miss our show this Thursday. There's no telling what kind of deals we'll have on that. It'll be at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So make sure y'all tune in, and we will see y'all then. Thank y'all again. We want to thank all of our crew here for all their hard work, and all the people at the call center and the warehouse guys all working hard, and all of our customer service agents. I want to again thank all of our chat people back in the back of the room, Candace and her team, and Kyle and his team here putting on the production. And again, guys, we thank y'all for being here, and we will see y'all in a couple weeks on the countdown to Christmas. And hopefully we'll see y'all this Thursday on our regular Thursday show. Y'all have a great day.